Hey guys, welcome to NFT Con. Today's going to be a really great day. We're going to be focusing all around art, fashion, and kind of like the different areas of NFTs as well. And we're going to be the co-hosts of the of NFT Con, and really excited to have you guys here. A lot of different drops are going to be happening today as well. And just a quick reminder for everyone, why the reasons why we started NFT Con is to kind of make sure that this information is free and publicly accessible for everyone. We want to make sure that everyone's building and co-creating within the space and being able to find out from some of the industry leaders like how they're doing this as well. Oh, Justin, you're on mute. So yeah, like with the with like a lot of the things that we're having today as well, like we have a lot of really cool guests that are going to be speaking. So we're going to first start off with kind of like the little bit of the music introductions area, and then followed by that we'll switch into a lot of the arts and also fashion as well towards the end. And within this throughout this whole event as well, we are going to be doing giveaways. So a quick reminder for everyone, if you guys haven't kind of seen who the title sponsor is, it's going to be Gala Games. You can find out more about Gala Games at Gala Games website. But also, I do really highly recommend that you guys create an account, during this segment, so that you're able to redeem some of the codes that we'll be giving away. Gala Games is giving away 15 whale sharks. So throughout the event, we are going to be dropping the code in randomly, so that you guys are able to participate and also redeem them as well. So let me go ahead and introduce Justin back on stage to kind of like talk a little bit more about NFT Con 2.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you guys hear me now? Test, test.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was kind of getting a little technical issues there. What's up, everybody? Welcome to NFT Con. For a lot of familiar faces in our chat here, we hosted DeFiSummit.com back in June. This is the NFT version, NFT DGen version of it, where we talk all things NFTs. We got 3 days full of content here to share with you. Day one is about music, art, entertainment, and culture. Day two is more about metaverses. And day three is about protocols and demos as well. Michael and I are the co-founders of DeFi Summit and NFT Con. And what we're doing is we're building up communities in the different ecosystems, from NFTs to DeFi, very vertical, very targeted, not your general like blockchain 101 style event. We're going to bring all the heavy hitters within our networks, connections, and bring a lot of just really cool people throughout the days. So yeah, this is a free conference for everybody, increased accessibility. And then what we're doing also too later on, which we'll announce after after the first talk, we're hosting a in-person conference during Art Basel in Miami. This is on November 30th to December 1st, called Decentral Miami. But we'll talk about that a little bit later as we go. What we're also doing exciting today for all the watchers and participants out there, we have over 40 plus NFTs that we're going to be dropping, from NBA Top Shots to Gala Games to Deadmau5, Snoop Dogg with the Sandbox VIP pass as well too. We're going to do a lot of different things throughout the show today. So I know that one thing we'll do is we're going to get the get your Gala Games account ready, because we will be flashing some codes in between our live streams and talks today, and it's first come first redeem, I should say. To experience some of the NFT mint drop experience. We're gonna have that live stream here as well. Hopefully the gas is not too insane. Actually, I don't know if the redemption's gas.
I'll also drop the redemption link, so that just in case if anyone's going to be camping the link, so it's going to be app.gala.games/redeem. So you're able to redeem your code. Once again, you have to make sure that you have an account with Gala Games. It's completely free to set up an account, and you can just literally drop the codes in there. So the codes will be flashing randomly during the day. We'll be giving out some whale sharks.
Yeah, and then just for a reminder for everybody too, we could put a little banner here as well too. But if you want to participate, we have a drop that we're doing all conference long for each day. We'll pull like 10 plus winners that help us kind of shill and promo our event. We want to give thanks to everybody, and also our sponsors are helping us as well for that as well. So we have let me add this banner link for everybody to see if we'll flash it there. nftcon.co/NFT drop. This is not all the prizes. We're going to be adding 20 more NFTs on here. Like NBA Top Shots is coming in. We're doing some packs as well too. So we have 15x Whale Sharks from Gala Games for the brand new game. We also have Dead Mouse dropping some packs as well, from mega packs to standard packs. And then also have Snoop Dogg's private party pass with the sandbox and some land. So I'm sure you guys want that. So we'll be doing daily winners, and then also we'll pull winners through the live stream as well. So everybody that's active in the YouTube chat or even Telegram, you have some chances to win as well too. We're still talking to more other sponsors to give us more stuff too, so we'll hopefully get more stuff too to give out. But yeah, I guess that's it on my side. Michael, do you want to kick things off?
Yeah. So for our first kind of introduction, I want to introduce Sarah. Sarah is going to be from Gala Games to kind of talk a little bit about NFT Con and also a little bit more about Gala Games. After that, we're going to be following directly into the music side. There is a lot of really great industry people. If you guys haven't seen already, like one of the panels does have OG Arabian Prince, which is one of the original founders of NWA as well. So just kind of hearing his insight of how to switch over to the NFT side. So without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce Sarah on.
Hi guys, and welcome to NFT Con. We are delighted to have you here today. My name is Sarah Buxton, otherwise known as Bucks because people are lazy, and I am the COO of Gala Games. Opening NFT Con is something that's super exciting for the guys at Gala and I, because we believe that actually gaming is going to just take the NFT world and space to a whole new level. Gamers have understood for years tokenomics, from gems and coins to diamonds and treasure chests. And we have poured our money into these free-to-play games, and we've poured our time and our energy into these wonderful virtual and magnificent worlds that developers have built for us. But for what? We have ended up, when the game ends, with nothing. And that is something that the NFT space has fixed for us. Blockchain is elevating gaming like never before. And hey, why be the product when you can be the player? So Gala Games has been building games for about 1.5 years now in market. We have Townstar that's live and an official play-to-earn game. And the key in that is the word game. Games should be something you want to play. They shouldn't feel like work. You shouldn't have to just sit and click a keyboard and feel very uninspired. So we want to produce with NFTs games that you don't only want to play, but games that you can earn from. The actual value is given to you, the player, that you can withdraw or share or trade whenever you want to. And we think the NFT space is super exciting, not just because of ownership, but because of memory. So imagine just for a second, if you were playing with a sword and that sword defeated something that was undefeatable previously, that sword would hold that memory for you as a player, and it would hold that memory to the next player that happened to take ownership of it. And NFTs are doing more than just in-game items as well. NFTs are giving us a new form of identity online and in these wonderful, wonderful worlds we're building, whether you call them the metaverse or in our case, the Galaverse. And the interoperability of NFTs is something that I think has only just started and brings about it a real shift in how gamers socialize and work together and how we see these economies developing over time. And I think that's something that is super, super exciting. There is so much to explore in the world of NFTs, from gaming to entertainment to music. And I think it's going to be really thrilling to see how over the next few years, because this, guys, is still embryonic, how over the next few years, it's going to change the face of gaming as we know it and bring about a new way of socializing and earning money that's fun for everybody. No matter where you are in the world, you can now make money playing games. And that's what NFTs do. So without further ado, I would like to kick off the day and wish you all the very best from Gala Games. Come and check us out, galagames.chat on Discord. And you can see the community there are there and excited and ready to dive into all things blockchain gaming and for all the right reasons too. So welcome aboard and enjoy NFT Con.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, for that introduction, and also, thanks for welcoming everyone to NFTCon. So we're actually going to start kicking off the first panel. So we're actually going to be having a panel about do NFTs have the potential to potential to change how music is valued, with a lot of like special panelists. So we'll go ahead and welcome them onto the stage. Let me just make sure that they're coming out. There we go.
Hey, welcome everyone to another great session at NFTCon. I'm Ethan Janney, co-host of the Edge of NFT podcast, which brings you the top 1% in NFTs today and what will stand the test of time. You'll actually find my other co-hosts, Jeff Kelly and Josh Krieger, around the event, moderating some of the other sessions. But today's our panel will be about how musicians are finding value in NFTs. And we're featuring panelist Richard Wagner, co-founder of Metaverse Records, Andy Crosby, founder of swimchain.io, and Varun Bajaj, CEO of The Hustle, HUSL. So we'll go around the group a little bit and everybody can give a quick intro of them, and then we'll dive into the session. So Richard, why don't you kick it off and tell us a little bit about you before we move on?
Hey, thank you so much for having me, guys. Super stoked to do this. My name is Richard. I am a musician, producer, and currently now NFT musician and producer. Thankfully for this space, I co-founded the Metaverse record label, Metaverse Records, with my brother, and we kind of try to help musicians and artists get into the space. And yeah, that's who I am.
Beautiful. Thanks for that. Andy, we've met before, but not everybody out there has heard what you're up to. Tell us about you a little bit.
The founder of SwimChain, got a blockchain ecosystem with a bunch of tools and technology, and then also, the founder of Boho Bones NFT, which is a very music-orientated royalty rights NFT. My background started as a musician for years, sort of playing and touring in bands and working with labels, and sort of found that a little restrictive, especially had some experiences on the label side, and that's sort of where I fell in love with blockchains and NFTs, and that's why it's great to be on this panel with you guys talking about the future of music and NFTs.
Yeah, I think we're all musicians here. We should all break out some instruments and have a little jam at some point. Plus, we just found out we're all in the Los Angeles area. Even though I'm from Chicago, I flew in here, so we'll have to get a jam session together here. Varun, why don't you give an intro of yourself as well, and then we'll kick off the questions.
Yeah, hi. I'm the CEO of The Hustle. I'm actually not a musician, but my team is. I just happen to be.
Ooh, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
I know. I should probably just leave right now. I started to really, obviously, like hip-hop because that's pretty much what our platform is right now. So we're a music-based platform trying to be a new record label using blockchain, and allowing, artists to connect with their fans and have full creative control.
Very cool. Well, welcome everyone. So let's dive into it, and let's get to some of the details here. So the first thing I wanted to check in with all of you on, and I'll kind of point you out as we go to answer this one, but I want to know a little bit about what your personal musical journey has been and how the advent of NFTs has changed what it's been for you. I'm assuming it's been a change for the better, but I'd love to hear a little bit of detail about how, or if it's not, for some reason, tell us the details. So why don't we hit up Andy first? How has your personal music journey been so far, and how has NFTs changed that?
Look, it's been a wild one, a fun one. I started playing in rock bands back in Australia in sort of early 2000s, and we ended up sort of signed to a major label there, and we'd done some touring and some festivals, and had a bit of fun doing it. And then with this major label, our A&R guy passed away. He during our contract, which led to us being shelved and having our rights basically stripped for a couple of years. And that sort of led me looking to what else was out there, and really led me to eventually finding the blockchain and then NFTs as this solution that can just really give royalty rights back to creators and back to artists, and really just empower them and just give them the ability to grow community through NFTs rather than be restricted by a label and have those rights removed.
Very cool. Yeah, it sounds like you had your feet in the traditional world for a little bit there, and are refreshingly diving into new things. Varun, why don't we head over to you? What has been your journey? I know we found out you're not a musician per se, but it sounds like you've been in the music world quite a bit. What's it been so far, and how have NFTs changed what's going on with you?
Well, for me, I've been, in crypto for a long time. I'm actually an attorney profession, so music wasn't my background, but I found NFTs early on, and I remember first foray in the world was, when Too Short and E40's camp kind of with an idea of what, needs to be done. So I kind of fell into the music rabbit hole in the NFT world to see if we can merge to combining basically the technology and kind of disrupting how music industry is done. And as I've done that, and I've kind of led this, and I've really understood that the music world really needs, a change, because the intermediaries are just taking too much from the creative's, hand in terms of the monetary incentives. So, that's how it is. And so now for the last 6 months, I've been a part of this company, and a lot from Busta Rhymes as well. He's a part of my team. He's an official. So kind of just really diving deep beneath the surface, just realizing, the music world definitely needs to change.
Cool. So for you, you've been coming a little bit more from the crypto background and then integrating the music, as opposed to the reverse. So it's a good diverse panel we have here. And I think we need to check in with Richard. Tell us about your musical journey so far, and how NFTs have changed things. I guess we already heard that you've started this label to help musicians, but tell us a little bit more.
Definitely. I, at heart, I'm a multi-instrumentalist and producer. I play the violin mainly. So kind of before NFTs, it was a lot of touring, a lot of session work, a lot of making my own music. I got to produce for Jaden Smith. I got to tour the world, got to do a lot of cool stuff. But even with all of that, it was still very hard to make a living. Like when COVID hit, wasn't able to get unemployment, so got a bunch of debt. And this isn't just me. Most of the musicians I've talked to, they've had the same experiences. No matter how big you get, usually most of the time you're not going to be able to make a living doing music, which is insane. And then, on the record label, I was able to release my album as an NFT, and was able to raise over $30,000, which if I posted on Spotify or iTunes, would have never seen that for my whole life. So definitely grateful for the space, and it has been very positive for me.
Yeah, that's incredible. And it sounds like you've had the opportunity to work with some really great folks. Very exciting. And I think all of us here have been, I think NFTs have also offered an opportunity to get into very interesting spaces and build some interesting relationships. I want to ask about the type of albums that folks, if that's even kind of the way that people are thinking about things nowadays. I know Andy's got boho, and that's not an album per se. There's all sorts of different formats, but what kind of albums or projects do you have in the pipeline, and how might they remold, the way we engage with music and NFTs? Let's kick it over to Varun. It's in the pipe for you.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm coming from a non-music point of view, but in the end of the day, and first of all, Richard, that's amazing that you're able to, and you're right, you probably wouldn't make, in the traditional on Spotify, and they just literally pay you pennies. It's good that you fully monetize your true worth. That's the whole thing about these NFTs and this revolution that we're in. So as far as, the album, for us at The Hustle, we want to just empower the creatives, whether it's Busta's doing a new song, and try to do that as well. Great. And obviously now you take an e-liquid asset. Well, not really e-liquid, but instead of, it's just a different model, right? You can now take, whether it's the master album, someone, no matter where in the world they are, they can buy that, they can enjoy it, they consume it. that's our goal. That's just really the way it should be. And so we have plans, obviously, from our artists to do stuff like that. So, Tory Lanez was one of those, not from us, but like he kind of showed, wow, a lot of these are, especially in the hip world. Tory Lanez really opened up a lot of eyes, because I think he did about 1 million and stuff. Guys who are just like trying to emulate that, not just from monetary aspect, but just being able to sit on hard drive. There's some guys we have, producers, that have, on their hard drive thousands of songs unreleased, just sitting there collecting dust. Why not insize and put it into an LP, get it out there to the world, let their fans do? That's what I feel not only our company is going to do, but all of these companies should do.
Yeah, that's fascinating stuff. Curious to kick it over to Richard here. What do you got in the pipeline at present and in the future? Why don't we kick it over to Andy for the being, and then maybe we get Richard to join back in here. Andy, what got on the pipeline?
So in the pipeline, so this week actually we've got so for the Boho Bones community, anyone who bought the NFT has access to a loop library that's created by our team. They can then use that and commercialize it. They own the commercial rights to those tunes when they have a token. So our first thing on the horizon is a remix comp that ends this week. So they've been the first batch of token holders, the Gen 1, the first 1,500. All got access to a loop library, and they're doing a remix comp. The winner will get 1 ETH and then a couple of bones, and then it goes to, I think, 0.5 ETH for second place and 0.25 for third. So it's sort of really giving them a way to create and inspiring them to create. We'll then be dropping additional loot packs on them in the next couple of weeks to sort of, give them the opportunity to collaborate with other artists. We had Scott Page, who toured with Pink Floyd, was in Pink Floyd for years, and Supertramp and Toto. He was round here the other day recording a sax pack to drop to the Boho Bones community, so they can, create remixes of that. And it was mind blowing. I was sitting in the session with the headphones on, just I'd never heard anything sound so sweet before, in terms of just like a horn just bellowing out. And they'll get the only access to those loops and that library. No one else will have that except for the Boho holder. So we're giving them sort of exclusives, and then giving them the opportunity to create off the back of that and come up with some new cool song or piece of art or video that they can then do whatever they want with, release it, monetize it, however they choose to let it out into the universe or metaverse.
That's awesome. Yeah. I guess I probably would know that you're working with Scott Page, but there's so much going on. He's definitely a mutual connection at this point. Very good guy.
Such a busy space.
A great representative of how musicians, there's a certain faction of musicians that are also technologists, and it's really cool to see that cross-pollination of those worlds, especially within one personality. And Scott Page is one of those very personalities.
He's a musician and
Richard,
and a math.
No, go ahead, Andy.
Amazing. He's an amazing technologist. He's just been at the forefront of the cutting edge of technology since day one, since he was in Pink Floyd days. So, and he's still sort of on the cutting edge of NFTs. So fascinating to work with someone like that as well.
Wow.
Yeah, just follow that. We had him on the podcast early on in our sessions of podcast recordings, and he was just going on and on about the type of stuff he's planning on building. And I gotta say, there were certain points where I was like, is this really gonna happen? And he's doing it all, man. He's pulling it off. He's doing some really creative, groundbreaking stuff. Richard, I think we have you back. Let's hear about what's in your pipeline, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Perfect.
Cool. I was gonna say, what I learned was, interesting enough, it's such a new space, learning stuff. We're already not in the age of albums. I think it was a little, it was just it's just not unique, but like if I was to do it again, I might not release an album because the streaming platforms aren't really promoting albums anyway. It's all single based music world we live in anyways. So on the NFT side, I don't know if we really probably should just be continuing that model because people have ADD and people can't listen to full albums anyway. So that's kind of a little bit what I learned on the album side of things.
Yeah, that's definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's kind of like you know, I come from a different era, but it's like, oh, you had to print some CDs for a while, right? And although, you know, CDs, I'm sure are kind of in usage in some degree nowadays. People are probably more excited about vinyl at this point. Technology changes, formats change. It's really important to keep up with how things are. All right, let's hit the next topic I wanted to cover here. So music and NFTs are being integrated, and some people are kind of changing the format of concerts and events through that innovation. I don't know if you guys have had some or done in this space or seen some interesting things or even envisioned something. So look it around and again, something you've seen or you're doing or you envision in the future around concerts and events and NFTs. So let's hit Richard first. Richard, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm very excited. I think the metaverse in itself is an insane. Well, number one, what the access you can do with NFTs, with just providing utility and like free concert tickets and stuff like that, VIP passes, I think is really cool. But besides that part of just like in the actual metaverse and like VR chat in a sense, like when I saw that Fortnite video of Travis Scott performing for the first time, my mind was just completely blown. Like that's even possible to do. So I think that's very interesting, a place to go into. And I was lucky enough to get approached by the Superstar Fam, which is an awesome NFT project, which their model is they have like avatar PFPs, but what the whole model is, it's supporting up and coming artists, and their whole thing is centered around doing shows. So what happens is everybody who has an avatar, they get a ticket they get to vote on which artist they want to perform in their metaverse, and then everyone gets a ticket who owns the avatar. But then they also get a +1, and then that's the max that tickets allowed for that show. And then they can sell their +1. They get a profit from the +1. The artist gets a profit, and then both people win. So it was an interesting spin on like doing shows in the metaverse. I think it's a really empowering way for the community to be able to get engaged and pick artists to come perform. And then on the technical side, like so much stuff you can do in the metaverse that as technology gets greater, it's just so exciting to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for years and years, the metaverse has been in our vocabulary. And I think we're, just gradually moving into this future that's been envisioned. It's not exactly what we envisioned. Sometimes it's greater. Sometimes it's a little bit more complicated than we had thought, but certainly it is to folks like us. Andy, what are your thoughts on concerts and events coming up in NFT?
I mean, I think we're going to see NFTs really change the whole space for events. I mean, we're going to see it change the access to events. We're going to see, not just metaverse, but in real life. And I think, we could see it get rid of. We've got a few algorithms going through at the moment to get rid of stuff like scalping. By you can cap ticket limits and cap sale prices. Pretty simple stuff, and it can really put a big positive spin on the actual industry as well. From eliminating what's essentially cutting out their hardcore fans and getting to shows is having these tickets being sold at exorbitant prices. And I think, the blockchain solves all this stuff. NFTs solve all this stuff. So, I mean, I'm super excited about the event and ticketing space for NFTs. And I mean, for our boho community, we're working on some stuff to, have their boho actually be, the act with the QR to get into events and spaces. And would also like to see winners of our remix competitions get out there and play on some of the stages at festivals in real life and the metaverse. So a lot of that crossover, and I think it's incredible that there's a tool now that that we can do this with and have so much flexibility with as well.
Yeah, that is one of the kind of really fun things about blockchain technology is people are realizing that there's problems that they thought were unsolvable, that they're waking up one day and saying, hey, wait a sec, I think we'll be able to fix that. And I think ticketing is one of those, which there's going to be a ton of innovation. Varun, what are your thoughts on concerts and events and NFTs coming up?
Yeah, for me, I think it's exciting things, right? Now, I know the metaverse is opening up a whole new route for the artist to perform, right? But for me, it's exciting because it gives opportunity to those that may not have the means to typically go to a show. Maybe they live too remote. Maybe they're in an area where they just can't ever see their favorite stars, or maybe it's monetary backing to pay for a $40 ticket, but you have NFTs and you have the ability to do streaming shows, whether it's in the metaverse and pack people all around the world. The shows can sell these NFTs for a couple bucks, and you can do it on a massive quantity. And these artists now will be able to interact with their fans and give them access to their shows or to their private doings or web meetings, actual show and stuff like that. That's, to me, I want everyone to have an opportunity to enjoy their favorite idol, right? And I know the idols want to, it's those that can afford it. They want to be able to give it all, their creativity, their spirit, and that to me is exciting what the NFT can do. Obviously, we all know that the NFTs can facilitate the meet and greets and exclusive perks, and we're going to start seeing go digital. The NFTs are going to kind of take over live space, and Andy, I think that's cool with the competitions that you're doing. That's awesome.
Thanks, man.
Stage and at a festival. I mean, this is the world we live in. Opportunity to everywhere around the world to participate in events, and all. So.
Yeah, love those thoughts. It's interesting too, just seeing, people talking about, again, these things are evolving so quickly. People sort of just floating the idea of what blockchain can solve and NFTs can solve in these spaces maybe 5-6 months ago. And then just a few months later, somebody launching a platform where it's actually happening, very cool stuff. I'd like to deep dive a little bit with each of you on kind of what you're specializing in. So first I want to check in with Andy. I want to ask you why you chose to call Swim, for example, a social equity ecosystem, and dive in a little bit further on how you feel it empowers musicians.
Sure. I mean, I think a big reason why a lot of us got into the blockchain in the first place is, we saw that it gave us the power to control our transactions, our assets and our workflows. And I think a big part of us being a social equity ecosystem is we want to give the power back to the people, sort of the creators, to create their own transactional workflows, hold their own rights, manage all that process themselves without having labels or other companies or corporations trying to steal their rights or data. So for us, that was our reason for, that was our why, is to give the power back to the community and the creators. We call it a creator economy model, where we're not asking for people's rights or anything like that. We're asking to build a community that empowers others in that community. And I think that's what is so fascinating about blockchain and the NFT space as a whole. It is just really, you see a lot of these little communities that are trying to empower each other and others around. And I think we're going to see more and more of that, where you can like what Richard's done and made $30,000 towards his album. I mean, that kind of thing's unheard of without the power of kind of the blockchain and these tools where you can build the community and buzz around these releases and excitement. And I think that's why we do what we do, and that's why Swim is we call it the social equity ecosystem, is because it's giving that transactional control and rights control and power back to the users, rather than the sort of traditional Web 2 model, which is like suck your data and sell your soul kind of thing. This is, this is you control your destiny. And I think that's the beauty of the blockchain and NFTs when it's built like that.
Yeah, that's incredible. And the web in general, the different evolutions of it have brought these levels of personal empowerment to creators for sure. And then we've seen the ways that leaks out as well, and they lose that control. But we have gotten a certain degree so far, just having the internet and having independence. And this is just another level that's very exciting. Appreciate that you're a part of that, Andy. Varun, so we've learned you're not necessarily a musician, but you have a passion for helping empower musicians and creatives. Just tell us a little bit about how your NFT and blockchain expertise helps you empower others.
Yeah, so we're the hustle, right? And why did we choose the hustle? Because that term applies to if you're waking up and have a job, you're hustling to make a better life for yourself. If you're in the music business or you're creating, you're hustling to get your work out there. Every single person who wakes up and aspires to be anybody is hustling. So it's it's a term to understand, right? And it's a powerful term in my opinion. And for us at the hustle, and especially my job, is we take it for granted that we know what's going on in the NFT landscape. If you're in crypto, you're understanding, you understand what's going on. Maybe you're not as direct like myself, but you kind of see it. But majority of people still in the music world, still just, especially in the hip hop world, they just see, oh, what's this? Yeah, I can. That's maybe the basic point they know. But if they really get into it, into the then it's just so where we are still a matter of education, especially in the, as we call it, the normie world. They still don't get it. They're not going to get until people teach them, educate them. It's easy to spin up a MetaMask wallet. It's not easy to, figure out how to connect to Web3. You're going by gate. First of all, it's spin up a fiat gateway, but they don't even know what they're buying. So until we get more and more people educated about the power of NFTs, that it's not a fad, it's a revolutionary technology tool, which I like that word, tool utilized to disrupt not just music, then we get mass adoption, and then we go into the world that I think digital. And that's our job at the hustle, to empower creatives to know what's going on. They know, then give them the power to utilize what we taught them on our platform to go on it. And that's what we're in this space to do.
That's great. Yeah, it is one of those spaces where the deeper you dive, the more confidence that you get that there's a foundation here that's going to last a very long time. Richard, I want to ask you about Land Vault and your collaboration with Land Vault. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, 100%. So my first project into the NFT space, I was very lucky, was the Bored Apes. And I think they did a very good job in providing utility. And, kind of just instead of just releasing an album or releasing art, they released it with a bunch of cool perks and a bunch of cool stuff you can do with it. And I think that's what really made it click for my head, like what the power of NFTs could be. So when I went to go do my album, I definitely wanted to, include as much utility as I could, make it as good for the collector, the person who's supporting me and my music. So what we did was we partnered with Land Vault, which is an amazing company that buys land in the metaverse and Sandbox, a bunch of those types of places where they're building out, and they develop the land for you practically. So I know they have partnerships with a bunch of big NFT companies. We partnered with them. They're building a game called The Hunt, which is going to be kind of like a scavenger hunt game. And what I did with my album was every single song comes with a key, which gives you access to their game. And what you can do is you can either sell the key, you can play the game, or you can sell the key and still keep my album. And when they release their game, it's going to be there's like 3 different levels. I know this is a lot of info. There's 3 different levels, and some of the levels will cost more than my songs costed. So hopefully, it'll be really good for the people who supported me. That's the plan. It was pretty much seeing how can we provide as much utility, with these songs. And we got very lucky that Lambalt wanted to partner with us because they're an amazing company. And just super grateful to have worked with them. And I think that's what really NFTs are. It's just how it's one thing to own them and, get financially, good off them. It's another thing to, how we say, like, access to free shows, to your idols, or all these other utilities that come with it. That's really, I think, where the power comes from once you identify, ownership of things.
Yeah, that's really cool. And this is reminding me why NFT is such a beautiful space for musicians and creative people, because in essence, it's its own creative domain. And you have a lot of room to try new ways of mixing and mashing things and putting them together. So I really appreciate you taking those steps to, add your own creativity, not just musically, but as well as kind of what can NFTs do and expanding that domain. We've got about 10 minutes left, so we might hit like 1 or 2 more questions here. Want to put one out to the group real quick. Strong communities and engagement, they seem to be central to the most impactful NFT projects. Richard, you mentioned Bored Apes. I'm curious, what is going on with what you all are tapping into as far as communities, different NFT wallets, DAOs, and just ways that you engage with community, for example, on Discord or other avenues. So I'll kick it over to Varun. Tell us about communities and NFTs and what you're seeing.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the community is everything. That's what runs an NFT. And as Richard's saying, Bored Apes did an amazing job creating amazing, that's why the punks did so well, because, maybe last year I honestly didn't realize the power of community in the NFT world. If I did, I would have bought one at $5. But the world is like, if you have a community of loyal supporters, you'll be the ones to make your project grow. And at the end of the day, if you don't have that support, you're kind of going to if you have a sort of avatar project where the end goal is to create where everyone's sharing your same beliefs, right? So anyone getting into music spaces, especially a musician and an artist, and I tell artists who work, for instance, he knew nothing about crypto, and they said to him, listen, if you want to get a part of this thing, you can't just look at it as a money grab. You can't do it as like, oh, this person, you have artists who've done that and been complete duds. Because the NFT world's smarter than that. They know, this guy is just going to be a money grab, but they don't care. You need to integrate. You need to basically speak language. That's what you need to do if you really want to. It's constantly evolving, and that comes down to a multi-million-dollar artist all around the world to be local on the community, and it's imperative you do so. So at the hustle, like I said, we educate not only the world about what's going on in the average collector, but also the artist themselves. Really understand you want to seriously get into it. We do Twitter Spaces every Wednesday or Thursday, and if you're going to do a drop on our site, you have to go on there. Last week we had this week we had Carl TV. The TV is a big producer. You got to force yourself out. The only thing you got to do, but it's a start. And so collectible. Communities, everything. Telegram, just with those that make it worthwhile.
Cool. Yeah, definitely agreed. And we use the concept DAO, DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, but there's this sort of Taoist concept of just sort of like letting go of the self and giving into the greater energy, right? And I think that's very interesting, in the music space in general, especially here with NFTs. Let's hear from Richard here. Tell us a little bit about your experience with communities and
I think this is actually really interesting because my parents are from Russia, and so they grew up in a communist. Technically, it wasn't communism, and at all. really. But the reason that it's interesting is because America has been fed this, kind of lie that communism doesn't work, people looking out for each other doesn't work, capitalism is the best kind of method, and that's it. So it's just very interesting that it just clicked to me. A DAO is literally just another word for like a communist organization. In reality, not the way that America's been, showed what communism is. I'm saying like true Karl Marx communism. But besides that point, I think that community is at the foundation of the NFT space. I mean, you could see it like when a project comes in with bots or someone comes in like a money grab, as Varun was saying, the community does not stand for that. They kick them out. I think people are pretty, privy to what we're trying to build here. People are coming together and realizing that this is much bigger than just a couple dollars here and there. I think that this definitely has the, the like foundation to change the world and change so many people's lives that, as long as we have that clear vision ahead, like it can happen. I mean, we can literally like get people in third world countries to start having like livable lives practically with this. So I think if people just hone in on that community, it could definitely change the world.
Beautiful. Yeah, much agreed. We're going to be wrapping up pretty soon here. So I'm just getting an answer on this community question from Andy, and then we'll hit up everyone for how we can, follow up with you afterwards. Andy, what are your thoughts on community?
Yeah, I mean, in the NFT world, I mean, community is everything. So it's, it's got to be nurtured like your favorite garden plant. I think, they've got to grow with you and vice versa. I mean, I think there's got to, you've got to have the community, give them opportunity to grow, from whether it be a musical sense, personal sense, a community sense, a financial sense potentially, but that's definitely not the first one we put on our radar. It's more just continually feeding them opportunity to grow amongst each other and with us. And yet really without community, you don't have a project, or you don't have a product, or you don't have an NFT. I mean, you need to just nurture them, love them, keep them going. I think you see a bit of pump and dump stuff in this space, and I think we'll see that clear out eventually. And it will just really have that super community focus that it's really built upon.
Beautiful. All right, cool. We got a minute or two last, so let's just go around and everybody tell us where people can go to find out more about what you're working on. Andy, let's kick it back to you, and then we'll go to Varun and Richard. Andy,
sure.
Where can people find out more about you?
You can head to swimchain.io or bohobones.com, and we just put pretty regular updates there. We've got some new exciting things coming up for the Boho Bones. This weekend we've got a DJ party you can tune into on Sunday night, I think around 7 p.m. Pacific time. So that'll be announced on the Boho Bones NFT Twitter as well. That's the other place you can catch us. Beautiful.
Varun, go ahead.
So you can find us at thehustle.io, _hustle. We're very active. On and Telegram especially, and we have a Discord as well. We're having a drop day by Spiff TV, a producer, legendary producer in the Latin market, and we just have a lot of stuff coming up. So definitely come by, say hi. I'm in the Telegram all the time, so feel free to shoot me a message anytime.
Awesome. And Richard, where can we find out more about you?
Yeah, definitely. You can find me just on my Instagram or Twitter, just Rich, my name short, and Wagner, my last name, Wagner. And then I have like my Discords or websites on my bio. It's all of that.
Cool. Short and sweet. Well, it's been a great session here today. We've been talking about how musicians are finding value in NFTs. And, that goes beyond musicians to fans and, people who support the music community in all sorts of ways. I can see that there's a lot to be excited about, and like anything that's exciting, some sort of unknowns in the future that we can all help co-create. Very exciting. Thanks again to our panelists for joining us today. I'm Ethan Janney, co-host of Edge of NFT, a podcast you can check out at edgeofnft.com. And I guess we'll call it a day. Thanks for joining us, everyone out there.
Great chatting, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you guys. And also, if you guys didn't see kind of like the code in the chat earlier, like we'll be releasing them throughout the day. Once again, that was Gala Games. That's their new upcoming game, Spider Tanks, which we're releasing 15 tanks. So some of them are going to be used in the Gleam giveaway, and some of them are going to be showcased on live stream. Once again, for the ones that didn't get it, it's only one code per redemption, so it's basically fast hands. You snooze, you lose. But at the same time, there'll still be a lot more opportunities on there for you guys to kind of be able to receive these. Also, so we actually have the next panel, and let's go ahead and start getting them closer on the stage. It's going to be with Josh Kratz, Jeff Kelly, Mike Hill, and also Andrew Schiffman from Rally as well.
Okay, amazing. Guys, welcome to NFT Con with the panel entitled The Use of NFTs for Concerts and Events. We have an amazing lineup of panelists today. I'm Jeff Kelly. I'm going to be the moderator from the Edge of NFT podcast, one of the co-hosts over there. I'm really excited to jump into this panel today. I want to do a quick around the horn, 30-second intro of who you are and where you're from, what you're up to, and then we'll dive into some questions. So let's do that. Let's start with Mike Hill.
Hi there. My name's Mike. As you just said, I'm based out of Hong Kong. I'm the CEO of a company called Magnetic Asia. We're an events business. We run festivals, a number of festivals in Hong Kong. We also do concerts, and we're also a technology company as well. So we build software for the events industry, ticketing largely, but a whole bunch of other things, including some new stuff that's coming, which we'll talk about later.
Very nice. Andrew, how about you?
Hi, good morning. Andrew Schiffman, originally from London, living in New York. I've been in the music space for over 20 years. Obviously worked festivals like the Warped Tour, the Mayhem Fest, and Coachella. Primarily been in programming and curation, a long time at MTV. Also working every award show out of that space. And most recently, music partnerships at Rally, which is a crypto NFT platform launching, creator coin social tokens for creators. So looking forward to the conversation.
All right. And Josh, how about you?
Hey there. How are you, Jeff? Josh Katz, founder of Yellow Heart. So at Yellow Heart, we're building NFT ticketing, NFT community tokens, and we have an NFT music marketplace. Our main focus right now is the launch of our NFT ticketing, which we just started in September. And, we already have 2 on sales going, one for Dreamverse, which is MetaPurse's event at NFT NYC, which is going to be off the charts as an event. And the other one for Scope Art Fair at Miami, which is the 2nd largest art fair at Miami Art Week behind Art Basel. But really working on the adoption of NFTs as tickets right now, really my main focus.
Exciting stuff, guys, all around. All right, well, let's dive into it. All right, the concert and event going experience really hasn't changed much in the last decade or two, really before lockdowns hit. What's broken about concerts and events, and how can NFTs help solve problems and create a better experience for everybody involved? Mike, let's start with you.
Okay, so we can start with the really sort of, I think often people talk about the challenges that we face. We end up getting into ticketing, right? So, and we normally, when we talk about ticketing, we start talking about issues related to ticket touts and those kind of problems. And we're normally talking with respect to the sellout events, which, unfortunately, that's not the majority of event organizers, right? Most people who are organizing events are struggling to sell tickets. That's just the nature of being an event organizer. It's tough, right? So you want to be finding, so what if you ask most event organizers what they want? They want to sell more tickets, right? But also, what is the punter, or what is the person who wants to go to events? What do they want? They want to know that stuff's going on, right? So we got to find better ways of connecting those two entities together. People creating great events and people who want to go to events. And so the blockchain NFT creates opportunity for us to really engage with fans and create platforms that allow the fans to become members of a community and to really engage with those events, with those fans in a completely different way, which can then build out communities and build out loyalty and etc. So I think these are things that we can, there's the obvious things that are going to happen with NFTs and ticketing. We can talk about, and I'm sure we will, right? But I think there's opportunities there that where we should really focus on the guys who haven't got it easy, the guys who are creating brilliant events, but they want to sell more tickets, right? Because that's what we all want to do.
Well, Josh, I know you're knee deep in the middle of a huge one right now. What are your thoughts on this, man? What do you think is broken about this space, and how can NFTs change it?
So, there's so many things that NFTs could change. What's broken is debatable based on who you ask. Certain people think that the current system is perfect. So, and the way it works is the way it's meant to work, and it's the way that things default, because of human nature. But at the end of the day, the thing that, at Yellowheart, we really focus on, and I know that, Rowley's focusing on, and, I'm sure Mike's company is the fan, and, the person who actually really matters at the end of the day. I mean, you have the artist, you have the fan, and then you have the entire infrastructure to make these events work. And that's where things start to get a little bit, wobbly. But at the end of the day, the pureness that the artist brings, the pureness that the fan brings is never changed. It's unwavering, and it's the same. And you just have your different levels of artistry. You have people that are just starting off that need help with a following. You have people that have grown and built followings. You also have people that have built followings, but they're not as big, like Mike was suggesting, around needing to fill seats. So you have a lot of issues going on within an industry, and, NFTs at the core, really looking at a programmable contract, starting with the fact that you could set rules on how the money works, because that's super important. And then the ability to create additional content, additional added incentives, other utilities, to create a much more enhanced experience, where the ticket used to just be like here's an opportunity to stand in line, come in with a barcode, and then that's it. Find your seat, you're done, the ticket dies. Now it could become so much more ahead of the event, where you're getting offers, whether it's from cool brands or the artist or various other people that, or things that, you might discover. You're in the event, and we've all been in an event where you could see empty seats in front of you and wonder, why could I sneak up there? But maybe now you could just upgrade, access to better, perks in the venue, and the ability to kind of find them, discover them, and actually use them, where, you have, potentially NFTs giving you bonus admission into clubs and into lounges and into other things as they build cooler, better venues with better, food options and better food and beverage. And I'm talking about on a large scale. On the small scale, the ability to really just sell direct tickets to your fans and have a clear view of who's attending your shows, and potentially monetizing them on what we call long tail, which is, post show, where if you go see a show, the next morning you wake up, you're like, that was amazing, but that's it. Doesn't have to be it. A lot of the things that we're working on is continuing that fan journey to the next show, or to the friend show, or, through another experience. So I think there's just so much opportunity here. It's the tip of the iceberg. For me, it's about just more people entering the space. So just more brains are kind of working on cool stuff.
Yeah, no, for sure. Andrew, I mean, gosh, everything that Rowley's doing connects the creators with their fans. I think it's such an innovation in what is happening right now. I mean, what say you? What do you think is broken about the space today, and how can NFTs change that?
Yeah, I mean, everything Mike and Josh have been saying, I feel like we all speak the same language, right?
Yeah.
But really, it's knowing who's buying the ticket and having that one-on-one relationship. There's so many comp tickets, radio promo tickets, label bulk buys and giveaways. And really, those are almost the super fans that want to invest in a contest, but who knows if the artist can ever really know who is buying that ticket, versus if you're buying it from Ticketmaster or something. So allowing you to have access to emails, who is buying a ticket, especially scalpers. The recent Ed Sheeran announcement that he's going to be selling tickets for a France show using blockchain technology, I think is genius. And what was also interesting, there was not one mention of NFTs on that story, which was crazy, right? But Ali's definitely using creator coins to, give pre-sale access to concerts, allowing the super fans to be able to purchase first, and then utilize NFTs and experiences to really enhance that experience, exactly as Josh and Mike were saying.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff, guys. Well, let's talk COVID for a second, because in the last year and a half or so has been pretty wild, and the impact on the space seems to have been really insane. And so it really seems like it's been an accelerant in a lot of ways for adoption, development. There's the NFTs themselves, virtual events, AR, VR, but it also had presented some challenges, I think, right? So you have masks and social distancing, vaccine and test requirements, all kinds of contingency planning. Guys, how did COVID change things for your business? Let's start with you, Josh.
Well, for me, it's pretty dramatic because we had finished our MVP ticketing product at the end of 19, and we entered beta in Q1 of 2020. And we're a New York City-based company, and COVID hit hard the first week of March. We closed our office March 9th and literally never went back to work. And by actually the end of June, we had furloughed our entire company. So I was the only one left standing in summer of 2020 at Yellow Heart. Luckily, our chief product officer, our CTO, other people are partners in the company, and they're, kind of stuck through it, and we rode through it, and we literally built our music marketplace and started launching NFTs in 21. So it drastically changed our business. We literally went to zero, and we were, I think our trajectory pre-COVID would have been a lot different because there was only a very, very small group of people that understood the significance of what we were building before COVID. And 18 months later, it's a much larger, level of understanding around how powerful NFT ticketing is and how it is the future. And, the adoption, I think, will be much quicker. So drastically changed our business.
Yeah, wow, it sounds like it. Andrew, how about you?
Yeah, I think COVID accelerated everything with NFTs and blockchain to the general population. Obviously, there was a very small percentage that were kind of aware of blockchain technology and crypto investors, but I think Clubhouse and people at home really educated people in the space of NFTs and blockchain, and really setting up the ticketing, because those conversations were talked about so early on about, oh, wouldn't it be amazing if we could have an NFT as a concert ticket, and the different things and applications that you can put on that NFT for experiences and access and whatever it is. So fast forward to today, where everything's kind of been worked out and talked about and new technologies have been developed, we're really starting to see that go in effect now, versus it could have taken an extra 6 months or year. Big up to Josh, the Kings of Leon. I know you kind of got into that early with really one of the first mainstream, launches that still talked about in every NFT kind of conversation now. So I think COVID kind of helped accelerate with the use of platforms like Clubhouse and everything else.
Definitely some needle moving elements to it. Mike, how about you?
Well, we've had a journey. Ours started before you guys, because we had the political unrest. So 2019, we cancelled our festival, which we call Clock and Flat, which we've been running for. At that point, that would have been our 13th year, and so we had to cancel that. And then obviously COVID kicked off. So we spent a lot of time soul searching, figuring out what we're doing. And in the process of doing that, we've launched a whole raft of new initiatives and businesses. So we're busy in the process building our Clock and Flap XR, which is our video game experience. So you can go to our festival in the digital world, create an avatar and go to multiple stages. You've all seen it before. That's obviously going to be very much heavily linked to what we're launching this year as well, which is our NFT platform and an NFT studio. really focused heavily on content. So we've done this in partnership with another company here called Sun Entertainment. They make films, they do lots and lots of concerts, much like us, in the region. So that would never have happened without COVID. We would have never have come together, right? We were sort of doing our own thing. We did international stuff, they did local stuff, and COVID has pulled us together, and we've gone soul searching, looking for opportunities, and NFT and XR as what's been born out of that. So we're gonna, at the end of this year, we launched this marketplace and an NFT studio, which is really focused on searching out great content, great artists in the region, and pulling them together and creating collaborations. And then obviously then we launch into doing all sorts of other things with NFTs, which related to building our membership platform and building multiple XR experiences. And so none of this would have happened without COVID. We'd have been busy building ticketing systems for venues and running concerts and events, right? And now we're blockchain geeks, So
it is amazing, guys, just across the board, the everything you just talked about, right? That all happened over the last really 18 months, and the growth that we've seen in that time is amazing. For all the bad that COVID created, it created this opportunity as well, and it's so interesting to see where we are now and also where we can go on the back of that innovation. You guys both mentioned this. It's really an important element of all the conversations we have in the space, and that's community, right? Strong communities and engagement are really central to the most impactful NFT projects. Are you all tapping into tech like NFT wallets, connecting to DAOs, nurturing community through active Discord channels or other channels for that matter? What kind of ways are you guys involving your community in your plans? Let's start with you, Andrew.
Well, as you may or may not know, Rally is really a community-run network. So they really, if there's new technology or kind of bots that might want to be created to link your, Rally account to Discord or to a Twitch stream, the community can actually build that, and Rally will pay for that. So we really want to encourage the community to definitely build and be part of the growth of Rally among a lot of other decisions. We're really a community focused platform with our creators, so we're looking to build integrations in wherever the fans are. We don't want to educate and bring the fans to another platform, right? So if fans are hanging out in Discord, we'll gate experiences for coin holders. So something that we did with Portugal the Man was we had a VIP Discord room where we gated special access if you held 20 coins or more. And there's ongoing experiences. You can have a guitar lesson or a private chat. So there's stuff like that. So as we mentioned before, we want to go beyond that first initial drop and announcement. We really want to set a plan and a strategy for the community.
Makes a ton of sense. Yeah, community is so important. Mike, how are you guys viewing that? How are you involving community in your plans?
So obviously, as a ticketing company and as a festival business, both Sun and ourselves, we have very, very large audiences. Hundreds of thousands of active people that are our fans already, and we understand most of them are very much in the dark when it comes to the blockchain and NFTs, etc. So for us, it's critical for us to build platforms and build accessibility that bridges that gap between their normal experience of whether it be ticketing or membership or getting digital souvenirs. We need to make sure that this is intuitive and easy for them, and then using that then to introduce them to this new world. And so obviously using those existing communities that we have, but respecting the fact that they are not aware of things like MetaMask and an NFT. What's an NFT? Why do they need? We didn't need to know what TCP/IP was when we were building the internet, right? It was what is an NFT? Who cares, right? It's a souvenir. It's a piece of digital content. It's something that I can own and take away. So that's what we're really, really focused on at the moment, is how we can, and that's something that we as a company have done all the way through building our festivals, is being audience focused, respecting our audience and understanding what they want and how they want to interact with what we're doing. And then from that, we can then slowly build out this new type of community. And obviously doing things within our XR world is going to be interesting, because there's going to be a lot of these kids that get that world, right? And obviously our big challenge is to get the guys, you know, maybe like sort of my age who maybe aren't gamers and get them into that world, and then get them buying NFTs in an XR type environment and trading XRs and trading NFTs. That's when we've been successful in our community, right?
Yeah, building community and reaching beyond the borders of just the people that know about crypto or about the technical elements of NFTs, right? So important, those integrations you were talking about, Andrew, right? Yeah, so much to that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I rather rudely call them crypto nerds, right? So,
right,
we've got to get beyond the crypto nerds, which I am one of them. But yeah, we've got to get beyond it.
As are we all, I think, at this point.
Yes,
So Josh, we're talking about the importance of strong communities, and we were just asking the panel about the ways in which you're involving communities in your plans. So how are you doing that at Yellowheart?
Well, it's a great question, because we think about community as everything. It's literally the number one, point on almost every discussion we have, because, particularly around music, live events, we think it's all community driven. It's about, letting people meet each other, being able to put people that have the same likes in the same place and having that relationship bud beyond. So we're constantly thinking about it. And to us, one of the biggest tools we've had, of course, is Discord, which just seems to be changing the game. And, as a ticketing company, there's something that kind of goes unknown to the general public, is that close to 20% of tickets sold require customer service of some extent. And you might not realize that, but it's a huge number. It's a huge number. So we have been putting a tremendous amount of thought around all of this and what this looks like and how it feels and what the ad experience is. And we think it's all about community. And we watched in our Discord as, fans, people who have come in and bought our NFTs and had, a question around their MetaMask or their Yellowheart wallet or whatever it is, having other fans answering their questions and helping them and reposting links and reposting videos. And, the community is bigger than ever. Social media 1.0 with, your Facebook, Twitter, all of these things has been incredible. Clubhouse through, COVID, and now, building, these Web3 properties that really embrace community and allow interaction on a different level is pretty amazing, where the world is just getting smaller and, you're meeting people and having friends everywhere. And it's just been a progression. If you think pre-COVID around, influencers and people traveling and making money, taking pictures of themselves on beaches and in front of beautiful, food and things like that. And it's just accelerating. Now it's all about community building. It's just really 1, 2, and 3 is community to us. So we think about it nonstop. I want to mention one thing to Andrew, which you'll appreciate, is that, I was involved in launching Portugal the Man on Rally. And at the time, I went in Discord right when we launched it, and I said to everyone in Discord, what do you guys want? And they just told us. And everything we've done on that project has literally just been what do you guys want to the fans? And we've given them what they want. It's really been a pretty simple equation,
Yeah.
Talk to your fans and listen. That's it.
It's important to know the fans and know where they are. And, a lot of these new crypto platforms, they're making it really easy for fans to get involved if they don't really know much about crypto. With an easy credit card swipe, you can kind of create a wallet and have some coin or an NFT. I've bought NFTs on platforms in seconds using a credit card swipe. Yes, that's a very intro way, versus, transacting from a MetaMask wallet to another wallet using ETH and all that stuff. But they're making it really easy for communities and educating them as well, because this is the future of, one, digital ownership, and two, financial transactions. I really believe my kids are going to grow up not really using physical cash. They're using cards now, and they're like 11 and 14. So I think crypto and digital currency is definitely very, very close in the future of just transacting around.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I always say when people talk about some of just the pure kind of fun, whether it's the profile picture NFTs or other just pure fun NFTs with no other real utility, like what's the purpose of those? What's the what's the idea behind those? And for me, I've been seeing this thread where there's a meta function to that, and that's to bring people into the space, right, through fun and just enjoyment and whimsy. It's really what that's about to me. It's getting people familiar with the space and getting involved with it, and it's all community driven. So
I mean, some of that's a status too, right? If you have one of those bored apes and that's your profile pic, you're like, look at me, I have one of those rare commodities or a crypto pump, so
yeah,
there is kind of
you know what? Bored Ape just announced a series of events in New York over Halloween weekend. And I'm really curious to see how they transform this community in a physical nature now that they've created membership cards that are tradable. So this is going to be, it's an amazing use case. We're actually working on a similar project around music that, tell you the truth, we've taken a lot of cues from them. They're clearly the pioneers here. So I'm dying to see how this New York event goes off.
Oh, wow.
And that's what we're really excited about doing because we have the festivals and the concerts already, is that ability to create that connection between doing collectibles, but fundamentally creating what we calling club cards, right? So you get a club card, and that club card is something that allows you. You can buy as many of them as you want, but I mean, imagine if you buy 6 club cards, and that club card has some kind of benefit when you come to the festival, and you can upgrade it, and there's airdrops, and you can power it up, and then it has value because it persists, as you say, after the event, right? And you can be a member of Clock and Flat for forever, and then you could get the one that's got the VIP tickets for life baked in, and then you can sell that on the secondary market because we're never doing that again, So that's that creating that interface between the blockchain and the real world and the virtual world is really what we're excited about, and think that's so it's really cool to hear that the Bored Ape guys are also actually going to do something in the physical world as well.
Guys, the synergies between your companies are like through the roof. It's crazy. Let's shift gears just a little bit, fellas. So we know that governments and jurisdictions are paying more and more attention to crypto and NFTs. Has government and regulations around crypto, live events, communications, similar categories impacted your businesses? Mike, let's start with you.
Specifically related to the cryptocurrencies?
Well, I think as it relates to Magnetic Asia and, government oversight, regulation, government involvement.
I mean, we're living in the most crazy times here in Hong Kong. It's really hard to know where to start. I mean, because things have, we've got a new law, a national security law has come in recently due to things that have changed with regards to the situation here. We're in the middle of COVID. The borders are closed. If I leave, I've got to go into quarantine for 3 weeks. So it's quite hard to know where to start with all of that, really. Yeah. So the sort of government, I mean, all of this will wash out, and we'll go back to normal. And I guess things will, we'll see where we are. But yeah, we're in a different world right now. So it's hard to really know where to start with that.
Sounds a little overwhelming. Yeah.
A little bit, yeah, definitely, yes. Regulations related to things to do with the space that we're talking about today. It's pretty okay. It's pretty relaxed, Singapore's the sort of holy grail for this stuff. That's a great place to be doing this kind of business. Here is okay. Not sort of a bit of uncertainty, but we'll see how it goes, right? But yeah, Singapore's the place, really.
Yeah, right. Josh, how about on your end, man? Josh, you with us, buddy?
Yeah, I am. What was that? I'm sorry.
Yep. No, I was asking on your end, has government involvement, regulations around crypto or, communications like FCC stuff, other categories impacted you?
Not directly at all, actually. I mean, we are using blockchain technology to enhance an industry. We're not doing anything around, financial or, anything in that world. So no, and we are not doing any business in Asia.
So there you go. Andrew, how about on your end?
Yeah, I'd say same. I mean, obviously, government and certain companies are looking at crypto for the amount of money that it's brought in over the last year with NFTs. But I think platforms just have to be secure and really know where they can go and make sure everything's buttoned up. But it's interesting seeing some of the mainstream global platforms like TikTok now selling NFTs. So, does that put more legality, or does that change the game for this space being a decentralized space? So I think a lot of those places and a lot of the major labels that are still trying to figure out how they can get involved with this space, and in terms of who owns the brand of the artist and song rights, and that's the whole another conversation. But I think there's that kind of goes into that industry government of how they're still trying to navigate and work in this space.
Yeah, I think for investors, there's like some reticence in some cases because of everything they hear in the news, right? Or for larger brands, some reticence to enter the space. There's some uncertainty around that. Maybe they even remember, some of the fallout from what happened in 2017 and 2018 from a regulatory perspective. And I think what we've found with all the people we talk to, like on Edge of NFT and talking to you, is that it really is not something that has heavily impacted a lot of the businesses that are out there creating real value, building community, and operating as real businesses with forethought and good intentions. So I think that's a good message. Don't let the idea of some kind of government oversight or regulation or uncertainty stop you from innovating and creating value.
Mm-hmm.
So guys,
and sorry, just onto that. I mean, I think obviously the DeFi side of things is where we've got to be careful that we don't get drawn into the regulation that's going to come out of that, right? And hopefully we can manage to separate ourselves somewhat from that space. But I think that's going to be challenging going forwards, because the regulators are going to find it hard technically to understand the difference between different types of smart contracts and securities and such like. And I think really that's where it's going to get challenging, and we're going to have to really stand up for ourselves, right, through that process, and be able to be really clear, crystal clear about the difference between a derivatives futures contract versus something that we're creating that's representing artists and such like. That's going to be really challenging, I think.
Great point. So guys, when we think about platforms and how they develop over time, right? You look at Yellow Heart and Rally, which are really built from the ground up as crypto native platforms. You look at Magnetic Asia, that's been a significant player in events for many, many years, long before NFTs really started to make waves. What do you guys see as the pros and cons of building an NFT native platform from the start versus incorporating NFTs into an already established company? Let's start with you, Josh.
Well, I think that it's really the same across any technology. And we've seen this with web, we've seen it with mobile, we're seeing it with Web3, where when you try to put a circle into a square, it doesn't always fit. And at the end of the day, you're better off just, building from the ground up always. In the case of Yellow Heart, we started building or coding really in 18, and the biggest thing for us was to be not distracted. And when you're at these larger corporations and you have an existing working product, and then you try to change it, it doesn't always get the attention it deserves. It's often difficult to build something retrofit that fits into something that's in motion working, so I've always just thought, for me, building projects from scratch really give you exactly what you want. They're more efficient, and the outcome in most cases seems to be, better.
Andrew, how about with Rally?
Yeah, I mean, Josh brings up some great points. Rally's been building this platform for about 4 years, right? So the NFT space was something obviously always that was going to come to fruition, but that just launched about a month ago. So, they've really been successful in creating, digital, currency for creators and integrating themselves into other platforms. It's hard to launch an NFT on OpenSea and think it's going to sell out and you're going to grow a community and fan base. You still have to do the work and bring in the fans. And, if your community is on Instagram or Discord, that's where you have to be and promote, right? So, Rally isn't necessarily a platform. It really wants to create these tools for you to go and integrate into other platforms where your fans are. What I love about the NFT side of Rally is it's, as everything's built under the RLY token, which is also on a Coinbase, there's gasless and free minting. So it's very environmentally friendly, and it allows coin holders to create that NFT marketplace. And again, just go where your fans are and educate them on what you're offering and experiences and everything like that. So
yeah, so these guys are building Rally and Yellowheart from that NFT native, that crypto native perspective. Mike, what's it like from the other side of the coin?
Well, we already have a big audience, as we said already, right? So we're already a very established ticketing company. We sell our software to big casinos, big venues, they sell millions of tickets a year, right? So our challenge is to find interesting and new ways to bring that NFT world to those people. So obviously, we're looking at things like how do we change the way that people consume souvenirs. So we're creating, NFT souvenirs from those events, but also we're building from the ground up. That's what we've done many times. So hence why we're building a new platform, which is our NFT platform. But also our game was built from the ground up. But at our heart, we're systems integrators. That my technology background, we're systems integrators. We're connecting stuff up. That's what we do, right? We look, there's a whole bunch of APIs. We create APIs and we just connect shit up, right? So for us, that's just our bread and butter. There's a CRM, there's a ticketing company, there's a travel agent, there's a etc. We're just consuming APIs and building stuff to join it up. So then the NFTs and the souvenirs and the platform and XR, it's just another place for us to be able to connect stuff up, right? So yeah, to us it's just business as usual, really.
Right. Yeah. I think maybe it comes down to perspective, right? Or even entrepreneurial organization, an integrative group, open-minded, that iterates over time, right? Whether you're starting from scratch or whether you're taking that established community, which is so valuable, right? And growing from there, versus a behemoth brand that is slow moving and isn't innovative, right? You can see a lot of those out there. Well, guys, we only have a couple minutes left, and I wanted to do an around the horn real quick and just see, what's the next big project on the horizon for you, and where can people go to learn more about what you're working on? Let's start with you, Andrew.
Yeah, so obviously, till some launches are concrete, I can't really throw out any names, but Rally is constantly looking on launching coins in every area, whether it's music or influencers, gamers, etc. So just look for continuous announcements on projects like that. I'm working on a few big music ones, so hopefully those can be announced soon. And also integrations, as I was saying, into other platforms, whether it's something like Telegram or Airtime or wherever the fans are starting to hang out. We want to offer integrations for Rally transactions in those areas as well. So look for a lot of those. Rally is rally.io is the website, and the information's there. So
perfect. I appreciate that. Mike, how about you?
So hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be launching our the NFT platform called Sunny Side Up, and you'll be able to go there and check out the collections that we've been curating and pulling together. The curation is the big thing for us. The content curation, so working with artists and that we know well, that can deliver the quality of NFT that we believe that audiences should be offered, right, rather than necessarily the sea of everything. And so yeah, Sunny Side Up is a big thing we're going to launch, and then and also fingers crossed, end of November we'll launch Clock and Flap XR. So, and that will then become a regular occurrence. You'll be able to come to our events increasingly regularly, and yes, we've got some very interesting collaborations from your part of the world, actually, that will be on offer in Clock and Flap XR when we launch it in November. So,
and where should people go to follow you?
So clockandflap.com is our festival, clockandflapxr.com, and then sunnysideup.io, which is got a blank page at the moment, but it won't very soon. So
perfect. Okay, great. Josh, how about you?
So a lot going on at Yellow Heart. First and foremost is our ticketing platform is, operational and has been launched. So right now there are tickets on sale for Dreamverse, which is MetaPurse's event during NFT MIC, which I encourage everyone to check out. Very cool NFT tickets. We also have tickets on sale for Scope Art Fair at Miami Art Week during Art Basel, and those are 10 unique artists, all contemporary artists who have, given us art and all share in, the purchase of those tickets, which is very cool. And we have a lot of partnerships that will be getting announced. A lot of very big artists who are coming with NFTs that we're, in cycle with now. One that's upcoming, I'm super excited about, is we did a collab with Romero Brito and DJ White Shadow, which is going to be pretty awesome, where these guys did 10 works that Romero, who's just a legend, Miami-based artist, did these like incredible animated works, his first ever animated works, and DJ White Shadow did an entire soundtrack. Shadow, who is, producer of Lady Gaga, recently did Pitbull's record, A Star Is Born, he did that. Genius producer, just put this entire soundtrack album together around that, and it just is kind of melding art and music, and I think it's a very, very cool use case of two major people from different walks of life kind of coming together and doing this project. It's something that I've been working on for a while, the team's been working on, the artists have been working on, so really excited about that. And we're going to announce that momentarily, and that you can check that out at yellowheart.io or yh.io.
Amazing. Wow. All of you guys have so many cool things happening. I'm going to keep close watch on all of those websites and everything you're up to. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. And of course, to NFTCon for bringing this amazing group together. On behalf of the Edge of NFT podcast, I hope you've enjoyed today's panel. Thanks for sharing this time with us today.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Oh, of course I'm mute. Of course, we won't be a live stream if I'm not on mute either as well. But welcome back, everybody. Let's see. We got the NFT drops going on, and then we have the next upcoming talk happening to strategies with music NFT releases. But just like a quick heads up too, let me do the quick screen share here for everybody that is on as well. NFT drop. Give me one quick second, everybody. So if you go to nftcon.co/NFT drop, you can find our NFTs that we're giving out. So we saw a little preview here with, Frank Miller. Frank Miller is doing a little collab with Gala Games. So that's super, super exciting as well. We have that going on. Gala Games actually has a lot of stuff going on throughout their upcoming launches for the games as well. So we're happy to be part for the Shark Tanks, Townstar, and others as well too. If you haven't followed also to us on Twitter, we're on twitter.com/NFT_con. Give us a little shout out there too. Having a little technical difficulties here getting our NFT drops. Let's see, nftcon.co/NFT drop. And then we're getting our next agenda and speakers all prepped ready to go too. So give us just one quick minute here while everybody's getting ready. Okay, let me do a quick screen share here as well. Show our upcoming drops as well. So so we have NFTCon here. The NFT drop, zoom up for you guys a little bit more. So we got 15 Well Shark Tanks we're giving out, Dead Mouse packs, Sandbox with Snoop Dogg, and a Party Pass as well too. Same with Land. If you haven't seen this, see some comments for the website. Again, it's nftcon.co slash right here, nftcon.co/NFT drop. So what we're also hosting too, for those that are tuning in, we also have an in-person conference coming up as well. We've been doing all the online events with DeFi Summit, as well as with NFTCon. So for this one is we're hosting during Art Basel Week in Miami. We'll have a special discount code for everybody here. It's going to be NFTCon, $100 discount code for this. But we're bridging the world between NFTs and DeFi together during the biggest week in Miami, which is Art Basel, Art Miami Week. There's probably about 6 other art festivals happening during this week, and we're hosting the future of finance and JPEGs there for the 2-day event right before Art Basel. So we rented out the largest or second largest convention center, the Miami Airport Convention Center. We'd love to have you guys be part of it. We have a DeFi stage, NFT stage, and more expos, as well as NFT gallery. And I also have to tell you, we have 10 plus layer 1s and layer 2s coming. We work directly with ecosystems to showcase all things DeFi NFTs. We also have Dead Mouse's company like Mousetrap, Gary V's company, Vayner NFT, Star Atlas, the big Solana play to earn game, Animoca Brands, Sandbox, Artifact, Illuvium, and a lot more. We just actually confirmed Super Rare also as well, joining us, and a lot of other cool companies that are being involved as well. So take a look at it. It's Decentral, decentralcon.com. We'll give everybody a little preview of that too. But before we prep, it looks like the next talk is ready to go. We'll get everybody going. We'll talk about strategies for music and NFT releases for our next upcoming talk. But before then, we'll do a little quick trailer of Decentral. Welcome to another panel here at NFTCon. Today we're talking about music and NFTs and how NFTs play a big part in the industry. Today we have the CEO of 720, Dean, and also Lynn Dye, CEO of One Of on stage as well. But before we get into today's panel talk, yeah, I'd love to have you guys do like a quick intro. We can start with Dean.
Hi, yeah, Dean Wilson, CEO 720, long-time manager of deadmau5 and business partner within the label and the publishing company and everything that we're doing in the blockchain, in Web3 and the metaverse with our other company, Pixel Links.
Hi, I'm Lynn Dye, co-founder and CEO of oneof.com. We are a green NFT platform built for the music community, backed by Quincy Jones. So we, launched a company about a month ago, and working with kind of some of the biggest artists in the world, including Doja Cat, Quincy Jones, Whitney Houston, and Alesso, et cetera, et cetera.
How did you guys, I guess for both of you guys, how did you guys first stumbled about NFTs and started to think about all the different applications within the businesses and of talent that you guys work with? Start with Lynn.
Yeah, so I was interested in kind of blockchain technology and what it can do for the music industry in general for probably 6 or 7 years. We hosted a summit together with one of my mentor and an investor in the company, Bill Tai, I think 6 years ago, with the artist Imogen Heap, who was kind of at the time using blockchain technology to fairly distribute kind of record royalties. We ended up building a B2B software company that services, some major clients in the music industry. Fast forward to 2.5 years ago, Bill Tai came to me and was like, "You got to take a look at these blockchain cats." So CryptoKitties was kind of the genesis for a lot of things, and what we thought was NFT potentially represents kind of an interesting fourth pillar of how music artists can monetize, right? So, and it's very different. Like if you think about, music artists, their record, music sales income, oftentimes they collateralize that, right, by signing a record deal. Their tour income, oftentimes they collateralize that by by signing a promoter's deal with a Live Nation, etc. And their songwriting kind of income, which they often collateralize with a major publisher. So NFT is kind of, it's actually complementary and non-cannibalizing to the other 3 revenue streams, but it doesn't require the artist to collateralize anything, which is like very exciting. It's kind of fundamentally more exciting than the traditional music business model. So we were, we kind of got to work for the last 2.5 years on this NFT for music strategy.
And so with all the different NFT applications, with what you just said too, are you guys targeting all those different layers for NFT applications with One Of, or are you guys like looking at just like one specific part of kind of the like royalties, or was it like one specific subsection within the whole talent application?
Yeah, I think ultimately NFT technology can enhance all of those revenue streams. But to get started, I think we're looking at just the low hanging fruit, the easy part is NFTs as collectibles, right? NFTs as for the super fans that allow your biggest fan to collect a piece of media from you, but also use that as a almost an access pass to get either digital or in real life experiences. So how the digital world and the real world kind of intersect with kind of NFT as the gateway is super interesting to us. So, I think we're like literally in the first or second innings of this. So I think longer term, certainly NFT will replace, traditional ticketing, right? NFT will greatly enhance how royalties are distributed in kind of the other two verticals. But right now, it's just kind of a direct. If you think of NFTs as collectibles or merch, that's a huge open space for artists to monetize directly with their fans. That doesn't have to go through kind of signing a collateralized deal with a major entity. So,
and with you, Dean, I guess when did you kind of stumbled upon NFTs and kind of started thinking, hey, how can we kind of utilize this with deadmau5 and other applications as well too? What kind of like went off in terms of a light bulb for you? I mean, it's always been some stuff like you guys been looking at in terms of like messing with different digital things out there too as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had, Joel's a technologist. He's a gamer. He was a gamer way before he was a musician with a mouse head. He was a designer and a coder before that. So we've always been in the gaming and tech space because of who he is. And also we've always been at the bleeding edge of trying to find as many technical use cases for technology within the music space as we can. As soon as blockchain come along, it made perfect sense to us. We've spent years reclaiming our rights, just like Lynn said. We did all those moves, and we're almost there. We nearly own all of our rights now, and the same with the record label and the publishing, because we could see where this was heading 3-4 years ago. We could see that once this gets its momentum going, this area is going to explode because the technology is so good. That the NFT use case is going to be so vast. We partnered with our friends out down in Australia who have got a blockchain DSP called Emanate. They're also building a DAO called the Moda DAO, which is all about musical rights and grants and helping the creator community, which is going to launch later October, November this year. And those guys came to us with, oh, look, you should really look at this collectible series through Wax about doing deadmau5 cards. And I was like, this makes a lot of sense, taking the collectible card situation in, baseball or soccer cards or whatever, and then taking them to the digital sphere. And it made a lot of sense to me. Most people looked at me like I've got 3 heads and went, what? People, you're selling JPEGs. This is crazy. People are never going to buy these. This is never going to, and it surpassed anything that we could ever have thought it was going to do. And then, it just, took off. I mean, the crazy bubble was a bubble for a minute, which everybody, we were in the middle of that, which was fun for 5 seconds, but that was never sustainable. We all knew that the business had to level down to where it is now. And we're doing some form of an NFT drop pretty much every week. Nice. Some have got music to them. We haven't done a specific just music NFT yet. It's coming. We have a new album coming early next year. We will take at least one single from the album, and it will be solely an NFT. It won't go on to a DSP. And then I've been fascinated by fractionalized ownership probably since Bowie Bonds. Most people won't even remember David Bowie, taking his album and splitting it up into shares. And I was like, wait, this is really obviously brilliant, simple. And, how to get your fans engaged with your music, really touching it, like buying shares in Apple or Tesla. I was like, why are we not doing this? And, we roll on, and as Lynn well knows, the music business is a horrible, complicated beast with lots of IP on ownership rights of masters and publishing and collection societies, and split many different ways between writers and producers and artists. So, done so many meetings now with different platforms that are saying that they've got the fractionalized ownership locked down, and then I talked to a bunch of different lawyers who go, have you really got that sorted with the SEC and the securities? And, are we just opening a horrible can of legal worms? So look, we're all in. We love what people like Lynn are doing. We are here to support everybody and everything we can. We won't ever do an exclusive deal with anybody because we've just started, and all boats rise here. This is the start of the future. I liken it to, we went from vinyl to tape to CD to digital downloads to streaming, and now we're going to go to NFTs. And I really do believe that's what, in 2 to 3 to 4 5 years time, we will connect with your fans direct. Audius has proved that there's the SoundCloud of blockchain, and they've got to get their business and their financial side of that right, and it's coming. And we've been advisors there from start with Ronil and Audius and the team over there. And we are trying to work with as many different platforms and as people as we can with as many different chains. And as the technology keeps expanding and cross-chain starts to expand, I think all we're going to do is exponentially keep expanding this amazing new technology use case that's going to help the music business.
Yeah, no, thanks for kind of giving us a full run through kind of how you guys are approaching NFTs. That's kind of like the next question I wanted to follow up with, more of kind of like the design thinking when you guys are building or looking to approach NFTs. It seems like with you, Dean, would you say that right now you guys are just coming up with a lot of, it's been like rapid experimentation of trying first, it's like, yeah, like wave one NFTs, collectibles. It's like everybody's doing collectibles, like just collect by JPEG. But then it seems like you guys are rapidly evolving to just test and find out. I guess we're all still experimenting right now in the space, right?
Yeah, we've done a lot of collaborations, as you've seen, with Mad Dog Jones, OG Slick, and we've got a lot of collaborations coming. And those collaboration pieces are, with Deadmau5, the musicalized, and then the artist himself. It's a straight partnership. We do all the work. We split the money. There's no crazy splits and I'm more powerful than you. No, this is straight up partnerships. And what's been phenomenally successful for us is when we do an NFT drop that is numbered and a physical drop that goes along with it. So if you get number one NFT, you get the number one printed version of it signed by both of the artists, mailed to your house. And those are the ones that absolutely fly the furthest, because I think it's the two worlds colliding. You've got something physically on your wall, and then you've got something on your device and your phone, which is vastly becoming the social currency. I really like that statement. Is, I have some friends at a golf club who have all chipped in a load of money, 10 of them, and they're buying CryptoPunks and Bored Apes, and they sit there, showing each other when they're all having a beer, and I'm like, this is it. This is exactly what NFTs what I hoped it would be. It's already happening in the office here. The guys who work here are all sharing what NFTs they're looking at and what they're buying, and it's become a whole. It is becoming the social currency. So I love that. I think music is obviously a lot more complicated, but we will get there. And I think for us, the simplistic start point for us is one single as an NFT, maybe split into 500,000 or 1 million individual numbered NFTs, with each piece of art that's is its own piece of art too. And then it's a little bit more simplistic, as like a digital download used to be. The fractionalized owners side of it, which I would love to do today, all I do is getting told by my lawyers we can't do that yet.
Yeah, it seems like the legal has to catch up with it.
Dean, you and us probably have the similar lawyers, or they probably went to law school at the same time.
Right, yeah.
Every time we brought it up, it's kind of like, like you probably don't want to go there right now. But I think for us, like we're kind of a music NFT platform. We specifically do music, so like complicated is actually good. I think we do complicate it very well. Like art is actually very easy to clear rights wise. Music is the most collaborative form of art. There's like 14 people. That's always like, somebody that wrote like that one line is like, the line, right? Like, so I think actually, longer term blockchain do provide like a much better way to manage these complications. But for now, I think it also, we're not shining away from it. Like we love actually releasing music as NFTs. Dean, I'd love to talk to you more about that single if you guys, pick a platform or not. So, I think specifically kind of part of what we were trying to do is actually bring NFT to the masses. So music has that potential power, right? So if you think about music as a passion point specifically, it's stronger than art. Right, art traditionally has always been kind of in the elite, wealthy circle, versus music is always democratizing. Like John Lennon's Imagine potential, certainly can fetch millions of dollars as a one-of-one NFT, but like everybody, has a copy of John Lennon's Imagine, right? So music is meant to be owned by masses. So we basically ended up, we experimented on different blockchain protocols, and we launched with Tezos, and which we brought the minting cost down to 2 cents, right? So we're basically subsidizing 100% of our minting costs for every NFT minted on our platform. We are able to kind of partner with artists to allow their NFT to be priced at $5, $1, because there's no minting cost, right? So we did a Doja Cat drop that was super successful. Doja Cat collection started at $5. She is the #1 female streaming artist in the world right now. The one-of-one sold for $188,000, but like, majority of her fans could, who have never owned NFT before, who have never even owned crypto before, could sign up on our website with a credit card and made a purchase, from sign up to make a purchase in under 3 minutes, and bought a $5 NFT that like got access to her private Discord server on OneOf, and is now like kind of part of the community, right? So, and then there are other community member who's getting them into deeper NFT rabbit hole, which is always fun to see. But I think this, with the right artists over time, music has the ability to bring the next 100 million non-crypto native users onto blockchain, which is kind of our mission.
Yeah, I think you kind of touched on how I was going to ask in terms of like evaluating the different platforms. I guess it seems like, yeah, Lynn, you've evaluated Ethereum being insanely high for the gas on the tech side for accessibility. And it seems like, Dean, I think you highlighted earlier too as well, you guys are mostly like, you guys are just open to being like cross chain and other chains as well. It just depends on like what the use case or the chain itself as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at how successful OpenSea, over $2 billion in revenue generated last month. There's the default open platform for the secondary market for art. I'm sure Lynn would love that for OneOf, and that become the the default open platform for music, and that is what's coming. Whether it is OneOf or whether it is multiple different platforms or whatever. But the whole premise of the decentralized, Web3 decentralized metaverse is that it's open and that we can go into different places and take our assets, sovereign identity to different chains. I think that's really important. Now, whether we ever get to that utopian view of decentralized everything, I don't think we get there. There's too many big players that need some framework. Like we need crypto framework from the US government right now to bring in real institutional money into crypto, because they're still nervous that there's no framework from the US government. So we are going to get there. Absolutely. The technology's too good. The people involved are so smart and forward thinking that, this will affect, or is affecting, every part of our life, whether we know it or we don't know it. The blockchain is there. Crypto is now solidified as what it is. So people are trusting it now, which was the big thing. It's still a little scary. And I think Lynn then what he's building there is really important too, because you have to bring in the everyday person, and it has to be with fiat, because opening a digital wallet and DeFi still scares 99 or 97% of people that you talk to in the music business. We spend a lot of time when we're doing an NFT drop, and we haven't done music yet. So, maybe as a piece of music, as a bed with what we're doing, that's happened. But every time we do a new drop with a different platform, we really try to educate our fans with social posts. Follow this instruction. This is how you do it. It's not scary. Make sure you open this and do it this way. It's, we get so much feedback from our Reddit and our Discord that it's starting to gain a momentum of education. Deadmau5 fans are predominantly tech forward thinking anyway because of who he is. So we're kind of one step ahead or quite a few steps ahead of maybe just a general pop act who is, predominantly in that middle lane. We all have a responsibility to try and educate now the masses.
Yeah, Justin, I would say also add that it's not even it's the concept, it's the idea of NFT is still very foreign and very scary to most non-crypto users. We have now made the onboarding process as easy as 2.5 minutes, right? With a credit card purchase, and we remove the cost issue and gas issue. Still, just serving, and each drop we do bring tens of thousands of new users to the platform, but it is very scary to when we were talking to users that's not part of the community yet, why didn't they, right? They're a big Doja Cat fan, or they're a big fan of whichever artist, and they're just well, NFT is not for me. It's very scary, right? It's too complicated, so it takes so we made the product easier to access, but it's still going to take a bit of education. It takes all of us to educate people that this is something fun. You don't have to mortgage a house in order to do this. Literally, I was I'm a I love collect other NFTs as well. I was on OpenSea yesterday, and it was I was minting 3 NFTs, and the gas fee they were recommending was $780 in order for you to even get in these NFTs. And I'm who are they targeting, right? Right now, I think we're talking to a bunch of very excited early adopters, such as ourselves, who's been in crypto for a while. The space, the growth of space has to come from kind of the next 10 million, 20 million, 50 to 100 million users.
Yeah, I think mass adoption is key, and I think that with what you guys highlighted too, making that accessible, whether it be through the minting or gas side, or just even the NFTs themselves, having even just a standard packs all the way up to super rare one of one type of NFTs as well for the different investors or collectors out there. Because I do agree, I think even just some of the entry price or floor price is just insane. It's a whole different behavior shift to people are now just whipping out their crypto wallets and spending tens of thousands or millions on JPEGs.
Yeah, it almost has to, right? You can't the minting, the pre-mint cost is $300 because it costs $700 to mint a $300 NFT. So
so that actually plays a factor in terms of people,
right? Psychologically, it's very jarring that I was I'm getting into this NFT for under $100. So but wait, it costs $800 to actually mint it. So I'm still spending $1,000 anyways. So
there's a break-even price that people try to maintain the floor, but obviously the floor is always determined by the audience, right? As well too. I think one other point that you guys highlight too, it was a lot about community. In terms of, that's what NFTs is allowing us to all build is that community, whether it be for the brand, the talents, or the label, or whoever it is that is kind of getting involved with the NFTs as well too. It seems like Dean, you kind of highlighted that you guys are listening to a lot of the feedback fast from the community itself as well too. Then Lynn also loved to hear kind of how community plays a part in the different talent. Do you guys work with the different communities with each talent that you guys work with as well too. So love to touch more about that.
Yeah, from my side, you know, we had a Discord very, very early, you know, when it first appeared that Joel was, you know, on Twitch, and that's the gamers are using Discord to chat that way. So, you know, Mouse Chord got developed very, very quickly by, you know, pretty much from our Reddit moderators. Our Reddit page has, you know, always been a place of real deep information, and then as we call them, the horde, the real core fans who really want to get really deep into knowledge, information, everything. And you know, and that's a lot of that is migrated now to Discord. Everybody, you know, feels comfortable in that space. You know, we're just about to launch our own community token called Cheese, and you know, and that is there to completely keep incentivizing the community and building the community. So from my point of view is, you know, community gets used a lot. It can get a little bit of a tiring word, but you know, building your fan base, it's like, you know, what was digital fan book clubs back in the day. You know, this is digital fan experiences that you can, you know, like you said with Doja Cat and stuff that we've done, is you are burying real life experiences into those NFTs. You have a chance to do this, or a meet and greet, or come to a show, or have a lifetime pass. I think that the musical artists and brands have so much inventory of exciting things that they can add to the NFT. That's, you know, we're getting lots of great feedback about that.
Yeah, I think that's the magic bullet, right? Like for like why NFT as a revenue stream from artists is very different from everything else. It's the community aspect. It's you know, number one, you're identifying who is valuing your work beyond like kind of the commoditized like 99 cents per download like cost, right? Somebody is willing to, the market determined price, your top 1,000 or your top 10,000 fans are willing to pay higher for a collectible to get access to something exclusive or get access to some kind of experience. But this is also the first time, right? Like every other kind of type of relationship between artists and fans is always like the artist saying like, oh, pay me for this, right? Buy something, like come to my show, I'll give you an experience, like buy my album. This is the first time the community get to participate in like how well the project does. That has never happened, right? So you know, I think there is a huge difference between artists that understand NFT as a community, how well those projects will do, versus artists who, you know, and this is not just music, just, you know, our artists too, look at this as kind of a one-time drop and, you know, cash grab, right? So we actually think that's kind of the problem with a lot of the other platforms. The other platforms do drops like 16 drops a day, right? So, and it's just like, it's always, you can't possibly managing or fostering 16 different or help 16 communities a day. So, I mean, we pick, like we'll do 1 or 2 drops a week, right? And the entire time is focused on working with the artist, our artist partner, to really help foster not only kind of the promotion, but also the long-term maintenance of the community. Like we're like the drop, it's the beginning, right? When the drop is sold out, like other platforms are like, we're out, we're on to the next big artist. Well, like that's when the work start happening, right? Like the Doja Cat like private channel that we opened on Discord, like that is a daily like giveaway to Doja Cat fans every day after the token has been sold out. Like there's no need to do that, but like that's kind of the commitment where we think the good projects versus the community driven platform is going to long term differentiate from kind of the eBay's type of platforms, right? So
yeah, I think you highlighted like a great point. You know, like we're still in the super early phases with NFTs, obviously, and there's still a lot of hype around. Especially like, let's say there's a brand new artist that does like their first ever NFT. There's always hype around that too. But I think that what you highlight is kind of the importance of thinking beyond just that one hit drop and collect everybody's money and sell, right? Like there's either you're doing it for just to
there's been far too much of that.
Right?
Yeah, there's been far too much of that in the early days of musical artists doing an NFT because it was everyone wanted to be seen to be doing an NFT, and they thought it was a gold rush. When the bubble burst for us, we doubled down. This is our strategy. This is our now new business avenue lane. This is what we do. This isn't we tried NFTs, it was a bit of fun. No, we're all in blockchain, Web3, and we're building multiple metaverses. We're working with Sandbox, Decentraland. We work with Mythical Games with Blanco's Block Party. We have another big drop with them coming in at Halloween. We were the first ever artist to sell our VIP tickets for Red Rocks on the blockchain. We might have only sold 4 on the blockchain and the rest of them with fiat. But again, you have to start somewhere. You have to educate your fans. It'll be 4 this time, 50 next time, 100, and then it will be like Lynn started at the start of his conversation. This isn't just about music. This is about tickets, virtual merchandise, real merchandise. It will touch every part of the musician's business over the coming months and years.
Looks like we're coming to kind of like the tail end of our panel here. I think to close it up I think we'll love to talk about your guys' future outlook and where NFTs could play a huge part in terms of your guys' future, as well as the music industry and talent that you guys work with as well too. We can start with Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually, we're working on kind of using the technology, not only working with artists, we care about the just bringing all the rights holders together, right? So we can actually have break down the barrier of like, why isn't there a lot of music as NFTs yet? Is exactly what Dean was saying. There's all the rights holders are not in agreement on how to approach NFT yet. I think we're pretty close in getting kind of publishers, labels, artists all on the same page about like this could be kind of a mutually beneficial thing, and this could be a new model for the music business. So we're very excited about that. There's some major announcement coming, but meanwhile, every week there's exciting drops. We're building the community over time, right? Like tens of thousands at a time, with the goal of getting to that 100 million. So
yeah, from my side, it's a much bigger strategy for the brand, for deadmau5, for the label, for the publishing company. We have our sister company called pixellinks.io, which is run by Inda and that is building metaverse worlds. We're also convinced that this is where music will be consumed in a very different way in the metaverse worlds, and again, that's got a long way to go, and it needs to be easily entered by the masses too. It can't just be PC. We need to get metaverses into the browser like Hyper are doing. We are just about to launch deadmau5's video game next week with Manticore called Oberhausi. And again, that's a music and experience. It's doing concerts in a video game whilst being able to play the video game around the concert. So we're excited for that launch. And then the guys, working closely, obviously, with everybody we can, Audius, Emanate, launching of the Motor DAO is going to be important, I think, for a start position of everybody in the music business talking about what a DAO can do for rights management, and helping with grants and helping really try to give platforms to develop new acts now, because the DSPs it's really hard to break a new act on a DSP. It's algorithmically based. Unless you've got crazy amounts of money or you've got massive hit record that's on the radio, it's nearly impossible to break new acts on DSP. So I think this is an amazing technology that is going to allow us to do things differently and bring through new acts in a different way, and create those stories. This is what's exciting for us.
Well, great. Thank you for both of you guys sharing kind of a lot of your insights and also the design thinking and approach for the past NFTs and projects that you guys work with, and also to thinking about the future of NFTs and the application in the industry as well too. Yeah, I'd love to keep in touch and look forward to you guys' new upcoming game and drop as well too. And then same with you, Lynn. Looking forward to the next drop and talent that you guys work with too. So thanks again for coming on to NFTCon.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Justin and Linda, and kind of like going through like the insights of that for like the music industry, and definitely want to make sure that Dean Wilson as well, and really great insights. Once again, guys, if you guys haven't been following recently so far and just kind of like started joining in, we also have a Telegram community if you want to join in and kind of like continue on some of the conversations that you have here, and also be able to ask questions. Like most of us in there will be, we'll be there to kind of make sure that we answer them. And then also for that as well, we are doing our NFT drop, which is going to be at nftcon.co/NFT-drop. So make sure that you guys are also tuned in on that one as well. And for kind of like our next panel as well, as we do have a very special guest, which is going to be a very special panel actually. Very industry forward thought leaders, especially from the older days and kind of like NWA, and I guess we can kind of just intro them in and let them speak for themselves. So let's go ahead and bring them on stage.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
Everybody's good.
Good, Edmund.
Good.
Happy to be here.
Great. So for the folks that are listening in, watching, I want to tell them who everybody is. Scott, I'm going to start with you. Scott is actually a friend of mine I've known for a while. Scott, he's a musician, a technologist, entrepreneur. And as a performer, you'll recognize him as a saxophonist and guitarist for Pink Floyd, for Supertramp, and for Toto. And currently, he serves as the CEO of Think EXP, a live immersive media company based in LA. And as an entrepreneur, he's formed Walt Tucker Productions, an audio-video post-production company that included projects for the Rolling Stones, Bon Jovi, Janet Jackson, Garth Brooks, Scorpions, and others. I can just keep going and going and going. So it's good to see you, Scott.
Thank you very much.
And then Sean, let me tell everybody a little bit about you. You're an award-winning creative technologist and entrepreneur working between media, art, and technology for over a decade. And you spent 4 years at the intersection of blockchain and music. And your passion for music was handed down by your mother, revered Scottish-born, New Zealand-based folk singer and songwriter Isabella Miller Bell. An OG Arabian Prince.
Ooh.
How are you?
Amazing, always.
Legendary.
Wonderful. The great thing for me is that we're basically from the different corners of the same hood.
Same hood.
You're a songwriter, a rapper. Folks will know you for all that work. DJ, technologist, pro gamer, futurist. You're best known for being a founding member of NWA, inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You're a West Coast electric music pioneer and producer of Grammy-nominated #1 song Supersonic. You're founder of Innovate. I love
Innovate Next. Yeah, you know how Black people spell stuff different.
But this is cool. Little I, capital N, little OV with an 8. I love that. Next Open Labs, founder of GG, I'll just call it GOAT. I love it.
The triple
Streaming
GO.
PC. Yeah, partner at Incubate Next, partner at Covitex, CEO Proper Myth Animation Studios, president of LAFTC. So happy to have all of you to speak with. And for me, like I said, I'm from Los Angeles originally. I was a little brat in music, started in classical music as a soloist, clarinetist, pianist, moved into jazz, was fortunate to have Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter as some of my mentors who let me sit with them and listen to them and learn from them. Went into film and television after that, formerly of Sony, got into the tech side of music early on when I was at Sony as a beta tester for DigiTools, all their, for DigiDesign and all their product, Pro Tools, as we call it now. And I've been at the intersection of blockchain and music and just generally creative stuff for about 10 years now.
Wow.
So let's get this thing going. So today's theme is the transformation of the music industry through NFTs. And I want to throw something out to you and just have you comment on it. A lot of people run around saying blockchain is going to save the music industry. This is, they just make this blanket statement. It seems aspirational. It seems maybe a little naive sometimes at first glance, but if we look at it through the lens of NFTs, true or not true? Who wants to start that? Take that. What do you think?
I mean, I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think NFTs are the most important thing to come to the artist, content creator, IP holder that I've ever seen in my entire career. This opportunity now, it's really, I believe, everything's moving to a direct-to-consumer model. I think that's been happening. I've always say, if you want to survive, you got to build a hive. We're at that point. It's all about community and, the opportunity with NFTs for the artist to kind of control, their publishing. Because in a way, if you can think of NFTs as it's like source publishing and then derivative works, so you can manage and own all that. But it's the first time that also allows the fans, your fans now, to be able to grow with you and generate, revenue and be part of the process as you grow. So from a direct-to-consumer model, the ability to, the blockchain managing rights and all the information that goes into the smart contracts, being able to pump out the royalties, I think it's actually, I think it is the thing, because you can't sell music anymore. Where do you sell music, right? That's God, right? It's like you got 2 things you can sell: the experience, and you can sell the lifestyle and the things around that. But music is almost like your kind of superpower to create other things. And so I just think from a creative point of view, this is the most creative space, because when people think about NFTs, I mean, they're programmable, they can do so much. So I think it could be I think it's very, very powerful for the artist. And I kind of agree in a sense that that's the opportunity.
Yeah. Sean, you're in another part of the globe. And what do you see? What do you think from that land perspective?
Well, look, I think the global perspective is it's the same no matter where in the world that you are. We live in a truly global economy now. If I had to say like yes or no to that specific question, I'd say no, because I think it's only humans that can kind of save the music industry. But that's getting a bit nitpicky. I do believe that that NFTs can make a serious difference in the music industry. And I do agree with what Scott said. Just to build on it a little bit, at the moment you can't really sell music unless you've got fans that are buying your MP3s from Bandcamp or something. However, I think the NFT is going to extend to bring that back. So all of the rights and everything, the experiences, everything Scott just talked through. Yes, you can do that right now, jump onto a bunch of NFT marketplaces and get some of those things. But I think actually people are going to start buying NFTs when they want to support an artist's music, and maybe they'll be the only person that can stream it if they own that NFT. Or I think, it's going to go full circle so we can start collecting music again.
Yeah. I know a few days ago, an artist named Latasha was selling a video. I mean, she's got the video on YouTube. She's got it out there. Some good songs, good video, but she put it up as an NFT, and she got a community of people, right, coming from Party Bid to bid against a whale, basically, and sold that thing for 10 ETH. So that's an incredibly supportive, an incredible example of the type of support I think that an artist can gain from community through an NFT. OG, what do you think? I mean, you and I have seen some of the same stuff build in Southern California over time, and you've been at the center of it.
Yep.
You've been a leader in it. What do you see now with NFTs from that market?
So I love it, because I've been in the whole crypto blockchain space since the beginning.
It'll drop out there.
Oh, there you go. Got to get people knowledgeable, so they understand what it is. Because that's the first thing. What is NFT? And then everybody's got their own vision of what it is, and nobody's right because it's all over the place, right? And then the trust factor, especially with an artist.
It'll come back.
A little frozen. He looks good.
Maybe should we keep going a little bit?
Yeah, let's keep going. I was hoping it would come back in, but just to his point, the trust factor. So people are trying to. There you go. You're back.
There you go.
So you were mentioning the trust factor. People trying to figure out what an NFT is and really understand it and learn to use it.
Yeah. Have them understand it, but also, artists have been burned so many times by record companies, by producers and managers and agents. And now here's another so-called company, because most artists can't create their NFT by themselves. So they have to work with yet another company that says that they can deliver this platform for them. So I think once we as artists understand it more, we can help grow that community. Like Scott said, create that hive to where we can do it ourselves, as opposed to working with another company that's probably going to take money as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Something that I've noticed recently on Clubhouse and a little bit on some of the Twitter Live is individuals trying to become that company, if you will, saying, I'll help onboard you. I'll show you how to get your wallet and how to set things up. How do we navigate that? I mean, what is it? I see individuals building communities. So we're going to have these little islands, but then how do we connect those islands? How do we build a greater community in that sense?
I personally just throw my 2 cents. I think one of the things that's going to really help is the concept of NFT ticketing. I think that will be a real great way because people want to go to a show. They're going to be able to get these cool drops, and these drops can have utility built into them and things. I think that's going to be a way to do it. But it reminds me what you were just saying about all these companies coming out. It's kind of like social media marketing, right? Everybody was a social media person, and they'd come out and they think they really understood what how that worked. Thinking just going on and posting or something. It's the same kind of thing right now. Everybody's saying, yeah, I can go mint something on OpenSea, but that's really not what this is about. So yeah, that's going to be a little tricky for a while, I think, because it is the Wild West, and trying to figure out who are the right people is going to be really important for artists, because you're right, they can get burned and be hung out to dry very easily.
Yeah. So, and I want to get to that in a minute, but I want to come back to that idea of Wild West. Is this at the moment, let's say, sort of a cautionary tale to artists to not drag their feet? You may not understand this well, but find a person that does, join a community that understands it, really study this and jump on it as fast as you can. Is this a cautionary tale now for most people, do you think? Sean, how do you?
I think you've touched on a few really interesting things. I think it's great that there are individuals that are flying the flag and educating others. And I think that the best way that people can come together, which we're already seeing, and indeed, as you can see from the word and the brackets there next to my name, this idea of music industry DAOs that bring individuals together that don't have a corporation at the center that ultimately need to make profit. They might have a token that kind of drives value and helps to kind of unite everyone. But at the end of the day, it's all individuals. And the thing that's different about this, when you say a cautionary tale, is this isn't a product where you can just come and sign up, click create NFT, attach your music, and off you go. Of course, there are products where you can do that, but then maybe you don't quite have true ownership of it, or maybe there is someone dragging a bit of profit out to a shareholder or something. ultimately it's a paradigm shift. So people say, how can I get into NFTs without, mucking around with all that crypto stuff and blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, there's a bit of education that you need to do in order to partake in the paradigm shift. And once you do, you can't look back. And yeah, I think DAOs are the best structure to kind of have mutual benefit, bring like-minded people together. And yeah, artists need to jump right into the deep end and just sort of start learning. And I think the cautionary tale may actually apply more to the fans. The fans need to look out for what they're buying. Are they buying something that really does come from the artist that they love, or are they buying it from someone posing as them? Or have they made assumptions that they're buying something that contains some rights and it's just a collectible piece? There's a lot of education there, and something like ticketing, like Scott said, is possibly an ideal kind of vehicle for people to wrap their heads around it, because if there's one thing we know about superfans is that they don't want to miss out on the show, and they don't want to miss out on those VIP tickets. And maybe it's the VIP that comes with a blockchain kind of ticketing, and that's how you first get your head around it. And I think 95% of people that go through that process will eventually go, okay, now I kind of get how this works. And it takes a while to get towards the bottom of that rabbit hole, but once you do, there's a bunch of great people down there, all helping each other out, and you don't really have any desire to leave.
Yeah. Are you guys familiar with Stoner Cats, that TV show that's been, yeah. That to me is an example of just exactly what you're talking about. Fans want they want in. And, when they want in, they're willing to pay what it takes, not an exorbitant amount, but something fair. And this show was able to set up a token situation where people could buy in and watch the episodes. I've seen one episode. It's incredibly funny. It's got Jane Fonda and Mila Kunis and folks who you wouldn't expect to be jumping on this so early, but they're in. They're in.
Well, you remember, think about it. If you're buying that, now you actually have something that has value. That's what I love about tokenizing it. So that show takes off. All those people that bought it, now there's a secondary market. You're buying something that the fan can now have of the artist or the show or whatever it is that can have value later on, right? And that's a powerful driver. I personally think that the Chuck E. Cheese model is really going to be the model where I can just use my credit card, go in, buy the token, and then take my token and buy shit on the walls with it, right? I think that's going to be a really nice, easy way. So those companies that are kind of providing that on ramp, I think, is the key. Using your regular stuff, getting it in the wallet. You don't have to go to MetaMask, download, because that gets complicated, man. I've had a couple people try to go through that, and they're just like, time out, right? It's tough. But I think that USD, buy the Chuck E. Cheese token, be able to use that token, and then you can take that and transfer that token into USD or wherever you want to go from there.
Yeah. So these
really
platforms,
currency, right?
Yeah, these platforms that are producing these NFTs then have tokens that they can use. People can use those tokens to get in and do things. OG, what do you think about the idea, expanding on this, the idea of grouping, like, we do, I don't know, various concerts where you have multiple bands, right? How do you see this blockchain space playing into that paradigm? Changing it, making it more efficient, making it better for artists, easier for artists? What do you think? If you just had to ideate and dream, if your perfect world, you're going to work with a company and you're going to make this happen, or one of your companies is going to make this happen, how would you do it?
No, for me, I just had some meetings with some people the other day about this, some other artists. Like, everybody's like, I want to get an NFT, I got to do this. I said, well, there's a cautionary tale, is you can't put out garbage. Just like with regular music, you can't just put out an album of garbage and expect people to buy it. They might buy it once, but they're not going to be fooled twice. So when you're building this ecosystem and trying to say, okay, this is the new way to make money in the music industry right here, right? Okay, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to make sure that everybody's involved is taken care of. That's the other thing, because, whoever's at the top, whoever, I call it the magic pencil, whoever's got the magic pencil, who's writing all the information down that's getting coded on the blockchain for the NFT so that everybody can get paid. There's got to be checks and balances there too, because there's always people who are going to go, oh, I did this, and yeah, this person only did this. So we got to figure that out, And once we figure that out and get the standards. There's got to be standards because we are in the wild, wild west, just like with everything else. Once the standards are put in place, I think that you're going to see a lot of artists come to this, because it's like, okay, like you said, now it's easy. Okay, all I got to do is do this, and I can trust that I'm going to get taken care of and get paid. And if I have an idea that I want to give an experience along with my new album release, and only so many people can get that experience if they buy this, and what is that worth to you? Because I've been seeing people go, this is what it's worth, as opposed to putting it out there and letting the people decide what it's worth. And I think that's the ones that are going to be worth the money. The NFTs that are going to be worth money is the ones that your fan base and the people decide what it's worth, not the artist. So
yeah. For my side, I'm in charge of the validation side of Eureka. And so what we're working on is making sure that these NFTs, these experiences, whatever, are real. We want to be able to go in and do all the research. So you got to research the person. You've got to research everything behind it. Make sure they're not taking something from somebody else. In the music world, I know we've had a few instances where folks have worried about and had to lawyer up to talk about, hey, you used a little bit of, what I wrote, and I want to get a piece of it. And so now when we start talking about smart contracts, if you add the secret sauce that I'm working on, I think that's a help. In fact, that's why I have a passion for it. I trust that it will help. What do you guys think? How do we get past this game, OG, that you were talking about, where people may put garbage out or may not put something out that's true, or
somebody else's, right? It's owned
by
by somebody else.
That's happening so much in the visual art world.
How do you know that? Because anybody can grab, hey, okay, this is my thing, boom, put it on the blockchain, put it out there and make it. That's one of the trickier areas. I've been working actually, and I sit as an advisor on a board of a company called Reveal, who's been building this technology that's basically like a watermarking.
Yeah.
It's really interesting how it's encoded into the NFT, and it's basically, you can pinch it and it brings the image up or whatever. So there's hidden stuff in there which validates that it's actually a real, it's the actual one, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of tech in that space that's got to be put in place on how you can authenticate what's actually being done. So that's obviously one of the areas of growth that I think needs to really be worked on.
Yeah, there's all different different blockchains with different technology, and some of the real purists are kind of looking for that immutable blockchain, whereas once you've done something that you just can't go back on it, there's no rolling it back, there's no permissions. And then you've got other chains that do have a permission structure. So we've the first solution that we built called Emanate. The chains that do have a permission structure, so we've the first solution that we built called Emanate. The smart contracts have an ability to bounce between members before they get finalized. So to OG's point, you could have your producer put up a contract and say, I'm giving 40% of this track to the vocalist, and you could go back and say, hey, no, you said 45, and it wouldn't actually get executed until everybody's agreed on that. And certain chains have the ability for someone to go back and actually request a change after the fact, because there is a permission system, and others are completely immutable. So I think the future will have a combination of these different technologies so that everybody's needs can be catered for. And there's a role for that immutability as well as a role for the flexibility, and an ability to just identify that the creator is who they say they are is really important, whether that's done through some simple kind of social media verification or whether there's a full KYC process behind the scenes. The buyer can maybe decide who they want to buy from, whether they're happy with a little blue check mark from Twitter, or if they want to know that they're buying from some association that's actually done an ID check between the creator and the NFT itself.
And you know what? Let me add that really quick.
This is going to be the lawyers are going to clean up.
Oh yeah.
As always, Scott. The lawyers always do that.
Yeah. And I was going to add to that, because you said that the thing that happened, I don't know if you guys know what happened with Tribe Called Quest. It was like Tribe Called Quest is they're selling a bit of their royalties, and it wasn't Tribe. It was some other guys who had a percentage of it. They sold it, but they misrepresented like it was coming straight from the band. So, you know, we got to watch out for all those kind of things as well.
Yeah. So what I'm believing is that if we get to the point where, Sean, like you said, we can go back and forth and make sure that these things are hashed out, and then hashed to the blockchain properly, and then represented. Would they be represented through a token, represented through an NFT? I believe they would be represented through an NFT, and then you've got something that's real. You've gone to the point where you know something's real, and that's the only way you can get to it. Now you don't have another individual stepping in trying to be something else or represent something else, like you were just describing, LG.
Yeah.
Sean, I'd like you, because I mean, I'm sure we all know what a DAO is, but for those folks that are watching and listening in, please define that, and then talk about that as a model that could work for publishing. And we'll get into a little bit more about the details of other monies in music.
I mean, look, the DAO is still being defined. There's obviously there's a bit of a spectrum, right? Like basically Bitcoin is a DAO, but it's probably the most autonomous. So if we think of like the decentralized autonomous organization, it's probably the most autonomous example where everything happens on chain, and miners signal their intentions through through block signatures. And then you've got other sort of groups that are calling themselves DAOs, which are maybe just a Discord community with not a lot of on-chain voting. And that's fine as well. And then there's a whole spectrum in between there. And I think most DAOs have some intention of moving their voting to an on-chain process, and most of them have some sort of governance token through which they do their voting. So it's it's essentially, from my point of view, it's essentially an alternative to a corporate model. Typically, when people put money into a business, they're looking for equity or they're looking for dividends. And if we look at the music world, ultimately that can only come from the pockets of the creators at the end of the day. And in the music industry right now, about 8 to 12% of the money that comes in ends up going to the creators. So that needs to be flipped on its head. And so, yeah, I think like as a business model, it's great for any creator economy. And when it comes to music publishing, I think there's a lot of questions. It is something that we're tackling with Moda, because we're setting up a publishing entity within our Moda Foundation, which is non-profit and is entirely designed to feed the token economy and sort of feed the technology that we're developing. And what that looks like, I think it's like, as we've touched upon in a couple of these comments, the music publishing world, or the music industry right now, is such a complicated web of connections and details and databases and all sorts of different things that kind of need to be untangled a bit and simplified a bit in order to bring them into the blockchain world. But the reason that we're setting up Moda Publishing is really just to have an in-house entity, so that at least the kind of the negotiations between parties and the trust factor and everything is something that doesn't have to be worked through in the first instance. So we're creating a small publishing entity, bringing our own writers in, bringing some songs into the world, and then going, cool, well, how would we do this in a blockchain space? And that way we can have like an NFT first strategy for these releases as they come through.
Good.
So yeah, that's our take.
Scott, what do you, from your company's point of view, what do you see? Just be brief, because we're going to wrap it up. And I want OG to finish this.
I'm sorry, I missed.
No, what do you see from your company's point of view as far as the utility for NFTs in the business space when we start talking about other monies that musicians?
Product, right? It depends on what you're trying to sell.
Right.
It's not one size fits all by any means. It's different. Like the digital trading cards we're building out right now for Leland Sklar, that's a one thing. And then, the individual stuff we're doing, because like I said, we just scanned a $50 million house mansion, 300 pieces of art. So we're turning the house into publishing as opposed to just selling the house and the art. So there's just so many different ways to go about this, because again, I think the publishing aspect in traditional publishing and being able to have the, all the smart contracts set up so that it can track all of that, I think is really an exciting space. I don't know enough about that, but I'm definitely trying to learn. But so I think it really just depends on what it is you're selling will be it's just different platforms. Like the cards are going to fit better on, where are people digital trading cards? Again, so on Wax, they got 6 million people in their wallet to do it. They're selling 50,000 packs in 12 minutes, right? That kind of stuff. That's going to go there. We may not go somewhere else. It may not work there. So I think it's just really putting things in different places.
Okay. And then OG, what do you think from your standpoint? I was on Clubhouse with Cujo and a few other folks from Goody Mob. They were talking about the different possibilities, how they would make this work. But what do you foresee from your company's perspective?
Yeah. So what we've been working on is, one thing I tell everybody is we have to stop separating music and art, because music is art. So if you look at music that way, then we're way ahead of the game. It's not a separate entity. It's not throwaway stuff like they're throwing away on streams. Music is art. It's created by an artist. It should be treated just as well as a Picasso or Rembrandt or anything else like that.
It's not a service.
There you go. Once you get that in your head as an artist, then you know how valuable you are. And then you can kind of understand the NFT better. So that's what we've been trying to do. Me, Ice-T, and a buddy of his, Tommy the Animator, are working on a new company where we're going to start doing some stuff, kind of attacking it from the artist side, just to kind of like be that knowledge base and show them, like, from the homies, like, look, we're not here to rip you off. I'm not the Jerry Heller. I'm not the manager trying to take your money. We're just going to show you how to make your own money. You can choose who you want to do it with, ultimately. If you want to do it with us, that's fine. If not, we're just going to show you the game and you go out and get your own hustle. But we're also going to preface, like I always say, don't put out garbage, because there's a lot of garbage out there. People are buying it and it's souring the market. And, there's that rumor like NFT is just a fad. They said that about a Bitcoin, right? It's not a fad. It just took time to weed out the garbage, because there's a lot of garbage out there as well. So that's what our company is doing, is just trying to be on the educational side. And, like I tell people, this is really quick, I know we got to wrap up. Somebody minted me an NFT on July 22nd, right? June 22nd, July 22nd. And I forgot about it. It was like a little stupid character. I threw it in my MetaMask wallet. And I just happened to go on OpenSea, and there were like 17 or 18 bids on this thing. And I'm like, why? Like, what is this? Next thing I know, the bids were up to like $30,000 for this one stupid NFT. And I just started showing that to my buddies who are in the music industry, and they're really interested now, because money wakes everybody up.
Talks, right? I personally think that NFTs, it's currency. And I think we're going to find out that this is going to be in currency. I think it's going to be way bigger than Bitcoin and the crypto market, because this is, everybody can get into this. They can understand this, and this trading and buying. I mean, I'm getting gigs now where people are saying, I can't pay you, but I'll pay you in NFTs. I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds great. Let's go. Right. So I think it's really currency. We're talking about a different way of thinking of things.
Yeah. Trading like artists used to paint something. An artist would draw something for dinner, or
exactly.
Now there's a different exchange of value.
So it's the first time that the entertainment value or the artistic value of something is like smashed together with the economic value in something that like can't degrade over time, can't get scratched, isn't going to get lost. And I think that's the thing, is like you can enjoy it and make money from it at the same time in that one thing.
Yeah, unless you lose your keys, right?
Never lose your keys, of course.
The other thing, I think, just to throw it out there for people need to really start looking at Decentraland and those types of places, man. I mean, that to me is really where we start getting, because we're moving from the physical world into the digital world. We got these two parallel things. That's why people are buying these things and saying, geez, I get to put them into the digital world. So, anybody out there, definitely start wrapping your head around the metaverse, because we're doing live events with live drops, streaming live into the metaverse. And I think that's really where it starts getting very exciting, man. You're building live, real-time, two-way and delivery and all those things together. I think there's an incredible opportunities right now.
Very true. So I know we've probably run a little bit over time. My gosh, I wish we had another half hour, an hour. We could get deep into this and really
get deep, right?
we could open this up
I
so
want to pick
wide.
all your guys' brains. I want to man. I want to talk to OG. I want to know what you're doing, buddy.
We'll keep in touch for sure with all you guys.
Yeah, please, let's do this.
We will all get together again.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
So Michael, our wonderful engineer in the background who's taking care of all these things, we're going to wrap it up. But OG and Scott and Sean, thank you so much. Honor to meet you and talk with
guys.
you. And I hope we continue this conversation.
Let's do it. My pleasure. Right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Very good. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NFTCon. Yeah, that kind of like was really kind of like insightful for them, and you know, really all these industries perspectives. Like, you want to make sure that with the music, it's not just about kind of like going from the different companies. It's also making sure that the artist is fully represented as well. Kind of how they were saying, basically, you know, just misrepresenting the artist is not the way that you want to kind of have it as. And I see a lot of people in the chat. It's like, when code, huh? So we'll be releasing the code for more Whale Shark shortly. Yeah, go Gala. Yeah, just to kind of like, we'll be releasing them throughout the stream, just to kind of be able to use some of the codes. Like, for example, like this code right here on screen. So there you go. Go ahead and go over to it's Gala Games. So it's app.galagames.com. Actually, app.gala.games/redeem, and from there it's first come first serve. You know, hope you guys are able to get the second portion of this code. We'll be having more releases coming up shortly, and also with that as well, we're going to be going into our live DJ session. So Richard Wagner is actually backstage, and we're going to go ahead and go into the music recording, to kind of go over some of the music releases that he has available that are also parts of NFTs, so that you can also be able to purchase them on. You can also be able to purchase them online as well. And let's go ahead and kick it off to Richard.
Music portion of NFTCon. My name is Richard Wagner. Again, I'm an NFT musician, artist, and producer. Very excited to continue playing songs off my first ever NFT album called The Hunt, available live on Rarible right now. And yeah, hope you guys are enjoying. So far, I know it's been an amazing event, so let's continue with the fun.
Get your hands together.
Windmill for the land, love forever hand in hand. Take it all in on your stride. It is taking falling
Thank you guys so much for listening. Again, my name is Richard Wagner. I got one more for you guys. Appreciate you guys listening to the music portion of NFT Con. What an amazing event it's been. This is my last song. Again, all these songs are off of my NFT album live right now on Rarible called The Hunt. And then you can find me on Twitter or Instagram under Rich Wagner, RichVagner. I appreciate you guys so much for listening, hanging out with me, and yeah. thank you guys so much for watching NFTCon. It's been amazing. Again, my name is Richard Wagner. Hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you.
Hey guys, hope you guys enjoyed that set from Richard, and it was truly amazing. Like like once again, like his stuff is on Rarible, and each one of those soundtracks are already placed on there as well. So if you guys want to find them on Rarible, I believe it's going to be Richard Wagner Hunt. So if you go to rarible.com, search up Richard Wagner Hunt, you'll be able to find out all of the NFTs from his soundtrack, and be able to purchase them as well. And then also for our giveaways as well, you guys just stay tuned. We'll be giving away more stuff, so it won't be just codes. I see a few people are like, I don't have fast hands. So we'll give away some more stuff to make it a little bit more fair for some of them. But right now we're going to be jumping right into our next session. So our next session, I'm going to go ahead and invite Maddie Mo and also Krista Kim on stage. And we're going to be talking about the roles of art in NFTs. Hi, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey, Maddie.
Hi. Hi. Hey. You can hear me. I'll start my camera now.
Okay. Hey, guys. Welcome. And, great to have you guys on here, and kind of wanted to dive into a few different topics. But first, let's go ahead and kind of like give the audience a little bit of introduction about yourself. Let's go ahead and start with Krista.
Oh, okay. So I've been a digital artist since 2013, and I started the Techism art movement in 2014. I wrote a manifesto about the need for art to be at the leading edge of technology in order for the technology to evolve into a more humane instrument for the wellness and well-being for people. And I've been working in the NFT space now since February. I'm still very new, but you know how it is, like 1 week in NFTs, like equivalent to like 1 year. It's like so crazy how things are so fast here. I minted the Mars house in March, and that was basically the first metaverse house that was sold in the world, and kind of opened people's eyes about the possibilities of actually, engaging in a lifestyle in the metaverse. And that's that.
Awesome. And also a little bit about you as well, Maddie.
Sure. I'm Maddie Mo. I'm known around the internet as the most famous artist. If you Google those 4 words, you find me next to Picasso and Warhol and some other art legends. I built my brand over the course of the last 8 or so years, producing headline-worthy projects and selfie-friendly murals and installations. I used to be an ad tech founder and investor. I had some wins, most notably Sharethrough and Wildfire, and a few major losses, which you can Google. Now I spend my time on 3 things: a community of artists called TMFA Community. We're a social token and NFT-powered gang of around 500 interdisciplinary artists around the world. Our goal is to upskill, support, and collaborate with each other. We view art as a positive-sum game where we can all win, and we're trying to all win together. I run an NFT studio where we produce our own intellectual property and blockbuster NFT projects under different pseudonyms, and I'm working on building an art town, an IRL art town in eastern New Mexico that I'm dubbing as Marfa 2.0, which will include Web3 technologies to help with governance and financing of various projects here.
Excellent. Welcome to have on stage. And I kind of wanted to dive a little bit into the topic with the panel, and kind of like, what do you guys kind of see that's in the NFT space that you don't see anywhere else? Let's go ahead and start with you, Krista.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's the fact that artists can actually take control of their careers and disintermediate, the art market. So, for example, you have platforms like Super Rare where artists can have like eyes of the collectors who see the work, and they could sell directly to the collectors and then get paid to the blockchain directly. So there's no, oops, I forgot to pay you, or I'll pay you in 30 days. It's immediate transactions, right? And the artist can actually avoid getting screwed by middlemen. And it's happened to me a few times. I don't know about you, Maddie, but I've been through some rough waters with certain art dealers, and it's very refreshing to be able to control that. And then, of course, there's the royalty system, where you basically have residual royalties of 10% with every resale of the artwork, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I can relate to gallerists using my art studio as a bank. You know, they take work on consignment, sell it, and then hold the money for 3 to 6 months, and and they kind of clog up the wheel of your studio by not providing you resources. And in the NFT space, that's no longer the case. Something else that's really cool about NFTs that I even have an anecdote I'll share that happened this week is artists who are either digital native or conceptual or ephemeral artists now have a vehicle through which they can monetize their practice. So for example, in the past, if you were a performance artist, it was near impossible to monetize your performance. Or if you were a video artist, collectors couldn't really wrap their heads around ownership of a file. And now with NFTs, that's all possible. The anecdote I want to share is there's this artist called Jeffrey Allen Scudder who's kind of coined this term radical digital painting. And he studied at Yale, got an MFA in sculpture, I believe, has been teaching as a professor and has never really made a tremendous amount of money from his art. But he was able to sell something like 260 of his radical digital paintings that he produced over the last 6 or so years on OpenSea in the last few days, and capture the value that has probably been the value that he deserves, really. Like he's a brilliant thinker, he's a brilliant artist, but hasn't had a mechanism through which he could monetize his work. And now his work's been featured on OpenSea's homepage. His collection sold out. I'm actually a proud collector of his work. And it's cool to see artists who didn't have, let's say, the galleries, art institutions supporting their work or a way for them to support their work, finally being able to get recognition and resources from their work.
Yeah, like the artist kind of a perspective is like, now how Krista was saying, now you're getting paid instantly, so that there's no kind of like middleman transaction to it. You literally say, hey, look, here's what it is. Here's a transaction. You make sure that I get paid. We'll be okay. You receive the art. Kind of want to dive a little bit back to you, Krista. So I noticed about Continuum that you kind of released out. Would you be able to talk a little bit more about that as well?
Yes, Continuum is a project that I started in 2017. And, I basically the foundation of my work is meditation. I'm a meditator. I practice TM twice a day. And, what brought me to my current place as an artist is through transcendental meditation, through, treating my own, depression and anxiety, which was really bad in 2013. So that's when I started meditating, and my art became therapeutic. And I lived in Japan. So for me, I see art as a mirror of the mind. Like when I was at Ryoenji Temple Garden, I would go there 3 or 4 times a year, and I would just sit there because just being in front of this garden and the way that the Zen monks designed the garden, it's sort of like imbued this Zen state of consciousness in my brain. So I felt this calming effect, and I thought, okay, this is my artistic awakening. I know what I want to do, and I want to create a 21st century Zen garden that is digital for the digital age and beyond. I think that right now, because of digital technology and the disruption that the technology is causing, especially social media, it's now proven that Facebook is actually really bad for kids' mental health. We have the largest population of lonely and depressed people, even though we're connected more than ever through the technology. But it's not a platform that actually facilitates humanity, that facilitates well-being. You're actually engaging in very egocentric, very sociopathic behaviors every day, many moments of the day, and that becomes group culture when you compound that by billions of people around the world, right? So Continuum really is this, it's a space where I create a meditative giant Zen garden through a 100-foot LED wall, and I create my art installation, and I collaborate with Jeff Schroeder of the Smashing Pumpkins. He's a guitarist, and he created this meditative, beautiful sound frequency music to instill this Zen consciousness. And we had our first event in Toronto, and it was actually an artwork, like the actual video as a one of one was it was auctioned in Sotheby's for a show that Steve Aoki curated on the 30th of September. And that was amazing because the following day on the 1st, we launched the event for the public, free to the public. And people came out, and the number one response that we had was, we needed this, because everyone has experienced collective suffering. And I thought, why not create a wonderful place, a safe space where people can go and, everyone is vulnerable. Everyone's been through the same situation. We have compassion, and it's a place where people can come, and it's digital at the same time. So it brings people together. So that's the whole concept for Continuum. And we're actually continuing a tour, and it's now going to be in Irania, China on the 15th to 17th. It's a collaboration with the Doom movie premiere. And we're also going to be showcasing in Miami, Basel, and then beyond. So we're creating a worldwide, movement of well-being and technology, and also NFTs will be deeply involved in this project. So I'm looking forward to the project. It's going to be great.
Yeah, and I was able to kind of see, well, not physically be there, but kind of see some of the people that were kind of going, and literally self-care is how some of the viewers are saying, is self-care is everything. Making sure that we're taking care of ourselves, and at the same time, we had just a whole year of getting rocked by COVID, so just making sure that if anything, going into directly into the space, and also for Maddie as well. So kind of reaching back to that COVID thing is I noticed that remember TMFA kind of created the monoliths around the world as kind of a moment in history where people were like, where is this coming from? Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
I mean, people can Google or go to the mostfamousartist.com/headlines and see all the press regarding that particular stunt. Yeah, the monoliths happened at the end of 2020, and it was a little bit of a reprieve from the seriousness of the news cycle. I can't take credit for every monolith, but I can say that we were involved in some part of that process. Yeah, I mean, my practice has always been a little bit poking fun at what Krista just mentioned, which is the vapidity and kind of banality of social media. And even my name, The Most Famous Artist, is a piss take on this whole notion that we want to be famous as artists, and that's the primary objective. And it's a little ironic that all I had to do was call myself the most famous artist to achieve that status. I mean, I think that kind of steps away from the core focus here, which is how do NFTs impact the art world? And if I could redirect the conversation, I mean, as an artist paying attention to the NFT space, it feels a little overwhelming. I mean, if I'm not on Rarity Tools all day long and looking at the homepage of OpenSea and learning how to participate in the gas wars, you kind of feel like you're getting left behind. And I guess some things that it's done to my art practice are, it's kind of, I'd say it's commercialized a lot of artists that were vehemently against being commercialized because there's so much money floating around. And artists are starting to, at least in my view, make work that fits either the narrative, the cultural aesthetic, or the framework that the NFT buyer community is supporting. So, for example, we see a lot of artists making these 10,000 PFP projects, or we see artists going after kind of generative art. And I guess what I'm excited to see is like all of the hype shake out, and then just getting back to a place where artists are creating for the sake of just making what they want to, and then seeing what the market decides is important. Because right now it feels like we're in these hype cycles, and chasing the hype cycle as an artist feels like the appropriate thing to do, because it's been hard. 2020 was really hard for a lot of artists. We didn't have the opportunity to show our work. We didn't have the opportunity to sell much work. Art is a non-essential item. I mean, blue chip art sales were up to record numbers because many wealthy collectors view art as a hedge. But for the rest of us, the folks who are just trying to make art and sell art, it was a really hard time, and NFTs have come in and kind of like rewarded a lot of us for just sticking through it. But it's also created a little bit of like a cloud. It's created a little fog around like, where should I be orienting my practice? And where should we as artists be going? Should we be chasing the hype cycles, or should we be staying true to what our practice is? I loved hearing Krista's story about her transcendental meditation impacting her practice and how that naturally fits into NFTs. It doesn't sound like she's chasing the hype cycle, which is admirable. But that's something that I've talked to a lot of my art friends about, and it's kind of this lingering stench, if you will.
Yeah, like so like with the kind of like with artists entering into the crypto space and kind of like now kind of producing more works on there, like how do you think how do you think that is affecting the space, as in like has the crypto art scene like amplified your artistic fame to kind of like make it to like reach a newer audience?
Yeah, for me it has. I mean, my life has changed ever since the Mars House came out, and after it was sold. I mean, it basically it's a harbinger for a metaverse future. And I think people were just like shocked that a digital house fetched so much money. It sold for like 288 Ether. I mean, I wasn't surprised about the price, obviously, but everybody else is like, the headlines were all like, no, this can't be real. This is a joke. It's crazy. And I had so many architects like so pissed off, like, oh, who is this person, selling a rendering as an artwork for like $500,000. Yeah, but at the same time, we're like so early in the space. And when you really think about it, like we're actually the pioneers of future culture that's happening right now with NFTs. So NFTs, I think, are really exciting because it is the future of culture. And so we're really at the cutting edge.
Yeah, I would love to hear what changed in your life, Krista, as a result of selling a virtual house for $500,000, and how that changes your practice. If you want to talk about that, I'd be happy to listen to it. Otherwise, I can answer that question.
Well, that's a great question. I think that it's just all the media attention, and people just know who I am from the Mars House. And yes, I've been creating art all this time, and I've done a collaboration with L'Envin, but it just sort of like everyone just sort of knows my name, and they know the Mars House now. So I've been put on all these lists, Nifty Top 40, Metaverse Top 30. And I'm invited to all kinds of panel discussions and media interviews. So let me tell you, like after the Mars House was sold, like I was nonstop talking about the Mars House and about the metaverse, and I still haven't stopped. And there are all kinds of people who want to collaborate with me, and different platforms that want my endorsement, or for me to have an advisory role, which is all very flattering. But at this point, it's really starting to get to the point where I really have to carve out time and protect my time as an artist to really create and stay on course with my vision. And so I'm very happy that I have Continuum, and it's a project that's been ongoing since 2017. But at the same time, like Mars House has become this whole thing on its own, and I'm it's a whole new thing. It's has a world and a universe of its own that I'm also still riding that wave. And so it's it's pretty exciting. I'm not complaining. It's just changed my life.
Excellent. And then also Maddie as well, kind of like how has it kind of like amplified artistic fame, and kind of like how like are you reaching out to newer audiences as well?
What's fascinating is that I'm finding launching product or projects pseudonymously is actually allowing me more artistic freedom, and it's allowing me to step outside of kind of the expectations of my collectors and my audience. And so I'm finding more space to experiment because of NFTs. Not all these experiments are successful. Some have been, but I like it, and I like the NFT space in that regard, that it's acceptable to be anonymous and it's acceptable to start projects fresh. And there's a buying public interested in supporting those types of projects. One thing that hasn't taken off to the degree I hope it will eventually is like this idea that artists can produce one of ones. We've seen a lot of like collections or like projects, whereas and I guess Mars House is an example of a one of one that sold quite well. But I'd like to see more of a parallel between the physical world, artist, studio practice, and the making of a work over a period of time, and then the selling of that work, and kind of sharing the process through which that work is created, and building like the notion of studio visits kind of went away in the NFT space, and studio visits were the primary driver of sales for me. Like people coming into my space, experiencing my creative process, looking at a whole bunch of my work, and kind of really getting a vibe for what was happening. And I feel like NFTs have become like this transactional layer that abstracts out the practice and the process. And so I'm hopeful that we can figure out a way to, through Discord channels and through social media, involve interested collectors more in the process of the creation of art and less in the transactional value achieved as a result of the art being sold through the NFT technology.
That's a great point. Can I just expand on that? I think that's a really good point, Maddie. And I also want to know if you actually think that the future of the market really depends on mainstream adoption of cryptocurrencies. Like, I think this is all a matter of timing, that the current crypto art collectors are also early crypto investors. And the future of this market will be from mainstream art collectors who cross over into crypto and adapt it, and therefore will also, bring their taste and, the traditional value structure of going to studio visits, of appreciating the slow creative process of artwork. I think this is a cultural bridge that still needs to be bridged. What do you think of that, Maddie?
That's a great point. There's a gentleman called Stefan Simkowitz, who's like a kind of an art dealer, collector extraordinaire, and he created a platform called Simco Drops. And through that, he's bringing studio practice artists and sometimes digital artists into the NFT world in a way that feels a little bit more in line with the traditional art market. And so I think there are certain actors in the fine art world that are making this transition and doing it well and bringing high quality cultural production into the NFT space. I'm personally not collecting like really expensive JPEGs of cats or toads or punks. Partially because it just feels really expensive and inaccessible. But what I am doing is I'm finding these like small communities who are launching NFT projects and buying the NFT as more of an access pass to the community. Less so thinking that it's going to appreciate in value, but more thinking about it as like, okay, the NFT is my ticket to the concert. And the rarity of my NFT is like where I sit in the stadium. But at least I'm there and I'm getting to like hear everyone talk or hear the performer sing. So in its current instantiation, the value I see in NFTs is access to communities of people where you can learn invaluable information. Whether or not these really expensive art blocks or CryptoPunks will last the test of time remains a mystery, and only time will tell. And I guess with the rate of change in the NFT space, it feels like a new, like, world changing or art world shifting thing is happening on a daily basis, and that reminds me a little bit of like the hype of zombie formalism, which was this moment that happened in the art market where all of a sudden all these new artists, these new abstract artists, were selling for exorbitant amounts of money. But then when the bear market came, all of a sudden their careers were over. And so it'll be interesting to see what the bear market, which inevitably happens in the cyclical crypto market, does to the NFT space, and which projects survive.
What about tokenization? Would you tokenize yourself? I've been asked that question. I've been thinking about it.
So I think what you're referring to is social tokens.
Yeah.
And that's this
Have
idea
your own.
that, like,
Yeah.
So I have a social token. It's called Art.
Okay.
It's built on the Rally platform, and it's a utility for my community to access my Discord. So rather than owning an NFT and using Collabland to authenticate into my Discord via their MetaMask wallet, Rally is this really easy on-ramp where non-crypto native folks can just sign up with an email address, a sidechain wallet ID or wallet, and then and use a fiat transaction to buy my tokens, or they can come into my Discord and earn my tokens. But the general idea is the tokens. So if we go back to this concert analogy, the NFT is the access pass to the stadium. The tokens become the way to reward fans who know the most words to your songs or wear the merch and that kind of thing. And it almost becomes like in gaming, a point system where you can evaluate who are your super fans, who are the folks that are contributing the most to your growth as a community, who are the folks that are like stepping up. And so to a certain degree, I have tokenized myself and my community largely to keep track of who are the people that are contributing the most value to the network of artists I'm trying to build.
Are you going to offer airdrops or studio visits? Like, what other community building mechanisms are you creating for your tokenized community? It's very fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea behind social tokens is providing utility to token holders, and so we provide a utility in a number of ways, like participating in IRL group shows. Last week we had, or October 1st, we had a group show where members of our community who hold our tokens got to display their work for free in a gallery space that we rented so that we could have a group show for our community.
Wow.
We also have hosted workshops where we brought in lecturers, or we've allowed members of the community to host figure drawing workshops or still life drawing workshops or any number of educational experiences to kind of build an ecosystem or an economy around our community. And the social token is the mechanism through which we do that. The social token is absolutely not an investment. It's absolutely not something people are buying with the hopes that it goes up. It's literally the point system through which we keep track of individual members' engagement in my ecosystem, read my career as an artist.
Brilliant.
That's exciting. Yeah, like I mean, I did see one person that did tokenize himself in terms of like all his decisions. I think his name was Alex Mesmesh. He had it to where it's like, oh, if I tokenize myself, what can I eat today? And there was like 2 answers. They would vote on which one he would eat.
Wow.
But
that's amazing. That's like performance art. It's amazing.
And then after a while, I think he became I forget which platform, but he's building now. But he's building like an art marketplace NFT platform.
He's building Showtime, which is like
Showtime,
the Instagram for NFTs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, very cool. Love
and
that.
then Yeah, so we're also starting to wrap up on this discussion, and I kind of wanted to do a quick, kind of like a quick final. Sorry, I'm messing up. A quick final question for you guys, to kind of like give like final thoughts on like what the industry, what the NFT industry is at like currently right now, and then kind of like your outlook in the future of it as well. Let's go ahead and start with Krista.
So I see that we're still in very early days. I think that the next iteration of NFTs will be into the metaverse. There's billions of dollars being poured into actually creating the metaverse, building it out, and this is going to be the biggest sort of creative renaissance that we've ever experienced in modern times. We basically need art, objects, architecture. We need all kinds of assets to build our worlds, to create experiences, and we also need like education. We need healthcare. We need all kinds of services that will actually be translated into the metaverse, because we are going to live this quantum lifestyle where we're actually, have a digital twin where we live part of our lives in the metaverse. But, for me, I think it's very important that this interaction is not a dystopian future. Like, I'm not into Ready Player One. I don't think that gamification of our lives is necessarily all that great. What I want is the enhancement of human life. I want education. I want art. I want like meaningful, immersive experiences that actually expands human consciousness, like global travel, global interaction, transcendent interaction with human beings on a level of person to person that actually overrides tradition, overrides religion, and all these dogmatic, think pre-existing values that exist in the real world. Let's transcend that. So for me, I think that we're actually a new future of human civilization that is going to be utopic, that's going to be the ideal. And I think that life imitates art. So if we're creating a beautiful ideal in the metaverse of how we can actually live with peace and brotherhood and sisterhood and be co-creators on a trustless-based system where people are not screwing each other all the time. We're basically co-creating, collaborating, and I think this can actually become in real life practice if we just create it there first.
I could not have said it better. NFTs that are interoperable with metaverses. That is the future. Chris, it was super awesome getting to hear about your practice. Michael, thank you for having us on.
Once again, where could they, before you guys leave, where can they kind of like follow you? Is it are the Twitter handles on screen right now?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, thank you guys for coming on and kind of like giving our viewers a treat today and being able to provide your insights. Like we'll definitely keep in touch and make sure that we also support you guys as well. Like we love what you guys are doing, and want to continue on with like the part of NFT Con as well. It's kind of bring together collectors, creators, and everyone to coexist and be able to just build the NFT space in a whole.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. So much fun.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right. Hey, Justin. Hello, and welcome. So we're actually going to be diving into our next segment, which is going to be a little bit of a fireside chat with People Pleaser. So if a lot of you guys might have already known who People Pleaser is, but wanted to kind of get her intake on a lot of the different things. She actually just recently had a collaboration with Steve Aoki. So, it's really amazing. Like all of these artists are kind of creating within the space.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NFT Con. I am so excited to be here today with People Pleaser. I've been watching her work, and we bring her up all the time on the podcast. I'm Josh Krieger, co-host of Edge of NFT, which I do with Ethan Janney and Jeff Kelly. We interview the leaders in the space about what's happening next, and that changes by the second. So we always have something fun to talk about. And it's been a minute since we connected. Good to see you again.
Hi, good to see you again too.
Well, you really don't need an introduction at this point. Number 4 on Fortune's list of most influential people in the space. But for those of you that haven't had a chance to get to know you, give them a little bit of your background.
Yeah, so I have been working in like 3D animation and visual effects for quite some time now. And then starting from last year, I started contributing my skills, specifically more doing animations in the DeFi space. And then so that's kind of how I got involved as a contributor in crypto, because previously in 2017, I was only a passive investor and then never actively contributed to the space until last summer. And that's also when I discovered NFTs and DeFi. And then so after, collaborating with numerous protocols, this past March, I think most people know me from the Uniswap V3 animation that I did, which then we auctioned off as an NFT that ended up selling for over $500,000. Then I donated to charity. And and then so many things have happened this summer. I helped, worked with Linda and a team to crowdfund for the Ethereum documentary using my NFTs, and also did that collaboration with Fortune. So designed the cover of their August-September issue, and also did an NFT drop for that. And yeah, it's been pretty busy since.
Yeah, you definitely busy. It's interesting. So I'm in Los Angeles, which feels like one of the NFT hubs, and you're in London. Is that where you're normally based?
No, so I'm probably normally based in New York, but right now I'm in London because I just was speaking at Token 2049. It's like a crypto conference out in London. So yeah.
Cool. Another big NFT space, but it sounds like it's been easier to collaborate in a post-COVID world with the world of digital art and NFTs, and that you've had a chance to work with people all over the globe. Would you attribute that to sort of the NFT movement, or COVID-19 sort of people being more flexible with global collaboration, or a little bit of both?
I definitely think that it's accelerated. And I think the bull run partially for crypto was also affected by COVID for sure. And yeah, so now I think since COVID, like a lot of people have realized that, they don't need to be in the office. And so, a lot of people have adopted this sort of nomadic lifestyle. And also, yeah, so it's kind of like this back and forth cycle where COVID accelerated things with crypto, but then people working in crypto often are just fully, online or remote. So then it allows you to be like nomadic, which is a part of COVID anyway. And yeah.
Totally. Well, let's start from the beginning. What was the first NFT project you came across, and what were your initial thoughts on it?
I mean, probably CryptoKitties. Yeah. That was one of the first ones that I came across, and I think I didn't think that much of it at the time, but I don't know. I haven't thought much of a lot of things. I like, for example, in 2017, I passed on Bitcoin and Ethereum because I thought that I can find the next gem that's not as expensive or something. So it's hard to say, but yeah, I think CryptoKitties was one of the first NFT projects I came from. But when I really started taking NFTs seriously, it was, like I said, last summer during DeFi summer.
What was the aha moment?
I think the aha moment was when I realized that a lot of these people initially buying NFTs, especially last summer, were people who, were mostly crypto native. And so they were very willing to spend crypto as an or ETH, even in the sense that, more so than, because it's when you think of NFT numbers, it's so ridiculous. Selling anything for half an ETH is probably not that big of a deal these days, but in the real life, that's on any day, at least $1,500 or something, right? And so, but I realized that I think the aha moment was when I fully integrated into, being a crypto ecosystem person, where I'm earning crypto and spending crypto, and I realized that people are no longer really thinking in terms of US dollars anymore. And so I think the aha moment was sort of this fully transitional phase into not just on chain, but into the digital realm, where people are only spending digital currencies as well as owning digital assets.
I'm gonna extrapolate what you said for a moment, and the aha moment. I like the sound effects in the background there. That was like, yeah, definitely an aha
Very
moment.
dramatic.
So behind me is my girlfriend's work around her brother's thesis. For his neuroscience PhD, and the amount of work that's gone into this piece of art in this series has been mind blowing to me. To see her working on this every weekend for so long, and I think historically speaking, society has not valued sort of the effort that goes into art, whether it's digital or physical. And it sounds like what you're saying is that because of people's sort of willingness to sort of trade based on an ETH peg, it's sort of there's this moment where art can now be valued appropriately, and there's more price elasticity and flexibility. Where how many times have you been to a museum where someone's like, "Oh, I can make that," right? And it's just but did you think about it for like 4 years, and does it represent so much more than what's on the paper? And do you know how much effort it takes to do multiple layers and all that important stuff?
I think there's certainly that layer of it, but I think maybe another, I don't know if this is kind of contentious for me to say, but another layer of it is like, do you know the right people who can get you up in a gallery? It's like, I think that's actually such a huge, from what, obviously I don't come from traditional art, right? And then that's such a big thing in traditional art, is just like knowing the right art appraisers and the right gallery owners, and being, endorsed by the right people, all about connections and getting to the right places. Since art is so subjective, and like you said, a lot of the pieces aren't necessarily like the most hyper realistic painting that seems technically difficult. So then when you get to that stage, it's based on a lot of other factors. And then I've seen that carry over to NFTs as well.
So in a good way or a bad way?
I think at the end of the day, with any sort of economic system, this doesn't just apply to art. Maybe, you could say, or you could argue that with things like tech, it could be less so, because it is very like based on technical skills. So, if you literally cannot program this well, then it will show. But yeah, I think, with any sort of career and industry, there's a lot of, to get to the top, not just like elements of luck and skill, but also just like knowing the right people. There's always going to be gatekeeping. I personally think it's a bad thing. I mean, that's why I'm an advocate for decentralization. And I, really hope that with NFTs, we can sort of adopt a more inclusive mindset. But at the end of the day, I'm just talking about art at this point, right? Because so many people are just only thinking of NFTs and synonymously to visual art right now. But, obviously the technology is so powerful, it could be way more than that. But yeah, in terms of the NFT art world and, how much these assets are being like traded and sold for, yeah, I hope that we migrate towards a future that's more inclusive and less sort of based on, connections and gatekeeping and all that kind of Web 2 concept.
I guess my question on that note is that starting to happen? Are people starting to value art differently based on what NFTs have done to the space? Are things opening up? You see Gary Vee and other folks really, and yourself, trying to really prop up new artists. I had a conversation with Nicole Buffett the other day, where her goal is to find artists that no one has ever found before, where she just finds their work beautiful. Is that happening across the board, or is there still this sort of social proof component that's like essential?
I think there's definitely the social proof component. Seems that about something that many members of the community care about. I mean, something that I've always talked about, which I think would be a really interesting concept, which no one has done yet, but would be like if you had an NFT site where there's no like information on any of the artists, and it's just the art itself, and then there's like maybe the price or something, and then you just buy it purely because you like the art and not because you think that this is going to be an investment. I mean, and there's no right or wrong way to do things. I'm just saying that since this technology is available to us, we have probably so much room to play around and experiment with. But definitely, I think right now, a lot of the social proof aspects are still very much things that people look at. And, you know, I don't think there's any like right or wrong, because if you're buying something, it's kind of like, I don't know, if I was like going to go outside to a clothing store and like, I want to know that this is a good brand as opposed to like a Costco brand or something, you know what I mean? But not to say that any single one person is a Costco brand, but
They
I think
have really good smoked salmon at Costco. That's my thing. No, I love your idea of that platform. You should totally do that, or have your DAO do it, or maybe someone listening here will do it and reach out to you to collaborate. Let's talk about DAOs for a moment. When did you discover DAOs, and what were your initial thoughts there?
I mean, I discovered DAOs probably, around the same time that I really dug into DeFi Summer, so probably like last summer. But I didn't really sort of start looking into them until obviously when Pleaser DAO happened. And I think that, they really, I don't know, they really like helped kick off a DAO summer, as people call it, you know, like basically I think after Pleaser DAO formed, there was just like a huge like sort of alignment of attention towards DAOs, which I thought was really cool. And then, but that's also including myself around the time that I really started to look into what a DAO means, like what is it capable of and why they could be important.
Yeah, you know, I did some research, and you know, art DAOs have been around, right? Like this isn't something that was just invented this year. I guess in sort of going through this process, what have you learned about how to create a high performing, high impact DAO that sort of brings the community along and sort of is able to sort of deal with disagreements in a sort of healthy way? Like what have you learned along the way?
I think that, even still now, everybody is still learning, including myself and I think several members. And I feel like the most important things I've learned is about being organized, or, you know, I think in the beginning, a lot of people were, at least within Pleaser DAO, were very, very optimistic because it is comprised of so many prominent members of the like the crypto and DeFi space, right? Like there's like several, you know, like founders and just like prominent builders. But then we reached a point where we realized that might actually not be a good thing, because since everybody is so like successful already, they're also extremely busy people. And so, you know, this DAO being that, you know, none of us were getting paid or anything, you know, to participate in this DAO. It was purely just like out of people's interests. So, but it also can't be like their full-time job, right? And so naturally there's a lot less time and resources that each of these members can allocate to. And so probably what would have been way more valuable would be to hire, you know, full-time committed people like way earlier on, as opposed to trying to operate as a side project thing that everybody chips in parts of their time to. And so that's probably one of the most, you know, valuable experience that I've learned. And then in terms of, you know, resolving, I don't know that there's many conflicts in the DAO, actually. I think it's funny, I mean, not to paint like a perfect picture or anything, but I think it's just like usually when people have differing ideas, but that's part of the crypto space too. It's just like, not Twitter though, because people love to argue on Twitter, but I think within Telegram.
I just went to a art plus tech house in DC, and they had an exhibit that there was this brain that changed based on arguments and sentiment on Twitter. And so like you just see it go from a really calm, harmonious environment to like a thunderstorm all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah. People love to argue on Twitter, but I think in Telegram groups, people are a little bit more efficient about this kind of stuff. So, you know, when there's like, for example, when they're talking about acquisitions or like what they want to acquire, when there's disagreements, usually people are pretty open to hearing out, okay, why do you disagree? And then, typically people bend one way or the other. There's never been like anybody who doesn't give up on their original idea because of, you know, any particular reason. So
is there any like folks that you've discouraged from creating a DAO because it just didn't make sense? Is there any reasons to not create a DAO?
I think there are many reasons to not create a DAO. I mean, first of all, yeah, like I said, it's a new type of structure, right? So I wouldn't say it's like the easiest organizational structure to navigate, especially because it's supposed to be flat and democratic. So for example, just in a hypothetical situation, if you see somebody that you could think is not, like, let's say, super competent in the DAO, it's not like anybody is the CEO or the boss, so that they can have a say to like fire, like nobody can be fired, you know what I mean? And so I definitely feel like if anybody is gonna create a DAO, don't create one just for the sake of it being a DAO. I think you need to sort of really look into why does it need to be decentralized? Why does it need to be on chain? And I mean, like a random sort of like a tangent was that I recently was in Vancouver, and then I went to this place called it's like this hub called Decentral, and then they have like their own sort of like what they call an AO. So it's not decentralized, but you know, they have like their own system of like how they onboard members and you know, like voting and sort of, and like hierarchy and like how they structure their organization and everything. I found that pretty interesting. And so, and you know, because they don't have any reason for it to be decentralized, it just made sense for them to just be an AO. And yeah, so I mean, that's probably just like a long way to say that if you're looking into something like this, you should probably research why a DAO would be necessary and important to you, because it is a lot of work at the end of the day.
Yeah, and people talk about community and teamwork, but not everyone feels comfortable with a total egalitarian structure, and it can be frustrating, right? If that's not like the right structure for you.
Sure, exactly.
So you've been busy as usual, doing some cool stuff with Steve Aoki. Can you tell us a little bit about the recent Sotheby's auction? Congrats, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was a fun little project that I did, which basically started when Steve Aoki and his team reached out and, you know, asked if I'd be interested in collaborating on something. And then, you know, I sort of responded with, well, if we can find an idea that's like exciting to both of us and interesting and like has a meaning and purpose behind the collaboration, then we should absolutely do something together. And then so, you know, half of it was like realizing that Steve has a very different audience to mine, and then you know, how can we sort of like combine or at least take advantage of that? And this is still an ongoing experiment, right? So the
how would you describe his audience? I'm just curious.
Definitely more of a mainstream one, as in, you know, like I think my audience is super niche. Like it's just like literally a subset of crazy cult people who believe in magic internet money.
Nice.
And then Steve has like more of a normal, like functional outside world audience, I think. Obviously, I'm joking. And so, yeah, we were thinking
for now,
like,
until they become weird, culty, internet money people, because you guys created a bridge together.
This is true. Yeah, and then so the piece called Serendipity was, you know, also I was talking about how on-chain collaborations weren't truly like, you know, I don't think the whole process has been very eloquent up to this date. Like mostly it's just like when two artists collaborate on chain, either one of them would mint the piece, let's say, and then maybe in the description they'd be like, oh, this is a collaboration with somebody else. I mean, Foundation has made like a step forward with that, using like the split contract where, you know, on their site, it's like built into the smart contract where you can just split the proceeds, but still, even on their site, and also, you know, if you're like trying to look at it on OpenSea or whatever, the piece is ultimately still minted by one address. And then so I was thinking that if we have that restriction, you know, it's like, it's just, I mean, I don't even know why I need to point this out, but it just obviously it's wrong, not wrong, but just like doesn't feel super right that only one of the collaborators is minting the piece, right? And then so then I like explored this idea of like, okay, well, if we created a Gnosis safe, similar to a DAO, but it's not a DAO, and then let's say Steve's address is on the multi-sig and my address is on the multi-sig. So on chain, you can see that both of us own this Gnosis safe, and then if we use the address of the Gnosis safe to mint the piece, then that's, you know, not the most ideal of situations, but at least a step forward than just each one of us having to pick who is minting the piece, right? So at the very least, and then you know, since it's already a Gnosis safe, I thought, well, if we we'll mint a piece and then we sell it and then the funds go back into the safe, which is the vault, then we can also use that to sort of like curate and collect. And then, you know, me being obviously female, but also just, Steve had noticed this as well. It's just like amongst blue chip artists or just a lot of the NFT artists in general, mostly it's like male artists who are getting a lot more exposure and recognition. And so sort of in the hopes to sort of balance that and give, you know, up and coming female artists like more of a stage and presence and hopefully exposure. We thought, well, why not do an experiment where we use this Gnosis safe, where the piece itself gets auctioned off, funds go back into the Gnosis safe, then we use that to collect from up and coming female artists, but also that hopefully combining our audiences, we can shed a little bit more light, and just to see if this kind of behavior can inspire change in the space and also for people to pay more attention to female artists. Yeah, so that's
amazing. What was the sort of theme of the piece and how did you come up with the concept?
Well, the concept was something that I had come up, you know, a while ago. I mean, this isn't, you know, you can often see this theme of like a female character with like a big sort of either like a monster or, you know, just like big type of like, you know, it's like a recurring theme in a lot of my art pieces. And I think part of the commentary is just sort of like I always say that it's like a lonely journey for me to sort of, you know, not because it's not a fight, right? I'm not fighting like gender disparity, but it's more of like, see, in all my pieces, it's more of like a harmonious, but you know, usually like the monsters or whatever are friendly with the female character, or, you know, at least like, you know, allies with the female character. And it's more of just like trying to make a commentary on like tackling this huge sort of like problem or like all these systemic values that we have been inscribed with from society, and how sort of like we can like tackle that on, or at least for me, you know, and how I can turn that into a friendly, you know, collaborative one, as opposed to female versus male or like gender wars. It's not like that at all, you know. For like in this case, for example, like Steve was so on board to help you know, sort of benefit like up and coming female artists, because he also agrees that there just aren't enough of them being recognized in the space. And so, you know, it's not like an antagonizing relationship. It's like a collaborative one where we both agree on this value and want to push it forward.
Well, let's take a moment to give some up and coming female artists a shout out. Who are you seeing in the space that you're excited about?
So I mean, the girl who makes the like bull market girlfriends that I saw recently was really good. Let me find her actual handle on Twitter, because I think she deserves a shout. Oh, it's Chris K_NFT. She's doing some really cool stuff. And then, I mean, there's some other ones that I personally like to collect from. I mean, oh, me and Steve actually both follow this female artist. Her Instagram handle is Zoe Winters X. She's like doing some cool stuff, so we'll probably look at maybe collecting some stuff from her. Obviously, I think World of Women deserves a shout out. It's a cool project.
Are you okay with the World of Women copycat projects where they're getting more punk, or I've seen like more projects like that recently. I think it's all fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like if there's like scan punks or like cool cat spin-offs, like I don't see why, you know. I think it should be a form of flattery if there's like a spin-off of your NFT series, you know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah, and then I think another, maybe a few other ones that I want to shout out there was one that I recently found. She's doing cool stuff for sushi. Her name is like, her handle is Mochi NFT, like MOCHI NFT. Very cute. There's another female artist that she does art for CoinGecko that I really like as well. I've collected a bunch of her like Pokemon drawings. They're so cute. And it's like totally a collectible. Like I think she should sell more of them.
What's her name?
Her handle is IVHSY.
All right, some good alpha intel
Yeah, so
for
we
folks
have
that want to
some
support
listed-
female artists. Let's give these artists some love.
Yeah.
We only have a few more minutes just to take a step back. You talked about sort of social impact and values-based decision making on this stuff. We've got sort of Ethereum as the 60,000-pound gorilla in terms of minting, and you have these exciting new chains like Avalanche and Solana. Phantom is going to do some minting as well. What are your how do you look at like the different platforms to mint and where things are going in terms of thinking about environmental factors? Stacks, of course, is using recycled Bitcoin energy. How do you look at that side of the space at this moment and where it's going?
I think with anything in life can always be better. And but at this point, I think it's just a matter of like picking your poison, right? I don't know, like a lot of people obviously target NFTs as a commentary on like energy consumption, but I don't know, for example, like I personally, like I don't eat meat, and I haven't like consumed any like meat or animal products for like 8 years now, because like that's bad for the environment, so it's like if people are so concerned about the environment, like related to NFTs, then why don't you also stop eating meat or something? And at the end of the day, like we are all just like doing the best we can, and hopefully there are new technologies that come up that help sort of like reduce that, but also a lot of the numbers and stats out there are just plain wrong. So and at the end of the day, like also it's like all these like regular consumer goods that we're looking at, like t-shirts and how they're manufactured, where they come from, like making a cup of coffee, like there's so many things that impact the environment or just have sort of negative carbon footprints that are associated with it. So it really is just like being mindful at the end of the day. Like myself, I'm not like minting NFTs every single day, right? So
yeah, and you're doing good things with them. I mean, even like look at vegan leather is pretty toxic. It can be, right? With what's in that. Are you gonna test out some of the new protocols, like and try to mint on them?
Maybe. I honestly haven't had time to just like really look into it, but yeah, I'm always about like testing new things and exploring and stuff. So it should be fun.
Cool. Well, where can folks go to keep up with your new adventures?
I mostly live on Twitter nowadays. Sometimes Instagram, but mostly Twitter. Twitter is people pleaser 1, and then Instagram is just people pleaser.
There you go. Well, my handle, guys, is at Josh Krieger. I'm also mainly on Twitter, and most of the content that we do is through our handle for Edge of NFT, at Edge of NFT. We're doing all sorts of fun stuff coming up. We finally have our first project that we just announced, Living Trees, sort of pollinating the ecosystem we're excited about. And you can subscribe to our newsletter at edgeofnft.com. We've given away maybe $30,000 of NFTs, I think, in the last few months. And, our social media manager, Gail, has a good time with that. She feels like Miss Santa Claus every day. So
that's amazing and wholesome.
Yeah, totally. This was so fun. Look forward to seeing you in real life at one of these events now that it's event season. And wish you the best with all your amazing work.
Thank you.
Ever wish you could have your own NFT store? Wish no more, since Niftify is here. Create store instantly with no coding required on multiple chains. Freely customize store design, add your native token, or even have your own store domain. And so much more. All comes at an insane zero development fee. Reimagine what's possible with your own NFT business. Create your free store on Niftify today. Niftify. Fuel the rise of NFT economy.
Hey guys. So yeah, I'd like to kind of introduce a little bit about Niftyfy as well. They are also helping artists. So if you guys they're doing an exclusive giveaway just for everyone that's at NFTCon. If you want to create your own store, think of it as like Shopify of NFTs. You can literally be able to redeem it for prizes. So you're able to win up to $5,000 by just creating stores, or even for your collectors out there, being able to buy some of the NFTs as well. So they actually have multi-chain support right now. So they're on Ethereum, Polygon, Binance, and also a lot of other cool features as well. Nikita is actually going to be coming on shortly. I just wanted to kind of go over the giveaways really quickly, so that there's going to be $2,000 up for grabs for 100 sellers. So anyone that goes onto the website, let me go ahead and place it up here. It's going to be nftcon.niftyfy.network, and you can kind of already create your store for sellers, so that if you have if you have at least 3 NFTs, have a store banner, preview image, and kind of like full contact information on the footer, set as publish, and then share to Twitter with the hashtag Niftyfy, hashtag NFT store, and also hashtag Nifty for NFTCon. And then for you buyers out there as well, you guys are buying some of the pieces that are on the platform. You're also able to also receive a kickback from it. So basically $3,000 for 100 buyers who buys from NFT stores on Niftyfy. So once again, it's going to be nftcon.niftyfy.network. And to kind of like jump into it as well, we're going to be bringing Nikita on to kind of talk about a little bit about enabling your own NFT economy.
Hello guys, my name is Nikita. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Niftyfy, the multi-chain platform to allow people to build NFT marketplace without coding. Today I'm here as the Emerald sponsor of NFTCon to show you how we can support your NFT economy. So I would like to talk about the immense opportunities for growth and profit in NFT space. As a lot of you have heard about the growth in the NFT, especially the comeback since August, a lot of different projects, including arts, collectibles, and especially gaming projects have arisen. And hundreds more gaming projects are also coming that increase the sales as well as the profit in NFT significantly. And before, most of the NFTs was just on Ethereum, but for now we are on a multi-chain metaverse. There are a lot more chains that provide much cheaper and affordable gas fees to allow projects to have more interoperability across chains. And everything now can be converted into NFT and can be NFT except for money. So yes, there are huge potential for the growth of the NFT. And I do personally think that we are only at the starting point of the NFT economy. However, we do have some challenges for people to join the NFT space. And these are some of the major challenges that we see. First of all, the technical challenges. When people hear about NFT as well as blockchain, they tend to think that, oh, it's so complicated how I can join. And that will stop them from learning more and finding out how they can actually jump in the NFT space. We do understand this technological expertise challenge. That's how and that's why we came up with the idea of building Niftyfy as a multi-chain platform to allow people to create their own NFT marketplace, as simple as just create a store on Shopify. Without coding at all. And the second one is the competitive and impersonal. You also have heard of a lot of some of the major NFT marketplaces like OpenSea, Rarible, Mintable. However, they are swamped with new artists, and often than not, when you try to go on these platforms, you lost. you don't know, what you want to find, and it's very hard to find. And for sellers, it's very hard for people to remember their names or their brands, because it's just out there together with all the other arts, and it's like a sea of art. That's also one of the challenges that we tackled on, to allow people to create, not only to create their NFT marketplace, but also to customize it, personalize it, and make it their own brand. And the third one is branding and marketing, because we do want to empower and enable NFT sellers to have their own brand in the future. And over time, people will know them as a brand instead of just, some random seller on some marketplace. However, most artists and creators, they great at what they do, creating arts and things like that. However, not all of them, have the right tools to help them with branding and marketing. And that's where we also want to spend the extra effort to create and provide them with the tools so they can promote and reach out to their audience, communicate with their audience, and build their brand, as well as maximize the profit over time. So to answer all the challenges that I mentioned before, we do come up with a lot of solutions to help creators to not only participate in the NFT economy, but also to maximize the potential success for them. You see some of the major features of Niftify here, including no coding store creation. It's very easy. You just go on the platform and then follow the steps, and it'll show you how to create your own store. And a zero upfront cost, because for a creator or for anyone to create a NFT marketplace, they would have to invest a significant amount of money at the beginning, not less than, I would say, 30 to 50K for the most basic NFT marketplace. And we do have multi-chain support. For now, we support 3 chains: Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and Polygon. So you can choose any chain that you like to build your store on, and you can build multiple stores under your account. So you can have, for example, one store on each chain, or even more than that. Yeah. So here is the screen of the no coding store creation. As you go to the niftify.network, you will see this screen, and just enter the information, your email and password, and then you'll be able to create your own store. Yes, and right now we don't charge a upfront cost. We do charge a small amount of transaction fees per transaction. So as long as you make revenue, you can sell your art, you can sell your NFTs, then you have to pay. Otherwise, there's no fees associated yet. Freely customize the store design. This is one of the key difference that we provide that no other marketplaces do. So what it does is you can customize your own store, including the header, the footer, the name of your store. You can have your own logo, and you can have your own domain. You can set up, however you want to display your items. For example, you can display the best-selling NFTs, or you can display the new coming ones, or you can display it according to different categories that you have, etc. So that is free for you to be creative in how you want to customize and design your own store. And this is also one feature, unique feature that our development team is putting a lot of effort and expertise on, which is the to integrate as well as develop a lot of marketing tools for sellers to be able to sell and promote their stores to different platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. We do integrate with some of the most common and popular tools, including SEO tools, Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel, to allow sellers to collect more information, data from their buyers, to come up with more strategies and understand their audience better. Yes, and this is the multi-chain support that I also mentioned before, including, as you can see on the screen, you can choose when you create a store, you can choose what chain you would like to build your store on, including Binance, Ethereum, and Polygon. And yes, at your own domain. So, for example, if you have and this is a key feature for you to build your brand, instead of going on a random NFT marketplace and just sell. And over time, you want people won't know you as a brand. Instead, we do provide a domain customization. So, for example, if you have your own brand or your own project, and you name it and you purchase your own domain, and you can go ahead and integrate that into here. So whenever a buyer access your store, it will be whatever domain that you have chosen instead of Niftify.network. So those are some of the unique features that we already have on Niftify, but more than that, we do have a early adopters channels where we talk to all our stores, the earliest stores that have joined us, that have supported us so far in this journey. And we do have a very long backlog of the new features that the stores would like to have. So we do want to create and build a platform to actually serve the real needs from our users. So here you can see some of the more advanced features that we're planning to build, including integration with KYC, NFT duplicate detection, to protect the originality of the seller's arts. Multiple store. Oh, I'm sorry. I like to address a little bit more about the some of the features here, including multiple store operators, because I do hear a lot of, for example, like musicians and artists. They do work with other musicians and artists, and they wonder if, for example, if they have a store on us, it will allow them to collaborate with other operators in terms of uploading the NFTs on the platform, and also the revenue sharing and all that. So that is also one feature that we're working on together with some of other advanced features, as you see here, like fiat payment or white label service, to develop other features that you think that will help in your particular industry. Yes, so some of the achievements that we have so far, the platform launched in July, so it's been only over 2 months. However, we are very humble and thrilled to have over 1,000 stores that launch on us so far. And we have a community of over 60,000 people on Twitter, almost 50 on Telegram, And together with that is a huge number of registered users, over 30K. And these users, they are preparing, they are getting ready to launch their stores. So here are some of the successful stores on us, as you can see, including Pirate Coin, Rich Pain. Rich Pain is a pretty successful project in the sports NFT. And some musicians like Mike, Leo. Yes, we do work very hard, and we communicate directly with all of our store owners on a daily basis, try to support them, because I do understand that the NFT economy is still in its very early phase. And like I mentioned, we do want to build a platform that actually serves the needs. Here are some of the very heartwarming testimonials from our store owners, like Mike, Rich Payne, Dead Red, that you can see here. Yeah, they say that, for example, Mike say we do provide the platform to them, but we don't say that it's powered by us because of the customization feature. It looks like, this is your own store. Or Rich Payne, they, since they have been in the market for a while, they do have a lot of NFTs and have a quite significant trading volume. So they do have a lot of questions as well as tickets for that need us to support. And usually our team try to answer them very timely. It's very I'm very happy to hear that they're grateful for our support and our effort that we put in. And yes, Dead Red, they say that this is a very innovative platform, and they're excited, and I'm very grateful to have people like this that support us from the very beginning, and will continue to support us in the future. Yes, so that's a little bit about our platform, and we do want to incentivize people who are joining and listening to us, including both sellers and buyers, to join our platform. If you're already a NFT sellers or buyers, especially sellers, try us out, because there's no fees to set up your own store right now. And you never know how successful you can become over time when you can build your own brand, your own community, and there's no cost. So just head over and create your store. And for buyers, we do also want to give you a chance to explore the stores that are already on us. Just go ahead and follow the instructions on our website. Yes, buy some NFTs and jump in the space. Thank you so much.
Ever wish you could have your own NFT store? Wish no more, since Niftify is here. Create store instantly with no coding required on multiple chains. Freely customize store design, add your native token, or even have your own store domain. And so much more. All comes at an insane zero development fee. Reimagine what's possible with your own NFT business. Create your free store on Niftify today. Niftify. Fuel the rise of NFT economy.
Thank you, Nikita, for being on stage and allowing the guests to actually receive some portions of it. So once again, if you guys are in the audience and you guys are looking to make a store, you can go over to nftcon.niftify.network, and from there it's literally a very simple process. It literally takes like 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes, in order to create your own store. So, you can already start enabling it to sell, and you're already starting to like, since the collaboration with us as well, is like you're able to even earn money just by setting up your store. And if you're a buyer, definitely just look into like all the projects that are being built on there, and think of it as like a Shopify white labeled experience, right? It adds all the tool sets on there, and it really provides an area for you to grow your business on there. And then also we're also going to be having our next panel coming up. So let me go ahead and invite them onto the stage. The next panel is going to be about art, NFTs, and actually curating art NFTs. So yeah, just enjoy, sit back, and once again, if you guys like everything that you guys are seeing right now, feel free to also join our community on Telegram. So it's t.me/DeFi Summit. And also, we're going to be having a little bit more drops today. I know a few people want more drops and everything, but we'll be having more today as well, and also tomorrow and the day after. So once again, let's go ahead and invite the panel on stage.
Hi everyone, welcome to NFT Con. My name is Jen Bouquet, or Jenny from the blockchain, or Crypto Jen. What an exciting day to be here discussing about the hottest topic in town, which is NFT, or non-fungible tokens. So today's topic for our panel is creating art NFTs. And joining me are well-respected industry leaders within the NFT space. I've got Nikita Nguyen from the co-founder and also the CEO for NFTify, as well as Luzan, the CEO and co-founder of Blank Network. So everybody, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jenny. Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Jen.
Awesome. So I think how about we get started by actually give ourselves introduction to the audience, basically telling them who we are, what we do quickly, and then I'm going to be throwing you questions which I've collected from the NFT community. So we're going to be asking a lot of questions. So if we can keep it brief so that hopefully we can cover all the questions today. So I might actually start from introducing myself. So my name is Jen, and I have been in the crypto industry for the last 6 years, working in the space with projects and also government, including the European Union and also the US Blockchain Association. So currently what I do is that I run a crypto growth accelerator with the focus being Asia Pacific, called the To the Moon Lab, as well as I am a consulting director for a technology company from Singapore called ProbeChain. We actually do like public open source blockchain for the DeFi and NFT space. So that's a little bit about me. Now it's going to be your turn. I might be starting from Nikita and then followed by Lou.
Sure, Jen. Your profile is very impressive. My name is Nikita. I'm from Vietnam. I live in the US, California now. I've been in the IT industry for the whole career, the last 12 years. That started blockchain technology about 6 years ago when I founded Equios Technology in Vietnam with our office in Hanoi. We started out by providing blockchain development services to global clients. I was living in Japan for a long time, working in IT industry for the biggest IT company of Vietnam there in Tokyo. And then, that's how I got my network, and it's just what the Japanese people say, the aim means, kind of like the fate that, you just encounter with blockchain. So I met a few clients back then that needed to develop some ICO. If you remember, 2016, 17, it was
very well,
ICO, right? Yes. So that's how we started to get involved in the cryptocurrency space. So we developed a few very interesting projects in ICO, and gradually, we got more and more clients from the US, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Turkey, and some other countries. with different needs, including centralized exchange, decentralized exchange, smart contract, and then lately this 2 years, we have developed a lot of NFT marketplaces, as well as NFT auction platforms, everything NFT. We do have a team of over 100 people, blockchain developers now, fully dedicated to blockchain development, and we have delivered over 200 applications on the blockchain. Early this year, we launched our own NFT platform, which is Niftify, and yes, I act as the CEO of the project right now. We started to come up with this idea that, okay, so NFT, everyone is talking about NFT, and everybody is trying to build an NFT marketplace. We're very grateful and happy that Equals get a lot of jobs from all around the world. However, we have an issue, which is a good one, that we don't have enough resources to build NFT marketplace for everyone, because to build an NFT marketplace, like very basic one, will require at least 3 to 4 months, and at least 30-40K to build, and not everyone can do that, and we don't have, like I said, don't have enough human resources to supply. So we came up with this idea of building a NFT marketplace builder. So it is a platform to allow people to just build their NFT store or marketplace without coding at all. So we got the idea from Shopify. So that's how we came up with the name, Niftify, which is the Shopify of NFT. So
it's actually, it's actually called Niftify, right?
So yes, it is a little bit, confusing maybe, because I know that there are some other projects out there that have very similar name. We call NFT, right? The spelling is NFTIFY. But then, we say Niftify, even though I know that there's some other projects that, maybe pronunciated very similarly. Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
So Niftify, but usually say it as Niftify. So that's really interesting. I think the idea of Shopify, but NFTify, like anyone can come up on the platform without the knowledge of coding, that would definitely be really interesting. So that's really impressive, Nikita. But I will be moving on to Lou. So Lou, tell us about what you have been doing and who you are, please.
Okay, I just want to say that was quite impressive, Nikita. I'll be speaking to you after this panel.
Awesome.
My pleasure to be speaking with such experienced people from the space. I'm still relatively new. I mostly practiced in the traditional fine art space. So I've been I've been collecting contemporary art and for almost 12 years. In 2013, I founded the first private contemporary art museum in China. Was one of the first 3 private museums in China in that time. It's called Sifan Art Museum. So from then, I had a long history of working with different artists from the space, architects for different projects, and commissioning, just collaborating a lot of interesting projects. So like I said, I'm still new to this space. I most recently joined my friend's company, Roberto's company, which is called Blank Network, as co-founder. And we're now working on a few products, and one of the product is a NFT marketplace, and we're trying to kind of combine that that knowledge of that accumulated in the past in the traditional fine art space into this new field, and trying to make that bridge. So that's pretty much what we're doing right now. Yeah.
Amazing.
Awesome. We need people like you.
Yeah, welcome to the space. And actually, it's really, quite a good news, really, to actually see that a lot more international finance background people actually started to enter this space. Considering like 6 years ago, people sort of like didn't really pay attention to this whole crypto game. So, not to waste any time, I'm going to be actually jumping on to these questions, starting from the first question. This one came from a community from Thailand. The first question that they wanted to ask you both, Nikita and Lun, is that how would you explain the meaning of NFT art to someone? Let's say you just, come across someone in a coffee shop and they never heard about NFT art before. How would you quickly explain that to them? Nikita, please.
I would say that it's a piece of digital art that you know for sure that is unique and is owned by you if you have it.
That's just
And
actually
you can
quite nicely explained there. Please continue, please.
yes, I would try. I'm trying to think of the simplest way to explain to someone who's totally new. Yes, unique and and they have the right of ownership to it.
So it's something that they own, that is a piece of art or something, and it's quite unique, and they can tell that it's theirs. Okay, makes sense. So that is the NFT art. What about you, Lou? Say if you come across some of your colleagues from the traditional finance background who haven't heard about NFT before, how would you tell them, like when they ask you what is NFT art, Lou?
I think first of all, it's a digital art, so it has to be an art piece that can be digitalized or has a digital form, and obviously it lives on the blockchain, so everything is super transparent. You can own it, you can sell it, you can share the ownership with someone else. You can fragmentize it. It's just very clear provenance. The artist knows who the work is sold to. The artists even get a little bit of commission on secondary and third sales. But I think Nikita pretty much sums it up pretty well. I think it's a piece of digital asset.
Much better.
No, I like it when you said that it's a piece of digital asset which you can own. I think that's the most important thing, because in the past, digital asset cannot be owned. It's something that can be easily copy and paste. So that copyright and provenance is a very important progress for digital assets.
Awesome.
Yes,
guys.
if I can add, another piece is that everything on the blockchain is transacted via the smart contracts, and the owner of the art, the NFT art, is free to create their own contract, in their own terms. And that I think that will be the major difference between the NFT economy and the traditional economy, where artists in the traditional economy are not as appreciated for their work.
Awesome addition, and thanks for that, Nikita. Now I have the second question. Now this one come from the Middle East, come from Dubai. Okay, so they wanted to know, like, okay, NFTs and everything, but what if they happens to be like someone who draws, someone who making a living by being an artist? What would NFTs actually mean to them as creators? I might actually start from Lou for this one. From the creators.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you?
Sorry, the question is that,
repeat?
say, yeah, sure. So the question is basically, if I am, like, say, an artist, I draw or I open galleries for arts, what would NFTs actually mean to them, to these people? Do they mean like, this is an opportunity for them? Or what do you see that what
okay.
NFTs actually mean to these
Got it.
creators. Yeah.
Got it. I think when NFT first came, my first observation was that it opened up so much opportunities for creators or so-called artistic creators that were probably not getting a lot of attention or love in the traditional art space, because in the traditional art space for an artist or creator to be seen, it's extremely difficult. You have to go through rigorous processes. So imagine that for your work to be shown in a prestigious gallery, right, or for your work to be shown in a museum exhibition, it takes years of effort, takes years of work, and you have to build up this huge following behind, collectors, institution, gallery support for you to get that kind of
Support.
publicity. Yes,
Recognition.
support.
Yeah.
Yeah, like being seen, right? But when NFT came, it becomes so easy for everybody, because in the NFT ecosystem, it's simple. It's only the platforms and the creators. Of course, you have the collectors. So any creator can easily mint, or like mint meaning like create a work on a blockchain. So easily create that work in a platform so everybody can see. So this shortens and simplifies the process so much, and makes so many more good artists that otherwise would not have had an opportunity in the traditional space, to be well represented. But of course, on the other hand, because the process is so easy, then you get also loads of junk in the space. So yeah, so right, it's very important for, I mean, of course, the ecosystem is going to continue to grow, right? So we're going to have different players and different people who take on a different role, to make the system a little bit more, sophisticated. But right now, like if I was a collector and I wanted to find something I really like in the space, it's very difficult. Yes, but
Yeah.
I mean, but the way that nowadays people operate are in specific communities. So community is a very important part of this space, so that a consensus can be slowly built around an artist. So, but the work it's easily minted, but to build that consensus takes a long time, or build that
Right.
community takes a long time. So that's how I observe this space as of today. Yeah.
Very good
Yeah.
point. It's easier to gain recognition, but at the same time, it comes with this a lot of junk, like what you said, and also we need to build some sort of consensus, which is quite challenging. But at the same
Yes,
time, that's
exactly.
the way for us to go forward and become more
Yes.
sophisticated. I really like that
Absolutely.
answer. Very cool.
Absolutely.
Very valid point you made there. So Nikita, over to you. For creators, what do NFTs sort of mean to them?
Yes, for sure. I think that one of the biggest uses for creators is fundraising. As Lou said, it's much more affordable, as well as less time consuming for creators nowadays to use NFTs to get to their audience. We've seen a lot of projects that have successfully raised funds through the NFTs, like Bored Apes or, Penguins. A lot of projects, they sold millions in just like a few minutes. People see NFT as a new way to raise funds for their art if they can reach, the right audience and build up their community strong enough. And instead of going to a traditional museum, which takes a lot of time and work, now they are able to approach global audience everywhere on different platforms, Twitter, Discord, Telegram, everywhere. You can find a lot of projects, kind of booming right now. So I think fundraising is one, and another opportunity for creators in NFT is, to increase their engagement with their community, because now everything is on the blockchain. So you can see who's owning your art and how your arts are being transferred among your community or your buyers, collectors.
So
And
yeah.
one thing that I haven't heard much about the actual use cases of NFT these days, because we are kind of going through the hype of NFT. We talk about, okay, this piece are 10 or 20 or even more than that worth of Ethereum, and people are like, wow, okay, if we don't buy that, we're gonna miss out. But there are a lot of things that this new innovative technology can bring to engage the creators and their communities. For example, it is a token, so they can use that to do millions of things, including like using it as a ticket to, for example, if you are a musician, right? And instead of issuing ticket or going through somebody to ask them to issue your tickets to a concert, you now can allow your collectors to say, hey, if you own these NFTs, and based on the value of the NFTs, you are, my VIP fans, and you can come to this concert, right? Or if you own this NFT, you are my loyal fans, you can buy this goods from my brand, for example. And the fractionalized aspect of an NFT, for example, allow collectors, buyer to do, limitless things in the world, right? They can lend it, they can borrow it, they can, co-own it, or all the DeFi aspect that I'm talking about that, may be a little bit difficult for someone that has not entered the NFT space at all. But I can see, tremendous opportunities for creators as well as collectors in the NFT. Yes.
Very, very well said, especially the fundraising part. I truly agree. Like it opens up this whole different level, and also the ability to be able to reach all sorts of audience from any part of the world, and also the community engagement of which you have highlighted there, and also that exclusivity with regards to, for example, if you own this particular NFT, then you'll be able to go to like a spatial meet and greets with your favorite singer, for example, Taylor Swift. That's, to name a few. So the next one that I've got, this one comes from a university from India. So this one is regarding to, if you can, I will be open about this question. Like if Nikita wants to answer, but Lou doesn't want to answer, that's totally fine. So number 3 is that if you can explain to someone in a simplest way how they can actually go about and create an NFT. For example, I've got my, artwork, and I want to try creating or minting the NFT for the first time. What would be a simple, easy steps that you would explain to that person? Nikita, maybe you might want to jump into this one.
Yes, sure. So there are a lot of NFT marketplaces out there right now, and you may have heard of a few famous ones, including OpenSea, Rarible, Mintable, yes, all that. So and there are a lot of different formats that these platforms support, including if it's a music, it can be MP3, MP4, or if it's just a picture, it can be JPEG, JNP, whatever. Just go on there and upload your work, and then just press one button or two, depends on which platform you're using, and there you go. And different platforms have different flows, right? Some will mint, because when you mint an NFT, there will be a fee associated with that. So it depends on the flow of the platform, how they set it up. The minting process can happen either before or after you have a buyer to buy that NFT.
So they shouldn't be scared. Yeah, it sounds simple enough the way you explained it, right?
Yes, it is super simple. It's just like you upload a picture or a piece of video or music on Facebook or Instagram. Just simple as that. I would say. What do you think, Lou?
Yeah, I just want to add a simple point is different platforms have different ways for art created applications. So for our OpenSea and Rarible, which is more like a very OpenSea, as the name suggests, right? It's there, so anybody can mint. So it's like a sea of like an ocean of works. And there are some premium platforms like Foundation and Super Rare, where you have to go through a kind of application process to be accepted. So we call them a little bit more premium, and then the platform take a little bit more commission from the artist, from the sales, than OpenSea. So an artist would say, okay, I'm a Super Rare artist, or I'm a Foundation artist. It gives a lot of prestige to the artist. So artists usually wouldn't say OpenSea or I'm an OpenSea artist, because anybody can be an OpenSea. So that's just my point. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I might just quickly go to the next question, which is this one comes from Australia. Are you involved with any NFT art ecosystem right now? If so, tell us about your project. I will go with Lou first, if you can actually walk us through what you do with the ecosystem.
Sure. We have more than one products on the in the pipeline right now. But the thing that we're gonna launch probably soonest is a platform, and that platform I'm not gonna say too much because we haven't really made an official announcement of it. But it's gonna be something that has a lot of focus on content, and has a lot of focus on artists and collectors. So if you know what I mean. So most of the existing platforms are there's just a lot of things on there. It's very difficult to navigate, and we kind of want to make a platform that puts more emphasis on the content artists, whitelisting artists, and whitelisting collectors. Yeah, that's pretty much
very cool.
the
Very
idea.
cool.
Yeah.
But you cannot actually disclose the name of the platform as yet, right?
Oh, it's called Blank. It's called Blank.
Blank, and it's
yes,
from Blank
yeah, but
Network.
we have that's right. Then we haven't. Yes, exactly.
Okay, we'll have to check it out. Very exciting. Now, Nikita, what are you working on within the NFT art ecosystem? Tell us.
Sure, yes. So Niftify is my total focus right now. Total focus to build an ecosystem for. We have different categories. We launched the platform in July, and for now we have over 300 registered stores on us. In different categories, including collectibles, arts, music, and games. Yes, so I would say we do have an ecosystem of over 50,000 users right now. Most of them because we're trying to build the sellers first for the purpose of the platform is to allow creators to have their own brand, because when they come on Niftify, it's very easy for them to create their own store, and then they can also customize the themes and the IP domain and everything, so it will look just like their own NFT marketplace. So in the past few months, we've been working on increasing the number of stores on the platform, and the next phase we are going to try to get more buyers into our platform by to help promote the stores that have supporting us in this journey so far.
So is the platform is actually live right now?
Yes,
For
it is.
anyone? Okay, I
For
need to try
anyone,
that out.
yes.
Yeah, awesome. And Niftify and Ftify, and also I'm looking forward to Blank as well with that content, platform of Lou.
Thank you,
So
Jen.
very
Thank you.
last one before we go, because we are running out of time. If you have the final words to give to those people who are actually watching us right now, if they haven't yet got into the NFT space, what would you tell them to get involved and why? I will start with Lou, please.
Jump in.
Simple as
It doesn't
that,
matter.
right?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're creator, even the best. I think the space is best for
Mhm.
creators. I've seen so many creators that probably was a little bit difficult on their living side, and now it's super comfortable because of the space. So has made a lot of people, a much better life and in a better place right now. So it's definitely something. Also, it's something that you should always like do it to understand.
Yeah.
A lot of it is being in the community, talking to the community, maintaining a work, buying a work, selling a work. Well, it is complicated. When I first got in, I was confused as well, and so if you only look from the outside, and it's never good. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. So Lou basically said jump in, especially if you are creators, which I agree with that. Nikita, over to you, the last final word for those that want to get into NFT. Why should they get in?
Yes, you don't want to be the last person to be in the space, and for both creators and collectors, right? You want to get in, and actually, it's not only difficult, but it's not even expensive to learn to jump in and to be a part of it, to be a part of it. So just give it a try and do it. And if you are a creator, maybe if you do it right, you will be rewarded.
It could change someone. It could change their
Exactly.
life as
Definitely
well.
change your life. Yes, for
Yeah.
sure.
And if you are a collector, there are a lot of projects right there that they are trying to incentivize you for you to learn about it, right? For example, like everyone has heard of Axie Infinity. So if you are just a gamer or a collector, you can earn money, actual money, by collecting and trading their Axies, for example. And there are a lot of projects like that. So I think, there are great ways for both sellers and buyers to just jump in, as Wu said. And it's
So
not going to
basic.
cost you money, and it can make you a lot of money.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks so much for today, guys. I think we basically, learned from all these answers from both Nikita and Lou about this NFT. And I agree with you both that it's definitely an opportunity for both creators and collectors. And that is not just what Nikita explained to us, it's not that difficult to actually get involved, get started. It's like you're uploading the stuff, but you probably need to learn about the flow. Like each platform has got different flow to actually get started, and you just need to get your head around this minting, the gas fees, and so forth. So thank you so much, Nikita and Lou. We will be following the works that you do, for example, Niftify as well as Blank Network. So good luck to you both, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Jen.
you, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ever wish you could have your own NFT store? Wish no more, since Niftify is here. Create store instantly with no coding required on multiple chains. Freely customize store design, add your native token, or even have your own store domain. And so much more. All comes at an insane zero development fee. Reimagine what's possible with your own NFT business. Create your free store on Niftify today. Niftify. Fuel the rise of NFT economy.
All right, everybody. We have moving along to the next talk now. We have art NFTs and DAOs, exploring this topic. We've seen the rise with like PFP collections, whether it be the Bored Ape Yacht Club launching their brand new Ape token coming in Q1. We also see Pudgy Penguins and all these other collections and collectives starting this idea of becoming a member of this sort of collective and DAO as well too. So it's going to be interesting to see this intersection, and it's actually pretty. We wouldn't be able to predict that these PFE collections are actually moving forward DAOs, or the concept of DAOs. Besides Gary Gensler here forcing everybody to go decentralized and not have a central company around too. So before we have the next talk to you, we'll get Michael and Benjamin from Jenny DAO on. We'll just have a little quick short little video, and then we'll hop right into it.
Hello, guys, and welcome to NFTCon. And this is going to be a fireside chat with Benjamin from Jenny DAO. Welcome, Benjamin.
Hey, Michael. What's up, man?
Hey, hey. So we're going to be talking about arts, NFTs, and DAOs today. So I kind of wanted to kind of kick off with introductions, a little bit about me, and then a little bit about Benjamin. So for us, I'm the co-founder of NFTCon. The reason that we created NFTCon is to make it to where people are able to get the information that get all the information in one place, and just learn more about NFTs and start building within the space.
Cool. So my name is Benjamin Ramo. I am the founder of Jenny DAO. Jenny DAO buys up a bunch of NFTs and fractionalizes them on a platform called Uniquely. We're also contributors to the Uniquely fractionalization platform. I'm also chairman of Start Art Gallery, which is the first physical bricks and mortar NFT gallery in Asia, possibly in the world. It's definitely one of the first permanent galleries, and that's at K11 in Hong Kong. If any of you guys are in the neighborhood, DM me and I'll be very happy to give you a private visit. In a previous life, I was one of the original founding members of Binance Labs. I was the employee number 3 over there, employee number 150 at Binance. But that was a long time ago. I left a year and a half ago, and since then I've been building NFT infrastructure.
Excellent. Welcome to have you on. And
Thank you.
I guess we're gonna go ahead and dive into like some of the first topics. I'm curious about Jenny DAO. Like, why did you guys choose the Jenny stamp, the inverted 24-cent Jenny stamp as the name?
Yeah, it's a question that comes up quite a bit. For me, I think the Jenny stamp means a lot because stamps were a very large collectible for a long time. They're less in fashion now, but for a long time they were the biggest collectible. And every collectible is special because it's rare and different. And the inverted Jenny is even more special than other collectibles because there was an error in the printing. So back in the days where every color had to be done through a new printing process, somebody messed it up and flipped the paper upside down, and you ended up having the price, all the rest printed the right side up, and the plane was flipped upside down. And collectibles are special to us because they've got some kind of rarity, and that's particularly relevant to the NFT space. So I like that concept. The other concept I like a lot is that it's named after a female name. And I think that NFTs have really brought a lot more diversity to the crypto space. You know, when we were in this space, honestly, not that long ago, I was going to say 5 years ago, but even 2 years ago, it was really male dominated, people in their 20s, a lot of geeks, um, and the whole demographic of the crypto space has changed a lot thanks to NFTs, and that's a very good thing. So if you used to go to an NFT conference or NFT event a year ago, you'd recognize 80% of the people. If you go to an NFT event now, you recognize 20% of the people, and a whole new wave of very creative, artistic talent has come in. I just came back from the Hong Kong digital art fair where there were children running all over the place, and this would have been unimaginable just a year ago. So I think having a female name representing the DAO also is something that I found very attractive to the stamp.
And then also speaking of like artists as well, it's like we're starting to see a lot more artists like enter into the space. And I think I kind of want to ask you, it's like, what do you think the current issues of like the NFT, well, what are the current issues with like the art industry that is making artists come into the NFT industry? Because like in the beginning, it was kind of like we didn't have a lot of artists, and even like a few years ago too, people were like, what are NFTs? But now it's like every artist knows about an NFT, and they're looking or already creating a way to like enter into the space.
Sure. The cynical view is money. You know, you show me the incentive, I'll show you the result. I think when Beeple struck $69 million for his NFT, he started getting a lot of interest. But that's a cynical view, and it doesn't represent everybody. I'll take the example of street art, which I think marries itself very well with the whole crypto NFT art theme. So I love street art, and I would like to see a lot more of it. And we don't see very much of it because, for one thing, the buildings that they paint on are often old and get torn down, or the police or municipality will come and paint them over. So they've got a very short lifespan. But also, artists are just not compensated for creating this public good. And our cities would be a lot more beautiful if we had more street art. But if you don't pay the artists to do it, they'll be more incentivized to be painting on canvases that hang in rich people's living rooms that they can show off to the guests. And thanks to NFTs, now you've got the ability to create both a vanity product, which people can show on their OpenSea profile or on their PFP, and a public good, which everybody can enjoy. And there's one crypto artist in particular based in Paris called P-Boy, who has been really one of the first crypto artists out there. And he does exactly that. He paints in the streets, he takes pictures of it, makes some kind of either smile animation or a hidden message inside the picture where you have a hidden Bitcoin wallet that you can open up, and then sells it on OpenSea. And what you end up having is a vanity product which subsidizes a good that everybody can enjoy. And I think that makes society a better place. I think historically, you know, if you look at Renaissance, you had a similar concept where you had the Medicis who would be patron of the arts and would commission artists to put their own faces on biblical scenes. And now, thanks to this vanity good that the Medicis wanted to have for their own personal benefit, you end up having works of art which everybody can enjoy. And you know, if you look at the Sistine Chapel now, it's something that millions of people are still able to enjoy to this day. And I think through NFTs, it really opens up all kinds of new opportunities for artists to come and to share their work, and to society to benefit from it.
And also like with that as well, it's like I didn't think of like the street art side. You know, literally like a lot of these cities would just literally just paint over them. You know, kind of you know, that art is then vanished. Like with having the blockchain, it can technically live on forever, even if this piece is painted over and that like, it still lives on the blockchain. And
Exactly.
you know, that's really great to make it to where it's like, unless the blockchain goes down, which I don't think ever is going to happen, but you know. Also another thing as well, I kind of wanted to dive a little bit into like the DAO side of it. So like with DAOs now being formed to like collect these collectibles, these NFTs and these art pieces. So do you think this would lead to some of them being like gatekeepers of specific types of artwork?
So first of all, having a DAO working with NFTs it works very well together, because thanks to blockchain, you're able to have communities revolving around art pieces, which was very different from somebody in the past privately buying a Picasso and hanging in his living room. Maybe for his own personal benefit, it's very rewarding, but you don't really get the same kind of communities which are built as you do right now with NFTs. And having DAOs own and manage NFTs brings community management to a whole new level. Not only are they orbiting this art piece, they're actually actively involved in the management of the asset. And this really has never been done before, and I think it has a way to not only reshape the art space, but really to reshape society as a whole. As far as being gatekeepers, I run a DAO. I definitely try not to be a gatekeeper. I think that it should be a community decision as to what we buy and eventually how we dissolve the DAO. But being part of the DAO itself is a sign of a stamp of approval from the community towards the artist. And with Jenny DAO, what we've seen is that not only are artists very happy to have their art sold to the DAO, but they're even willing to make commissioned art specifically for the Jenny DAO. And so we've had Steve Aoki and Blau who have made a custom-made song called the Jenny Song. We've had Sarah Zucker make a Jenny replica of the stamp with a woman with a cigar with the airplane in the background. And we've had XOR take some code, open source code, and shape it in the shape of an airplane. And we've had a few of these where not only do you get participation from the community, which give a stamp of approval to the artist, but really the artists themselves who come and cater to the desires of the community. And I think for all these reasons, DAOs can really can have a very big role in helping artists get their message across and to access communities and to gain popularity.
Yeah, kind of like also for that too, it's like another aspect of it is like fractionalization. Like you're basically able to own let's say like the DAO has 100 members and you're one part of the DAO, you own 1/100th of whatever that fund collects.
Fractionalization is a very exciting space. Just generally, NFTs don't have enough infrastructure. So I think NFTs will very rapidly become a $1 trillion market cap asset class. But just like crypto in 2017, there wasn't the infrastructure back then to support a $1 trillion market cap. And you saw during the bear market, 2018, 2019, people built DeFi. And you had all the stuff that people love doing nowadays with yield farming, yield aggregating, collateralization, lending, borrowing, rehypothecation, all these kind of things, which now build a much stronger system than you had back in 2017, is much more resilient to crashes, and really gave a new life, which helps to have a second wave in crypto, which is much bigger than the first. NFTs don't really have that yet because the infrastructure is still very mature. And I think it's going to take a lot of hits and misses before we reach a $1 trillion market cap for NFTs. But we are getting there. And the basis of infrastructure in NFTs will all be fractionalization. Once you get fractionalization right and liquidity, then everything else they have in DeFi is going to be possible in the NFT space. Now, for the reason why fractionalization is very interesting for DAOs and for NFTs is that once you fractionalize an asset and those shards, those fractions have some kind of governance rights over the collection, then you're effectively creating your own sub-DAO. And all the owners of that shard, as long as the construct is done properly, will be able to manage the assets themselves and use their voice through the governance rules to influence the outcome. And this is really what DAOs should be. I think DAOs is really an overused term in general. Often they're AOs, they're not DAOs because they're anything but decentralized. And a lot of them are fluffy because they don't actually have any real assets backing them. With fractionalized DAO, with DAOs backed by fractionalized assets, you've actually got real people with a real stake in the game. And this is going to take the whole concept of decentralized organizations to the next level.
Yeah, and I think like I like how you say there's not that much decentralization right now. Like I think like for DAOs, like it will take some time to kind of like work out all the kinks, especially with like we're building the infrastructure right now. Like you guys are building the infrastructure and kind of like paving the way. Like I remember back in like 2018 when we were at the blockchain gaming stage at E3, we had one of the first E3 blockchain gaming stages, and they're like, what are NFTs? And like full circle now, like if you ask anyone around you, it's like, do you know what an NFT is? They might not know what crypto is, but they will know what an NFT is.
Yeah, it's you've got a whole new population coming in, and you're going to find that NFTs is going to be the #1 ramp into the crypto space.
Yeah, because we're also seeing like NFTs being integrated into DeFi too. So it's the use cases for all the types are completely like there's so many use cases for NFTs, and like we're just barely scratching the surface. Like think of it as if you're collecting a piece, and let's say for example the metadata changes over time. So whether like the piece would show like a moon in the background, but during certain times it would show a sun or something, and like that could also make it to where like even with like Bored Apes, they're coming out with like an ERC20 token. So like I think that creating these communities together for a common purpose of collecting NFTs or even participating in it just makes it to where they can enter into a group that's similar focuses, but also have stake in the game as well. So I kind of wanted to ask you, it's like, what do you think? What do you see for like the future of DAOs and kind of like the supporters that are within like NFT art for DAOs as well?
So the future of DAOs, DAOs is really going to reshape society because if you look at the Jenny DAO, for example, having the concept where anybody can make a proposal and anybody with a token can vote and have an impact on the outcome is really something that even the most forward-thinking democracies have not come up with. You don't have these layers of representatives of the community through assemblies, through parliaments, who are sort of the voice of the people who act on their behalf. Here, you really have people using their own tokens in order to influence the outcome, and it's going to reshape. First the metaverse. I think the metaverse will be organized in a democratic environment like we've never really seen in the real world, and eventually I think a lot of these concepts eventually will be drawn back into the real world. So I think that in terms of empowerment for people, I think it's all a very positive step. For NFT art in general, if you look at the Uniquely platform, every fractionalized token is basically its own DAO. Some are more decentralized than others, but they are at least they all get the check mark for AO, and the best ones among them also have the D in them. And you end up with a multi-layered DAO structure where you've got owners of fractionalized assets who control a collection of NFTs, who receive farming rewards for the whole entire platform, which is Uniquely through the unique token. And Uniquely itself is managed like a DAO, where people use their unique tokens to vote on various proposals. And so it almost becomes like playing 3D chess, but you've got people who are incentivized in contributing and in participating at really every level of the at every level along the way.
And then for the proposals, do you guys have it to where, let's say that the community sees a certain piece that they want to have added to the collection? Are they able to vote on it, and then the DAO kind of confirms, and then the DAO would bid on that? Like, let's say if it's an upcoming drop that has like a 24-hour time window or anything.
So there are some upsides and downsides to having a DAO. In our model, because we're as decentralized as possible, I don't control the funds. The funds are in a multi-sig where me and my founding partner only have a minority of signatures, and we need help from the community in order to unlock those funds. The proposals in general are made by the community. I've made very few proposals myself. And I own lots of Jenny tokens because I'm a strong believer in the project. But I try not to use my tokens for voting because I don't want it to swing the votes. I want the community to really have its own voice. So the good thing is that we end up with ideas which I would never have thought of myself. Just recently, we bought a Nouns. I think Noun shares a lot of the same philosophy as Jenny DAO because it is an asset-backed DAO where there's actually people have a real skin in the game. But it is also has disadvantages. So Noun, for example, I didn't come with myself. It was really a proposal from the community. But there have been times, for example, where we gave a heads up through a vote that we were going to come up with a purchase. This came up with Nifty Island. And somebody else heard about this, and because we were going to get a good deal, outbid us very quickly and offered a higher price. And the seller had actually locked in a price for us, assuming that the vote would go through. And when somebody else came up with a higher price, he gave up on our offer and went for the higher price for a very small difference, which was very disappointing, but also highlights some of the weaknesses that the DAO model has. When you get too many people involved, it's very difficult to keep secret. For auctions also, it's very difficult. You're not going to get a good price in auction when you already tell ahead of time how much you're willing to pay. The chances are you might get the worst price. So I think in terms of idea generation, in terms of finding the newest, hottest ideas, getting input from some of the leaders in the NFT community does help a lot. In terms of flexibility, though, I think just like any democratic process where people have to debate over the outcome, you do have some sacrifices.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm just thinking about it now, having a proposal for one of the pieces and then all of a sudden someone just outbids you by like 0.1 ETH or something, and then the artist accepts it. But yeah, so we're starting to get to like the wrap up moment right here, and Benjamin, I kind of wanted to ask you like one final question. Is like where would they be able to find out more about Jenny DAO, and how would they be able to start participating as well?
Sure. So the easiest way to start is on Twitter with Jenny Metaverse. Where the action really takes place is on Discord. So there's 2 layers on Discord. There's the Discord that anybody can join, and then there's the Discord for the members. And all the real debates happen in the secret Discord. To access the secret Discord, you need to buy at least 1 Jenny token. Why 1 Jenny? Because we want to make it as accessible as possible. But if you prove that you own at least 1 Jenny token through your MetaMask, then you're able to access the private chats. And there you can see how we debate. So you can make your own proposals, and you can make your own votes to try to decide what the DAO should be buying.
Excellent. Thank you, Benjamin, for taking your time out today and joining us today, and also for everyone as well. Start looking into like a lot of these DAOs, because like for NFTs, like I think the future of it is like a lot of these communities are really helping artists and really paving the way for you to enter into the space a little bit more efficiently as well. All right. So yeah, thank you, Benjamin, and we look forward to hearing about future updates about Jenny DAO.
Thanks a lot, Michael. See you around.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. I'm back again. So if just in case if some of you guys missed that, there was a little bit of a thing in the comments that you go to Telegram and you're able to say I get NFT'd and win one of Dead Mouse's standard packs. We're gonna be doing more launches today as well, so don't worry, there's still more opportunities. It's gonna get a little bit more creative, so just give it a second. But we're gonna also be introing into the next panel as well, which is gonna be NFT art collecting. This one's gonna be with Kay Ginsberg, Lawrence Lanoff from EcoFi, and also Jürgen Hobart from NFT Art as well. Let's go ahead and welcome them onto stage.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome to NFTs and the Fractionalization of Art. My name is moderator, and we have with us Jürgen, who's with NFT Art, and also Lawrence with EcoFi. I'll quickly introduce myself. So I'm actually in Toronto, and I foray into the NFT and blockchain space coming from asset management. I was deep in hedge funds, and back in 2017, I was actually part of the team that launched the first multi-crypto fund and an accredited investor type of structure, and also part of the team that launched the first Bitcoin fund in the Toronto Stock Exchange. So that's my story. Now I'm also doing NFTs, and I'm doing it in such a way that I've created a system that is a plugin into a Shopify, essentially, for brands that are looking into converting. So essentially, the idea is more like we're the shovel and NFT is the snow. So I'd love to kind of like just do a quick roundtable. Perhaps Lawrence, since you were here first, let's talk about, quickly introduce yourself and what you're working on.
Well, my name is Lawrence Lanoff. I work with EcoFi.io, and basically we are currently we're fractionalizing the real world. That's basically what our big idea is let's bring the real world to the blockchain. And we started that with our first offering, which is fine art on the blockchain, masterworks like Picasso's Haring, Warhol, stuff like that. And we're making art, like the high-end art, accessible for regular people using NFTs, which is just a phenomenal technology that I am unbelievably happy to be part of.
I love it. I'll come back with questions later on.
Sure.
Jürgen?
Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Like, I think I'm the crypto native person here. So like, I'm in that industry since I think late 2013, early 2014, where it was just about Bitcoin. For me, it was like back in the days when I see Ethereum, I was kind of like, oh my God, exactly like things like NFTs, or like, it was not known as the word NFTs, but literally like the concept of being able to put, how to say that, values on the blockchain. I'm involved and invested in a couple of projects which are in the NFT space. Personally, I own as well NFT.art, which is kind of, how to say that, at the moment is, you know, if you're long in the space, you have some access. And what I realized is, or what we realized is more or less, if you're talking to very traditional art collectors, they have a way how they collect art, literally, like, you know, with appraisals, with proper custody, things like this. And imagine, like, let's say, like a large collection from a bank or a large collection from a family office. Those guys are normally not the way which would buy some crypto and then go to OpenSea or some platform like this and buy a certain piece of art. With NFT.art, we specialized more or less in the blue chips of pure crypto art, or NFT art, if you call it like this way, where we help basically as well collectors which are having them, which, you know, like crypto persons, they're not really completely familiar with how the traditional art world works. So we basically bridge them together, and then on the other side as well, the traditional artwork does not really know how to get access to punks or how to get access to let's say this was something like a digital Damien Hirst at the moment.
So, with respect to how the crypto space and the NFT is, it's like for onboarders that are already crypto native, it's very easy to understand how you transact with this space, right?
Yes.
How do you convince like blue chip art, like, to be sold to somebody that wants to pay for this blue chip art with crypto? Like, and this applies to both of you guys, you know what I mean? Because you've got Gauguin or like Picasso. So for a Christie's, is it just all about like who is the highest bidder? Or typically, isn't there a bit of a syndicate where only 30 people who are like registered in that specific auction can make a bid? Like, how does that entirely work? And what are you seeing in that space?
You mean specifically for Christie's or in general?
Well, I think in general, even with the family office, right? They
Okay.
might.
So for me,
if a family office.
let's say this way: like family office, they want to transact in fiat. Let's say it this way. So they don't really want to deal anything outside their normal concept they are used to, because they have procedures in place. I mean, you most likely know that as well from traditional asset management. It's harder to convince them to buy some tokens. They want to buy, for example, like I think something like a Bitcoin, which is listed like in Europe, for example, through an ISIN or directly on a stock market somewhere. They want to have the Bitcoin proper custody, but they not want to hold them themselves, because the family office has a manager. Why would he have access to the public key? What we encounter is as well the same like in the NFT space. And for us, it's more like, okay, let's say, like in Europe, there are a lot of companies who have art collections, which want to expand them, and they are looking into the NFT space. And the largest problem, particular they have, is like, imagine someone, like for them, it's, they buy like a lot of art, but it's not like they would change the whole procedure because now they want to buy something specifically in the NFT space. And this is what I'm seeing, like literally an inverse, like people who have crypto money and wanting to buy blue chip art. I think Christie's, for the auctions, which are up now with NFTs, is accepting so cryptocurrencies. But in the end, the process is completely the same as you would transact fiat to them. And yes, there's one issue which you maybe would like to address, is like, when this people sold his artwork and Metacoven bought it. So for me, it was like, in one way, I was appreciated it, but in another way, I would have appreciated it if the buyer would have been someone from the traditional artwork, let's say like a Rockefeller Art Foundation or something like this, because that would have given, that's my assumption, that would have given how to say that, more value, even if the price would have been as lower than it was sold. Because in one way, I mean, maybe people hate me if I say this, but most likely I'm not caring too much about it. It was a little bit of a show off, like who can bid more, and a bidding war, which is good in a way for a market, but it also took prices
Certainly
out.
good for people.
Yeah,
Certainly good for people. No, 100%, because like actually you're right. I think that had somebody from a blue chip space or somebody non-crypto native had bought it, it would create a little bit more validation in the space. But then this is also a true like crossover for decentralized finance, which I absolutely love.
And I think we all here know, like people are saying always auctions at Christie's are so great. I mean, Christie's is auctioning off Rolexes. Christie's is auctioning off a lot of things. To be honest, I mean, it is so like, people really would like hate me if I say this. So like, but for me, that the space was like popping very excessively in a short time, which can sometimes be a little bit of dangerous as well. But like in one way, we have seen it was a catalyst which brought attention, which is also good. So I don't personally know if it's always good to be critical, but I think we have to consider this. I mean, like Christie's does auctions for Chinese art, which no one knows about it. It's just for a certain secluded circle of people. And yes, I mean, NFTs is a big topic, so it's covered by media. But you know, let's say it this way: if we have the 16th auction of 5 punks and some apes at Christie's, I think media is also getting tired about it, writing about it. You know.
Probably, yeah. At the end of the day, it's always for me.
And what Lawrence is doing, like I find personally for interesting in a way, because particularly like as Joran says, he wants to bring the digital world, so the physical world into the digital space, like basically tokenizing the world. This is more or less how I see it, or fractionalizing it, and that's definitely something which is the future. And for me, it's the same thing, like non-fungibles or fungibles. It's just a way how I can transfer value in a digital way, and I think the space we are in is just waking up, to be honest.
Sorry, I would agree. I would totally agree with that. I mean, I think it is. That's part of what makes it so fun right now, is that, you know, on one hand, this always happens when a new technology comes around. People try to compare it to what was, but how is this analogous to what was? But what's so exciting about this space is the reality is we have no idea. You know, I remember thinking about the internet, because my first e-commerce business was in like '93. And it was so tedious and challenging and difficult, and there were so many things involved. We had to build all these pieces, and you know, and I remember thinking when people were talking about the internet and they were saying this is going to revolutionize everything, but like it's so impossible you can't in that day and age conceive of a Facebook or anything that's happening on the internet. In fact, this conversation, it would be inconceivable. Wait, you're going to have 3 people from around the planet have a conversation, right? Yes. That's where we are with NFTs and art. And so the way we're looking at it, and Jürgen, it sounds, you know, similar. It's like, it's more like what is possible. Every day I have conversations with people that boggle my mind, you know, about what's possible. I just had a conversation today with somebody who can take the fractions and wrap that in an NFT.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
I think I'm completely on your side. It's like when we talk about NFTs per se, imagine it. Everyone knows the computer game Pong from Atari. This is where we are in the NFT stage. And then imagine someone playing Pong or inventing Pong. You would have shown him like a World of Warcraft or a Second Life or something like this, or a metaverse. They would like completely say, no, that's not possible. And I think it's very similar here in the space. And I know like most likely, Lawrence, you lived through this very much more active than me. Like for me, it was like, you know, like I was like the early days and I was dreaming about having a laptop and the computer. And then for me, internet was like, oh my God, I can read the newspaper from Australia, which is completely ridiculous if you sit in Europe, but I don't know why, but that were things which were interesting. And yeah, as you said as well, like it's for me the whole, so I put NFTs under a container, which is called, you know, I think first it's like about tokenization. It's tokenization for me is the evolution of digitalization. So we lived in the age of this digitalization, and the normal evolution of that would be tokenization as a next step, which we are literally in. I mean, the world gets tokenized, which means it gets valued, it gets maybe tradable, which can be very critical. But out of this, we call it now NFTs, and I don't like the word as a complete vertical. I call it more like a creator economy, creative economy. And I think that's where literally we are going at the moment. And if you see it like, I mean, what opportunities are made there. I mean, it's really crazy at the moment, and we know that, but it changes the landscape as well. And for me, this whole concept of NFTs, creator economy, creative economy, is also to then, like in a more holistic perspective, this idea of work 4.0, you know. And I mean, that's like a more like a philosophical approach, but there are so many components which are finally coming together, which we had in mind but didn't know how they're possible to solve, literally.
Right.
I literally see this as kind of like a Pandora's box, but I do actually have a technical question because like it's got something to do with governance, you know, especially once you start fractionalizing something, let's say a Picasso. How does that happen? Like, you know, with the custody, because everybody's like managing their own wallets. If let's talk about like an entire Picasso piece fractionalized in an NFT, and then the governance side of that, and what happens to custody? What happens if, you know, the wallet just becomes, you know, lost or destroyed, right? And then how does that affect governance? How does that affect calculation of AUM? Like, can you guys give me some clarity on that?
I mean, I can tell you, you know, briefly. I think all of these things are in the process of being solved. But you know, in terms of custody, you still have the same thing. Like for us, we keep the piece under lock and key security, the original, and it's temperature controlled. It's so all originals exist in a place. We additionally have a governance token. So over time, as we become a complete DAO, the community will determine what pieces we buy, where we go, how we use things. But basically, a piece will remain in custody, and the only caveat that we do, and it's just because we love this idea, is that if somebody does take the time to acquire, let's say, all 100 fragments of the Picasso, we will then deliver that piece to them if they want. So this is just, I just love this idea. In the meantime, you know, if somebody did, let's say, lose a piece, then we would have to determine that, because that's going to happen, right? People are going to lose their private key, you know, stuff's going to happen. So I'm sure there are going to be caveats to that, but then the governance token, you know, people can vote and say, hey, we had 100 pieces of this Picasso, 2 people lost theirs, so now we have 98. You decide, do we still deliver the piece to the person who acquired it? I think that's where governance becomes really fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm excited by that.
I don't know exactly how Ecofy is doing it, but I think like you can reference to how security tokens are managed, and most of the security tokens are not really like, how to say that, like, you know, in blockchain is saying not your key, not your token. So similar like this. In security tokens, what I know, for example, under the certain regulations, you even need to have you need to even be able to lock the parts of the security the person would have remotely, because, you know, so the law would need to have enforcement rights over it. I don't know how it is with how Lawrence is doing this, but I know some other persons which fractionalize an art where literally if you lose it, you literally need to claim you lose it. They would mark that token which you own or that fraction as non-transferable, which means it cannot transfer it anymore, and you get it literally reissued.
Sorry, did you say it gets reissued?
Yeah, because, you know, like in a way, like security tokens are anyway in most cases KYC and AML.
Yeah.
So they would know which address is owning them, and the same thing would be with the fractions of the art piece. if they're using a security token like of model, which in some jurisdictions they literally have to. And then it would be like meaning, okay, let's say this is my ETH address. Whatever accident I'm losing this, and the issuer of the fractions of the art piece would blacklist my address, which owns that specific share, and would reissue that specific share on another chain, literally, so on another address for me. And I could continue, because it's the same issue, like, you know, let's say this way, if there's a couple, the person gets divorced, how do you split the digital assets, or how do you split the fractions of the art? So there needs to be ways where legal enforcement is. As a blockchain person, whatever you call it, you would argue, yeah, but that's not immutable, because someone can interfere.
Or double spend, yeah.
Yeah. Let's say it this way, we have to be honest here. This full idea of immutability is anyway not there. So because it's a little bit of
here and there, depending on the smart contract, I guess. But
I-
there's
it-
ways to circumvent in order for things to not get missed. Or
yeah,
kind of
immutability means like what is happening if Lawrence company is deciding to, if the piece gets robbed. Imagine it like this: the physical piece gets robbed. What does it mean for me then still owning a digital share of the ownership? Like, because the
well, we
underlying
would assume that Lawrence piece would be insured, right? And so that would be the idea behind it.
But this is what I mean. Is like, but for me, I don't care about the money. I can't care about the intrinsic value. I could always argue, but there's still things, as Lawrence is saying as well. There's still things which we have not figured out. I think with something like a governance model, you could, like let's say this, as he was saying, 99 people, let's say 100 people have a fraction. 99 people, one person says, hey, I lost my keys. Everyone knows that person because some way of KYC needs to be done, I'm assuming, for Lawrence as well. Then the decision is made, hey, key whatever lost his access, we will blacklist that, and the governance need to decide on it, which is like still a form of immutability where basically the ownership itself or the governance itself decides what's happened. And in the worst case, they all decide we burn that contract and make a complete new contract and reissue it. Then you still have immutability, but it makes just more work.
Right.
Yeah. So I think there are always ways to solve a lot of problems. Let's say it this way.
What would you guys say to kind of like naysayers or like the ones that are really skeptical about the market? And I ask this because I've been, for example, there is an LP in New York that basically, does version of this, but in the real world where they're actually issuing funds or shares of a fund, right? And they basically called like NFTs as kind of like, too risky because the prices are wild and it's swinging left, right, and center. And when I read that, I was just like, well, that's kind of like things are just moving faster right now, but it doesn't mean to say that that wasn't happening before. Like, if we come to think about it, wasn't Picasso like broke? Or no, maybe not Picasso. Van Gogh definitely was, and like a whole bunch of these masterwork artists, right? And so like, what do we have to say to them?
To the traditional fund manager that he's critical, or?
It's he's, I guess, a fund manager now in the
For me, it's like how to explain it. If someone complains about volatility and mispricing, look at certain stocks. They are also priced on I don't know what value. It's true. It's NFTs are like a special asset class, but also to buying traditional art is a special asset class. So, I'm agreeing with it that someone would agree the asset class is not so liquid because people, they're like CryptoPunks. People are saying, oh, I have $7 million worth of CryptoPunks. Then I'm saying, yeah, you have $7 million worth of floor value CryptoPunks.
Right.
But imagine if everyone is now deciding to sell his floor CryptoPunks, it's not worth 7 million. It's like people don't understand sometimes the value of what paper money means as a value and realized gains. They don't have this concept. So for a traditional person, if he's saying, as we all know, it's contemporary art is slow moving normally, like it takes 4 years and then let's say some new contemporary artist pops up, his work is sold for 100K, and maybe 4 years later it's sold for like 200, 400, 500, $1 million, which is a 10x in 4 years. The same thing happens in the NFT space in 4 months. We are completely aware about that. But also too, as quick as they are popping up, they could go away. And to be honest, if you talk about NFT artists, there is a handful which consumes 90% of the money. And there's an extremely long tail, and people will hate me now as well. it's very America centric. A lot of the NFT artists, because if you look, like, the whole ecosystem is built around certain circles, and it does not allow, so it does not give recognition to, so we are in a market which is developing, and literally it's getting priced for maybe like 6 to 12 months maximum, which means there's a lot of crazy things happening, like
Exactly.
which is good and which is bad, but I'm like, I think the older you get, the more relaxed you are about this. So, like, yes, I didn't buy punks, and I don't care about that. I'm not buy punks, but I'm dealing with punks. It's like, for me, like, I was not seeing the value back then. I'm still not seeing it, but I'm understanding the financial mechanics behind it and the value why they have it. And punks critics would hate me for this, but like something like a Damien Hirst. If you look at it, he was selling his 10,000 pieces a pop for $2,000 US. Did you ever look about how much a normal Damien Hirst physical gets sold? Like, if it's a limited print run, it's around 5,000 to 15,000, can even go to 30,000. But it's a limited edition of, I don't know, like 100 or 200. So for me, like, having something which is a limited edition of 10,000 sold at 2,000, and Damien Hirst himself in the gallery priced it most likely based on, their proper appraisals, what's the average value, what he's doing of work. And then he was saying, okay, I'm thinking this body of work I produced here has this kind of value. And we all know Damien Hirst is very smart in a way of when it comes to making money. And I'm pretty sure he was also very surprised that one of these things is selling for 60,000 US. But also, too, if you consider about how many of that 10,000 fractions have been sold at that price, it's very low. You know what I mean? So for me, I think, and imagine it like, imagine in the traditional world, in 3 weeks, his work would have 30x the price. There's no rationality to it. So you have some sort of game mechanics in this NFT space, which is used for price finding, to be honest,
That's
and
true.
for me, we will see it, like Damien Hirst, for example, is a good example, because he has a substantial body of work which is traditionally priced. Now he got priced in a new form of media that got up. I think now it's around 30,000 US dollar on average, a piece of that thing. And we will see how, for example, I'm pretty sure his work will show up in traditional auctions as well, where more traditional people are coming in. Then we will really see what the price is. That's for me like an indication. So,
agreed.
Things like when I have also to know analytics on the punks, how much they were sold on auction, how much the apes were sold on auction, but it's always about the buyers. If we here make an auction on Christie's and just everyone sells his own artworks to each other, I mean, yeah, we generated a nice buzz, but that's it. And I think what I find interesting is, like, in a way, like, the traditional artwork goes digital. The digital world wants to go very traditional, but if anyone it's a little bit pathetic in another way. So we need to use in the digital space some traditional organization like Sotheby's or Christie's to confirm the value which we generated in this digital space, versus, hey, we all hate this old world so much.
All right, guys.
Right.
Well, how about this? Just quickly, just to cap it off, like, maybe quickly tell me where you see NFT trends will be. Like, do you find this kind of like short term, long term, or like, are you in here for the long haul? Yeah, Lawrence, let's start with you.
I mean, from our perspective, we've been building for a year and a half, and my dream is to continue to build to see where this thing goes. So I'm going until basically I will have an NFT frame as I'm being buried. That's how I see it at this point. I just want to see, where this adventure goes. I think it's incredible. I think this is the beginning. Again, for me, crypto itself is reminiscent of the internet. I was there for that. I didn't understand it. For crypto, I don't understand it, but I know how important it is, and I'm here for our team is here. All of us are builders, and we just want to continue the adventure. So I'm definitely in for the long haul.
That's great. Jürgen?
for me, it's like I have to say, like I entered internet when I was like, I think the first time 12 years. No, like literally like before Google even, which is ridiculous actually. And I just literally saw how long I'm on Twitter, and it was like, oh my God, like soon it's half of my life. So for me, like I always said, I'm always wasn't on the edge of things, let's say it this way. And for me, it's just now like NFTs is where I personally get the most response, because before in the crypto space, it was about deep tech guys and traders. It was not about creative people also doing technology. And for me, this is, you know, I'm in technology, and I have a, like, I like creativity. So that's for me, my playground, to be honest. And yeah, that's like NFTs, that at the moment it's about art, but to be honest, NFTs will be, your passport will be some form of NFT, tickets will be some form of NFT, your ownership of a car can be represented in the form of NFTs. If they are called NFTs, we know it, but values represented in a non-fungible way will exist and will come. And it's you know, like, who had thought that people stream all their music on Spotify or whatever? Who have thought they watch all their movies on Netflix? We don't know what happens here. Maybe in the future, all your, let's say it this way, your software licenses are even NFTs. This is how I see it.
Definitely, I'm really seeing use cases like, you know, explode in this space, whether or not it's warranty, provenance, provenance, like authenticating art, you know,
For
stolen
sure.
art and stuff like that. I always see it in such a way that, you know, there's a lot of work put into the authentication piece, and in fact, that work can be placed into an NFT, which is a cool thing.
Exactly.
Marriage certificates can go on an NFT. Imagine having like 1 year expiry. It would be hilarious, and it'll spontaneously combust. Perhaps that marriage is like worth more. Who knows, right? So there's these things that I'm seeing now. I've been called today that I've been participating in a bleeding edge, and to be careful. But I love the space, and I can see how much both of you love it as well. And so happy to be, you know, if to continue this conversation somehow, let's take it offline. I'm on LinkedIn, for example, and I just want to keep chatting about NFTs and how I really think that people need to adopt this. And the only way for them to adopt this is to basically, you know, do a public service announcement. It's the same way as Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Any last words, guys?
No, pleasure to be here and meet everybody, and yeah, explore,
Well,
jump into the space.
I think people don't underestimate how many people are there on the second non-so visible layer, and it's a ton of people, because, you know, we always talk about this 10, 20 people on the top, but literally it's about that layer which is building the whole thing. Those are just like, you know, like as well, the NFT artists, when they come in, and then it's like, no, guys, like, sorry, like, I'm not buying your artwork for $5,000. You don't have any records. And all those other guys, yes, you need to start, you need to give something. And if you get recognized like a hackathon or something like this artist which is so long in this space, and then people wonder why they're selling so much for so high. Yeah, because they were there where no one was here. You know what I mean? So this is one point, and then the newbies are coming in like, hey, if this guy's selling for 100,000, I had this literally once, like, ask a guy, he has a nice work, and then he's like, yeah, but that guy sells for 100,000, so I'm selling mine for 10,000. I was like, no, I mean, you can price it for whatever you want it, but if you really seriously want to, you need to, you know, this is a dynamic market, the NFT art space. You need an artist and you need a collector, but if you, as an artist, overprice immediately, no collector is supporting you as well.
100%. Yeah. I have so many other questions. It's too bad we only have 35 minutes or half an hour. Like, you know, I wanted to ask about royalties and how you guys are seeing with that and being tracked, because I'm hearing some noise that, you know, it's been difficult. And so for me, royalties was always a key thing with respect to NFTs, and I'm trying to figure out what that issue was. And also, I actually wanted to ask if I can fit it. It's more like, what do you guys use to do your NFTs? Are you sticking to ERC 721 Ethereum, or are you using any other of these lower cost side chains?
We built our own minting contract, so but it is on Ethereum, and then we're going to be working with Luxo, which is a phenomenal blockchain as well. So I mean, we're exploring. That's where it's at, and it's like obviously there's going to be a pressure to keep fees down. Interested to see where Ethereum goes with that, but I mean, there's so many amazing things happening. The only thing I can say currently about Ethereum and why we chose it is just because of the value. So just the inherent value of the work you have to do to acquire. So for us, it was important.
Interesting. Jürgen, are you agnostic, or are you like sticking to ETH as well?
I have to say, I'm an ETH fanboy, so most my purchases and transactions are on ETH. I also do like Tezos, and definitely Luxo is a hidden champion for me because they address it in a very easy way to purchase stuff, and usability and UX, which they're highly focused on. So I'm like completely on Lauren's side here as well. We will see something from their end, hopefully pretty soon, which is great.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Awesome. Well,
thanks everybody.
So much. It's a wrap. Well, have a great day, good evening to everybody, and yeah, we'll hopefully catch each other in some kind of like conference.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. So we're going to be doing a few more giveaways in just a little bit. So I just wanted to let you guys know that it's still going on. But before we do that, we're going to be diving into the next panel. And then from there, hopefully we'll see. Maybe maybe you guys will start receiving some rewards during the talks as well. So our next panel is going to be curating NFT art, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Let's go ahead and get them on stage.
Hello, everyone. I don't think they're going to be as good as that promo. Maybe we should just call it a day now.
That's it.
Cool. So hello, everyone. I'm Vandana Texali. I'm here with Max Moore and Kenny Schachter, and we're going to be talking about
curating NFT art, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So Max Moore is director, head of contemporary art auctions at Sotheby's. And we've got Kenny Schachter, who's artist, collector, curator. I'm an IP lawyer. I'm also the founder of Artcryption, an NFT platform. I'm also an art arbitrator with the International Court of Art at The Hague. So I'm really excited about this this panel. Maybe we can just dive right in and just get into it. So, Kenny, so tell me, so what have you been up to lately?
I curated actually the biggest NFT show to date in London at a new platform called Institute a few weeks ago. And then from there, I went to Basel, where I organized and was in the booth of Nigel Draxler Gallery in the Basel Art Fair, another first, and certainly just the beginning of the floodgates opening. The next Basel Fair is coming up in Miami in December, and assuredly there'll be a hell of a lot bigger presence of NFTs in Florida. And then I released a series of 10,000 NFTs called Crypto Mutts, which was, for me, the NFTs serve as a entree into an arts club where you receive my writing that is behind a paywall at ArtNet, among other attributes. And those sold out in an hour the same day as the opening of the Basel Fair. So that's pretty much it.
Great. So when you were curating at the Institute, how did you decide what artists to put in the exhibition?
Well, I mean, that's an age-old question for anyone who organizes anything so, I mean, what's the criteria for what you like? The criteria is their decisions based, whether it's on the history of my art education and all of going through a pool of talent that I've met since I've been in the NFT space over a year now. So, I mean, there's no hard and fast rules for it. It's just finding work that resonates and speaks to me.
Right. I mean, I feel like there's I'm interested what Max has to say as well, that the NFT space sort of started off more with, what I would almost call it like crypto artists, as opposed to like traditional artists. And we're now seeing, more traditional artists getting into the space. So, what are your thoughts on that? We all know about the Beeple piece, and I have a story on Beeple, actually. I met him in August 2019 and at an exhibit here in Toronto, and talked to him about blockchain and the platform that I was working on. And, at the time he wasn't in the space at all. He wasn't even in the art world. And he was like, oh, can you help me get in the art world? Which I find, really funny right now. But
what did he say? I didn't hear you. He said what?
He said, can you help me get into the art world back then?
He's still not in the art world. He's just wealthier than most of us.
Yeah, no, true. But he's definitely more known than some artists that have been in the traditional space for a long time. So, so what are your thoughts on that? Like, when we're talking about traditional artists and, crypto artists and, curating NFT art, I think it's going to be sort of like a change, from more, crypto artists to more traditional artists getting more into the space.
Well, I mean, I just think, again, you can't make a sweeping generalization. I've been employing digital means in my art making since the 90s, the early 90s. And there's been digital artists that that are blurred in the distinction of where they fall in within the relationship to the contemporary art world. There's been generative photography and computer-based art since the 50s and 60s, so it's nothing new. So I don't think there was a period where, with NFTs, from the beginning, there have been conceptual artists that have dipped in as soon as the first NFTs made their way, as soon as there was such a thing as NFTs. I would say the first drops were in the end of 2017. There's always been, you just can't say there's crypto artists and traditional artists. It's just a mishmash. It always has been, it always will be. And these worlds will collide more. They're pretty much already enmeshed. So it's all happened, and it's happening deeper by the second.
I would add that an artist really needs to use the medium, whatever that is, to send their message. So if an artist is sticking to traditional forms of painting and sculpture and then making a digital copy of it and minting it, for me, that's not successful. That's not like a path that I see as progressive or capturing the essence of an artist. It really has to, come from utilizing this medium, which is at your fingertips in a way, to explore your messaging in a different way. So if an artist, a traditional contemporary artist, can capture that with this new medium, or with this medium that's been around but is at the forefront of our discussion, that's what I think is going to be interesting.
I mean, for me, NFTs are nothing. I always say an NFT is a smart contract piggyback on an Ethereum token. So what appeals to me, besides the fact that I trademarked the word, is NFTism for me is the community of people. I've met I've spent over a year researching pretty much every day I've now written 9 features about NFTs and given, like 24 lectures about it, mainly so I could learn more about it. It's learning a new language from someone who's been teaching about art since the early 90s, making it, curating it, and also curating, buying, selling. So for me, the difference is, the new part is that when social media came along, it was a wrecking ball in terms of democratizing the communication of imagery through Instagram in particular. And that was a radical change, because before Max was born, we used to have to send slides around by mail in order to convey an image from one person to another. And then with NFTs came this wildly empowering force of nature, which enabled artists not only to convey their image through social media, in the case of NFTs, through Twitter, Discord, now they have a marketplace to sell it. So in a way, it's been Sotheby's and Christie's have led the way, because the galleries are too scared about losing their base of power. So it's been just, for me, I mean, I've been in the art world for 33 plus years, and I love provocations and radicalizations and revolutions, and we're smack in the middle of one. And it's been fascinating to me that people like Max and Noah Davis at Christie's are that's fantastic that the younger generation of people, in my case, older people that have foresight, are taking the initiative, and we're scaring the crap out of the art dealers that are too conservative to realize that things change over time, and that nothing is given in this world. And even the model of galleries as we know them, sterile, clinical, architectural environments, that's only a model that's about 150 years old, and it's finished as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there'll always be galleries, but not the same. Things are no longer the same, nor will they be the same.
It's true. I mean, my comment is, though, I've been, reading the reports like Deloitte Art and Finance back since 2017, and we've always been talking about blockchain in the traditional art sense, and, even talking and interviewing galleries and auction houses, and, what is the future of, blockchain, for provenance and helping with authenticity. So I feel like the art world has always been ahead in that sense of like embracing blockchain and NFTs, but they just never kind of dove into it. I think it happened more so in 2018. We started, seeing, more of that. And now this past year, I feel like the art world has caught up, seeing, okay, now we're seeing that this is actually happening. There's use cases, and now, they're coming in. But I would say the traditional art world, was always, just from reading the reports, whether it's Hiscox or Deloitte Art and Finance or Art Tactic, they've always been talking about blockchain. Like, I think the art world has always been examining it. They just never, dove right in. And I feel like now with NFTs, it's kind of speeding it up. But yeah, interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would just say that I think they're two separate subjects that you're discussing. One is the use case of the blockchain to increase the efficiency of the traditional physical objects that we buy and sell and trade, that coexist in the art world today. And it never really picked up because it's a huge undertaking. There needs to be a general consensus and a general belief that like this is the standardization, and that is quite an impossible task. There's been a few companies that have tried, and maybe now there's going to be a little bit more success because NFTs have been on the forefront of the discussion. But what I think we're seeing right now is a revolution of the medium. You have you have artists that are really using this new medium. Well, I keep referring to a new medium. Digital media has been around since long before I was born, but I think the ease at which the digital media can be owned and transferred through blockchain technology is what's really exciting and what's really driving the adoption. But I still think we have ways to go before the technology can be implemented and increase efficiency within our traditional lines of business.
I would say I fully disagree with your not Matt, with your comment that the art world has been embracing crypto blockchain notions since the beginning. I just don't, that's not true. I think that there have been various crypto entrepreneurs that have tried to utilize the blockchain in, if you forget NFTs altogether, there's been efforts like what's it called? Verisart. There have been efforts by crypto entrepreneurs to try to utilize the blockchain in order to establish provenance of pieces. But you're never going to get old school collectors, whether it's dealers like the Namad family or the Niarchos family. They're never going to stick their collection on the blockchain. These people dwell in, they want discretion, and they're not sharing their collection with anybody, you know? So that's never going to happen. And I just think in terms of where we are today with NFTs, for me, are, like Matt said, what's an NFT? It's just a digital certificate of authenticity. End of discussion. 98% of NFTs are not on chain. So they're not even on the blockchain. They just point to a URL, and that's going to create a whole host of problems when all of these platforms start to consolidate and go out of business. There's going to be so many NFTs that evaporate where you open your wallet. It's a really funny thing, if I can make this example. In the 60s, 70s, when you would buy like a Dan Flavin, you would get this light fixture sculpture accompanied by a paper certificate of authenticity. I went to Franz West, who's one of my favorite artists. He's passed away, and I went to his apartment in Vienna recently, and there was a great Dan Flavin, but people never treasured or thought about the subsequent market value of these pieces. I've even lost certificates of authenticity for like Ai Weiwei pieces, for instance. So in the past, you would always have the physical art, and then you would misplace the certificate because there was not a lot of value attached to these things. And now you're going to have the certificate of authenticity in perpetuity, but the artwork's going to go missing because it points to a URL on an IPFS or some of these platforms that are anything but proven or stable. Someone has to pay the rent to store the art, and who's the ultimate person? So anyway, I just think, like, back to what you were saying, I think galleries are only now, I mean like now, like this week, like Hauser is looking into it, and Gagosian and Pace has led the way by already starting a platform, and Vito Schnabel has started a platform for some reason with Gary Vee, which I haven't quite figured that one out yet. But anyway, so I think that the galleries are only jumping on board now because it's like either eat or be eaten. They realize that this is not a passing fad, and they realize that if they don't do an about face, which is nothing short of, they're going to lose business. They're going to lose clients. They're going to lose artists. Already, Chris Fisher left Gagosian and went to Pace because of Pace's embracing of the technology. So we're in for a radical shakeup in the art business the next 3-5 years. I mean, in 3 or 5 years, NFT volume is going to probably eclipse the entire breadth of the fine art market, which stands at around 60 billion, and OpenSea did 3.5 billion in August alone. So things are, I mean, there's tectonic changes in the entire world of art as we know it.
Yeah. Well, just to clarify my comment, I was just reiterating what was being said in the reports that I read. You know, saying that production houses are.
I'm just
That's Kenny.
But I'm really interested to hear from Max about, you know, these latest this past year, all these exciting, NFT, sales you've been doing, and all these amazing exhibitions. So yeah, I'd love to hear a bit more insight about that. How you decided on, curating which artists, and how you came to those decisions. Was it following along Christie's footsteps? Was it something that you'd been thinking about for a while? I'd love to know.
That's a blow. Can I just say one thing also? Max, how do you compare living in America and the NFT market to being in Asia and the stance and the position of Asians market in relationship to NFTs?
It's a great question. I came here with, you know, a big title as the head of contemporary art auctions for Sotheby's Hong Kong, and I think 80% of my conversations with clients have been NFT focused at this point.
Amazing.
It's really incredible to see. We just actually closed my first NFT auction here in Hong Kong of this artist Rafiq Anadol. He did this immersive room, which was Instagrammed. You know, it was the talk of the city. Basically, there was lines out the door. It ended up selling for over $2.5 million US. You know, record for the artist. We did 5 million in sales. It just and
Wow.
Majority of the buyers were all based in Hong Kong, and it really just goes to show. I think there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered, but the interest is absolutely there and it's growing. And what's incredible to see is that the primary, I would say, age range is between, at least at Sotheby's, is between 25 and 40, and I think on OpenSea, you know, it's probably 16 to 30. You know, it's this is a new generation of collectors. These are really new collectors to Sotheby's altogether, and you know, and this is just an untapped new potential that's really driving the force behind the collector side of things, and the artists as well. They're finally getting a voice. They're finally getting recognition for their hard work in different fields. Before, they can now qualify as an artist because of this new technology and new medium at their fingertips. Going back to kind of our plans at Sotheby's, you know, I kind of establish our roadmap as we go, but I've gotten, you know, since I think April was the first sale that we did with PAC, we've definitely learned a lot and have achieved some really incredible results since. There is always, for me, a very clear focus or clear goal with the direction or the project that we're hosting on Sotheby's. The first sale with PAC was really to engage a new audience by focusing on a celebrated crypto native artists with a real presence in the marketplace already. The second sale was natively digital, which was a curation, a timeline, if you will, of NFTs to really try to expand upon our success, but really educate our traditional clients, as well as make a statement that Sotheby's is here to be a trusted source to really lend an educational aspect to our sales. Shortly thereafter, we did the World Wide Web, which showcased it didn't necessarily have to be a artist, but owning a piece of history is now a possibility with NFTs. And there was a huge collector bidding war for that achieved over $5.5 million. Most recently, I discussed about Rafiq, but that sale was specifically targeting the question of what do I do with my NFT now that I own it? And I think exhibition is a hugely important topic that needs to be kind of uncovered or further investigated for traditional collectors to start jumping in with more interest. But I think, we exhibited and presented, an incredible diverse array with the immersive room, digital paintings, if you will, that were exhibited, as well as sculptures that had projection mapping on top. So you could really start to see how one could live with an exhibit work. So I would say there's always been a clear agenda or directive with each sale that we do. We've got, I get probably 5 opportunities a day. Some of them good, some of them are quite ludicrous. And it's a new marketplace for us. We're growing the team, but it's still quite limited in resources as we continue to expand. And we've got some major announcements coming up in the next week or so, where it'll really show our commitment to this project.
Give us some inside information. Give us a scoop.
We're setting up setting up Sotheby's to handle to position ourselves in a unique way that kind of mirrors our traditional line of business.
Okay, interesting. And so do you have plans to, when you're
I'm so sorry. I have to leave in a few minutes.
Oh,
because
okay.
I have a meeting at 11, but maybe I can just add one thing. I'm sorry to talk, but I'm just going to say that, I mean, I'm meeting with John Chamberlain's estate right now, and they're launching some kind of a platform to create NFTs out of artists' archives. And then another thing is I'm curating the whole booth of Nagel Draxler, this fantastic conceptual art gallery in Basel, Miami. And they actually got involved in NFTs because Johann Koenig and Annika Meyer, who were both proactively involved in NFTs from Johann's gallery in Berlin, they accused Christian Nagel of not being open-minded to technology. So his gallery contacted me for advice on how to present a show to counteract that sentiment. And I said, hire me to curate the show. The show was in Cologne during lockdown, went so well, they extended it from May throughout the summer, introduced NFTs into their booth in Basel, Switzerland. And now they're actually opening a gallery, which hasn't even been announced. They're opening an NFT gallery in Berlin in January, and I'll do the first show with them of my art. So that really, for me, is the most heartening. It's just the coolest thing that a gallery that was reticent about this in the first place will now have 3 curatorial efforts in the field, followed by a dedicated gallery. And that's pretty damn exciting and progressive, and shows you that this is something that is really not just here for now, but here for a good long time. And I've never seen anything transform so swiftly in 3 decades. So it's pretty incredible. And it's people like Max and Sotheby's and Christie's and Nagel Draxler and Mark Limsher from Pace, and these people, you can't just, the art world gets so complacent about the status quo. And my doorbell is ringing, perfect timing, but change is upon us, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And thank you so much for talking together, you guys. It's fascinating.
Thanks, Kenny.
So great.
Okay,
Thank you. I'm finding myself that I'm launching Artcryption actually next week, the Dubai Expo 2020, and I work with a lot of traditional artists, and I'm finding a lot of artists in the traditional space are very much interested in exploring NFTs. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that? You're saying that you feel that is Sotheby's curating, like, how are you making your curatorial decisions when it comes to NFT exhibitions?
Yeah, it's uncharted territory for some of it, or at least on the surface it may seem, but it's actually my colleague Michael and I who kind of come together. We have a meeting every week. We discuss different projects. We discuss the merits. We're looking at significance both historically, like, which in this world is from 2017, like the CryptoPunks. We're looking at the Bored Apes because there's a really community-driven approach that's completely new and revolutionary to the art world. But then we're also looking at artists that are really pushing the boundaries of what's possible, what's feasible, and really challenging us to redefine our notions of art. And so, in that sense, I think that we're quite specific, because I recognize the kind of the important role that Sotheby's plays as a bridge between the traditional art market with physical works and this kind of new burgeoning market with natively digital works, and we're very conscious of that significance, and are really trying to strike a path and find some good balance. But I do hope and I'm exploring traditional artists getting involved with NFT medium, and really just focusing on those that are using the medium to really enhance their artistic viewpoint and message.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, with myself as a founder, with Artcryption, we're working with curators and Bombus and Par, an agency in the UK, with Dubai Expo 2020, and we're basically bringing in digital artists that are already doing digital art. But I'm also finding that we have a lot of traditional artists that are just very fascinated and want to get into the NFT space. A lot of them feel that, oh, do I need to convert this into, a digital piece and not necessarily, keep it the way it is? Well, my view, I think it may be different than yours, is that an NFT is not just digital art. An NFT can represent a physical or digital asset. So I feel like there's, huge potential for existing artists. I don't feel like they have to change their medium, and we can still, they can still sell an NFT based on that. And I feel like this technology is helping artists catch up with, what is fair for artists. Like when we're talking about resale royalties and proving ownership, and when we even talk about counterfeits and how, art crimes are the third largest in the world after drugs and weapons. So I think the potential is huge. I think, NFTs, are hot, really popular right now. I think Kenny had said this in one of his articles as well, DAOs being next. I'm really interested in self-sovereign identity and digital identity and connecting it to NFTs. I think that's going to be something we're going to be seeing as well. I personally predict that we're going to be seeing a lot more of the art world kind of, exploring this whole space in NFT. So yeah, interested in your thoughts on that too.
Absolutely. I think it comes from great collectors will follow great art. And I think it's about really recontextualizing and redefining, one's understanding of that art. I do think that there's definitely a room for physical and digital to absolutely coexist from one artist. I do worry about this double dipping conundrum, like where, if you're selling the physical version and then also selling a digital version, which is, one of one replica, for me that doesn't feel like the technology is being used in the appropriate or creative manner. But I encourage artists, especially because of this secondary market, resale royalties, to get involved, because I think it can be quite life-changing. I've spoken to many NFT artists, and their lives have completely changed in the past year. Collectors as well, and it's been incredible to see. And yeah, I think it's just about putting out the best work possible, whatever medium that is.
No, exactly. But to your comment about the physical and digital, what we're seeing is that, we're seeing that a lot of artists do want to release both the physical and the digital. And in addition to that, what we're even doing is experiential. So we're launching next week with Bombus and Par and M&A Creative at Dubai Expo 2020. And the NFT is more than just, whether it's the physical or the digital. We're including experiences as part of that NFT. And there's a real appetite for that, we're finding, working with a lot of brands who work with a lot of artists and, seeing these things. So, NFTs allow that. They allow more than just, the digital. So, I personally am excited about that. I personally think we're going to see a lot more of that, kind of hybrid of assets being sold. So,
absolutely.
So I'm not sure how much time we have left, actually, if we're supposed to keep going. But I did want to ask you, though, when you did your sales, and did you find that the collectors that were purchasing, was it like a new collector base, or was it like, did you find that your traditional collectors were still interested in the works?
Yeah. So at the beginning, I would say it was almost 90% new collectors, which was very exciting to see. More recently, some of the sales have definitely attracted some of our bigger collectors. I can share that the direct underbidder of the Bored Apes at around 20 million hammer was a traditional collector with an incredible contemporary and modern art collection that had never really, had never purchased an NFT before, but was quite interested. So it's been, we are starting to see this crossover from traditional clients buying NFTs, and even the conversely, traditional NFT collectors starting to buy some physical paintings. So it's been great to see that kind of crossover, and I do expect, it just to continue in that direction.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, I mean, this was so great chatting with both you and Max. And I think this is such an exciting space, and just really looking forward to seeing what Sotheby's does in the future. Do you have any final thoughts before we close off?
Just to stay tuned. We've got some incredible projects and announcements coming up in the next month and few months. We already have kind of a outline for the end of the year, which is great to see. We're really organizing ourselves and structuring ourselves to really put all the time and energy required to build out these sales. And I think you can really see that within a Sotheby's sale, kind of just how we approach it, not just from the artistic side, but really, presenting it, doing the research, providing the necessary information to help educate people. And that's really what we're trying to do at Sotheby's.
No, it's amazing what you guys are doing. It's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Max. And, thank you, NFT Con.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. And yeah, during that chat, we placed up a code for someone to win one of the spider tanks, and we hid 2 of the letters at the end, but I think Cameron was able to brute force that. So we'll try to be a little bit more intricate with it, so that you don't brute force it. But once again, congratulations if you guys want it. And now we're going to be moving on to our next section. But before we do, just to make it a little bit more fair, I'm actually going to be sharing my screen really quickly, and I'm just going to place up another code for you guys. And then from there, it's once again, it's first come, first serve, just to make it a little bit more fair. So let me go ahead and share that right now. All right, there you go. So you go over to app.gala.games/redeem, and the code is going to be right there on screen for you guys. Yeah, it was, if you brute force it, it kind of defeats the purpose. So we got to give another one. So you want to go to app.gala.games/redeem and go ahead and place in this code and click the redeem button. So once, let me make it a little bit easier for you to read. So it's EZNK capital Y DT HQE. So once again, there you go. Whoever is going to redeem it first, enjoy. So while that happens, I'm going to probably give it another like 20 seconds or so, just to kind of also talk about our community. So if you guys are, if you guys won some of the prizes and and you guys wanted to, learn more about us as well, it's like we are on Telegram. So our community is t.me/DeFi Summit. This one's going to be inclusive of also NFT Con as well. And on there as well, we also release a lot of different types of things. A lot of the community members want to keep everyone informed. So even if you have questions about NFTs or wanting to learn more, this is where you can find us. And then also, if you guys haven't already, there's also another link that you guys might be interested in as well, which is going to be nftcon.nifty.network. So with this link, it actually leads you to a landing page that you're able to create your own store. So if you're looking to kind of build your own store within the ecosystem, start by going on to nftcon.niftyfi.network and building your store. And then from there, they're also giving away $5,000 $3,000 are going to be given to buyers, $2,000 to sellers. So all you got to do is just list up 3 different types of NFTs on there. That one guy has, man, goes to the restroom and bam, missed another one. But yeah, just stay tuned, and we'll hope you enjoy the next section. We're gonna be diving into our fashion panels. So let's go ahead and get some of them up on stage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, and I'm Esther from NFTCon. And tonight we have a really nice treat, a great fireside chat. And this time it's all about luxury fashion and NFTs. If you've been paying attention to the news recently, there was a historical auction with NFTs from Dolce & Gabbana, and they generated nearly $5.7 million worth of ETH. So tonight we have Sashi of UNXD and Megan Casper of Red DAO. First, let's get Sashi and Megan to introduce themselves. Sashi, would you like to start? Oh, Sashi, hold on. You're on mute.
Not the most auspicious start. There we go. Yep. So I'm Shashi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of UNXD. We are a curated marketplace for digital luxury and culture, and the team behind Dolce & Gabbana's debut NFT drop.
Hi, I'm Megan Casper. I am a crypto investor since mid 2012 and a long time proponent of digital fashion NFTs. So I'm very excited to be talking on this panel and sharing what we're doing at Red DAO.
Yeah, so welcome. It's very exciting. I would like to start by congratulating Sashi on the success of your first NFT sale with Dolce & Gabbana. Was it everything you expected it to be?
Thank you. Yeah, from our part, we were really thrilled with the outcome of this first drop, which to us represented a really historic moment for the ecosystem, not just for NFTs, but also for fashion and the future of culture overall. I think we didn't set out with these really grandiose ambitions. I think we really just wanted to infuse what we saw as special from the fashion world with what we saw as special with NFTs, and ultimately try to blend the physical with the metaphysical. I think we managed to achieve that in a very authentic way, and ultimately we're very humbled by the response we received from the community. And I'd like to think it's because we went about this project in the right way and really tried to focus on capturing the magic of the physical world and bringing the authenticity of NFTs and the mediation of culture on chain to it. I'm sure we'll dig into that a little bit more later.
Sure. How did you first get involved in with luxury brands and the fashion world?
So 12 years ago, I co-founded a company called Nervora, and we've been a very close strategic partner of a company called Condé Nast, basically since our inception. Condé Nast is the parent of brands like Vogue, Vanity Fair, GQ, Wired, and The New Yorker. And in 2012, we launched their first publication in the Middle East, which was a fashion publication called Style.com. So I've been very deeply involved in the fashion world for almost a decade now. Then in 2016, I became the youngest publisher in the history of Vogue when we launched Vogue in the Middle East. And over the last 5 years, we've turned Vogue Arabia into one of the largest editions of that brand globally. In 2017, we launched Vogue Man. In 2020, we launched Vogue Living, which is an art and design publication. And in 2019, rewind 1 year, we launched Wired in the Middle East as well. And so in many ways, what we're trying to do in the NFT space really sits at the domain intersection of these two brands, Vogue from a fashion, luxury, culture, and design perspective, and Wired from a technology and internet culture perspective. But specifically as it relates to fashion and luxury fashion, it's been now a decade that I've been very deeply involved in that community.
Oh, that's great. And Megan, why fashion NFTs? How did Red DAO become to be involved?
So fashion NFTs unlike most NFTs, provide a different type of use case. So a wearability. So if you can see, I'm actually not wearing these earrings. And you can do different things with your NFTs and wear different things in augmented reality, virtual reality, like different worlds. And also like right now, where I'm changing what I'm wearing, which could ultimately just be NFTs. So this could be an NFT item that's bought, sold, and traded, but it has a real use case. So fashion NFTs, we think, will disrupt the fashion industry by creating an entirely new business model, and takes fashion and turns it into sort of the biggest, in my opinion, ESG investment, because now you have this dynamic artifact that you can wear, and you don't have to have it mass produced or manufactured from Earth's material, right? This is all just digital in a virtual world. So this is a game changer for major fashion brands, and I think ultimately all consumer products that will, as we move from the world of like heads down looking at our phones to heads up in virtual or augmented reality eyewear.
And also, could you share a little bit about how Red DAO was created?
Yeah, of course. So Red DAO was incubated by Flamingo, and DAOs essentially are where people come together and pool their capital in order to deploy the capital in something that they believe in. So Red DAO is a fashion NFT specific DAO, but not just NFTs. I shouldn't say it will also be putting towards marketplaces like UNXT, which are great because they help proliferate the ecosystem. But all of the decisions get made by voting. So it's not like a fund. It's more like a vehicle where everyone votes according to how much capital they've contributed to the overall entity.
Okay, so not just NFTs, but maybe even just digital fashion across the board. And okay,
everything is crypto blockchain based. So our sort of theory and thesis is that if you have digital fashion, it has to be on a blockchain because it can't be monetized otherwise. It could be inside of a centralized platform, maybe like Fortnite or Roblox, but there again, it's not interoperable. So you really want something that's living on a blockchain, uses cryptocurrency, and for the purpose of where we're going in the next 10 years, decentralized metaverse platforms for interoperability purposes for the items.
Okay, thank you. And then Sashi, how or why did you decide to create UNXT? And what was your thinking or mission for creating UNXT?
So I've been personally investing in the crypto space since 2015, not quite as long as Megan, but fairly early for the community, I guess. And so I saw an opportunity to really blend what I'd been interested in personally with what our company had been working on professionally for over a decade. But I think really the biggest difference between what we're trying to do and what we think everyone else is trying to do is that we started with a view of ourselves as culture creators and curators first that just so happened to be enabled by technology rather than a tech platform or a tech business that was trying to get into the business of culture. And this might sound like a simple switch in the order in which I'm framing things, but I think it's actually a much deeper, more fundamental viewpoint that we have of ourselves, backed by over a decade of creating culture and content and experiences ourselves in both the real world and the digital world. And just one small data point, the work that we've done for Vogue over the last 5 years has been seen by almost 350 million people around the world now. We've been covered by every major press outlet on the planet. We've been on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And I think all of these are little slices of culture that inform our worldview. It really is the lens through which we look at the world. And so when we started on this project with a brand like Dolce & Gabbana, it wasn't just a random sort of divergent path that we took, but based on a deep domain understanding of culture overall and luxury fashion and how that works in both the physical and the digital world, and also just deep relationships with brands like that, which I'm sure we'll get into.
Yeah, because my next question is, how did this collection Dolce & Gabbana, become to be? And can you tell us more about this collaboration?
Sure. So we approached them directly. It was our idea to get into the space with them. It's going to sound really absurd, but this entire project was the result of one single conversation that I had with the brand back in April. And the next day, the presentation that I put together was translated into Italian, delivered to the company's board of directors, and then that evening was personally approved by Domenico Dolce and Stefano Gabbana themselves. And I think it's really for two reasons why they got started. I have to really quick sidebar and say I have nothing but admiration for that organization and their willingness to dive into an area that has not traditionally been the domain of fashion or luxury. Technology is really not where that industry focuses. But I think it's for two reasons. First, Dolce & Gabbana as an organization is one of the only luxury fashion brands that today is still run by its original founders. And I think that makes a really big difference. Everything that organization does is still the direct vision and the direct application of these two gentlemen. And they're incredibly hands-on with every aspect of the organization. But secondly, I think it's really about context and the way in which we presented the opportunity, and really driven by what our belief is. And the first thing that I told the brand was that if you take away nothing else from this conversation, know that the real story around NFTs has very little to do about technology. It's a story about culture. It's a story about storytelling. It's about consumer experience, and to an extent, it's about commerce. It just happens to be mediated by a new form of technology. And that, I think, was the light bulb moment for the brand. They understood how this actually represents the intersection of everything that the brand has stood for almost 40 years. The same way that as an organization, Dolce & Gabbana uses Instagram, but doesn't really need to know about the technology that's under the hood. They know that Instagram is a great platform for visual storytelling and consumer engagement, and just happens to be mediated by technology. So I think the context of that really mattered. And as soon as they understood that, they were ready to hit the ground running.
Yeah, and then so with the NFTs, Megan, why did Red DAO choose Dolce & Gabbana?
Well, this was the very first sort of iconic brand NFT launch ever in history. So this was an ideal time for Red DAO to make its first inaugural sort of purchases. And yeah, we haven't seen anything like this yet. I think this is just the beginning, where brands will sort of awaken to the possibilities that they can just continue creating one-of-a-kind pieces in digital, and maybe mix a physical part as well as an experiential, and also maybe an exclusivity piece as well. Whereas if you buy an item, perhaps you have access or the ability to have access to buy something in the future because you're a member or a holder of the items from that brand.
I mean, Sashi, could you tell us more in detail about this gorgeous Collezione Genesi and how it's both digital and physical?
Mm-hmm. The origins of this collection itself, I think, are really interesting. I think at the outset, one thing that we were really humbled by is that not only was this project personally approved by Domenico Dolce and Stefano Gabbana, they actually personally designed this collection, which is not really the most common experience. For us, it was really inspiring to work with them directly in creating this collection. And it started with a few key goals. I think first and foremost, we really had a mandate for us and for Dolce & Gabbana that in entering the space, it had to be a deep commitment to the space overall, and not just a standalone project or a pilot program, but really something that signified that the brand was making an intentional shift into the NFT space. Secondly, we really sought to find a way to create a very authentic representation of the brand in the NFT space, whether it was in the physical world or the metaverse or both. And so that was really the outset of it, is linking back to those two fundamental principles. Then we started with a very specific focus on couture, and couture within the fashion industry represents the pinnacle. These are the most exquisite pieces that fashion brands or luxury brands make. They are typically entirely handmade. They are not produced by machines. They're actually produced by hand. They're not based on computer models or simulations, but actually they start on paper. And perhaps most interestingly, couture items typically are only ever made once. So even just the fundamental premise of couture is non-fungibility, which we saw as a really nice parallel between the idea of an NFT as well. So then from a cultural perspective, we also really wanted to find what the cultural narrative was behind this collection. And for Dolce & Gabbana as a brand, every collection that they produce is inspired by a different location within the country of Italy, to which they have a great deal of love and gratitude. And every collection they produce is kind of this ongoing love letter that they're writing to the country of Italy. So this specific collection was inspired by Venice. And Venice, at one point, was the most important cultural and commercial center on Earth. It's actually where Marco Polo sailed from. And so we actually presented this collection during the brand's couture event, which is a 3-day event that took place in Venice at the end of August. There's actually a member of Red DAO that joined us in person, Akira Reloaded. So quick shout out to him, because he was one of the first people to see the collection in person. But we really tried to infuse the magic and the spirit of the city of Venice with the magic of artistry and craftsmanship from Dolce & Gabbana as designers. And yeah, what makes the collection, I think, really special, as Megan mentioned, it's the first move by a brand with this kind of stature, this kind of heritage into the space. And the way in which we found authentic moments were by linking physical items to an aspect of the collection, but also creating certain items that were entirely digital. And wrapping it under this umbrella of trying to create a digital, physical, and experiential layer of utility for the entire collection. And I'm sure we'll talk about this a little bit more, but utility here is really important. Megan has showed off some examples of utility of these pieces. I think that's really where the industry is going to go. I love that piece. Utility is going to become an increasing aspect, or increasingly important aspect, of what consumers demand with these pieces. I think we love JPEGs and the art of it, but I think there's a lot more that can be done with NFTs, and certainly in fashion being such an expressive medium and so linked to people's conception of identity, utility is just kind of intrinsically built into the space.
Sure. Megan, how did I mean, I just wanted to ask, did Red DAO bid on all the pieces, or were there specific pieces that you really wanted? Because I know that Red DAO has 3 pieces. Could you tell a little bit more about that?
Sure. So yeah, there were a few different pieces that we had decided on initially prior to the crown to vote on. One was the gold dress, I believe, and we didn't win that bid, but that was okay. So we focused on the jackets. So Red DAO has 2 jackets that are pure digital, not physical, and then the crown. So we had decided, we voted as a group, and the consensus decision was that we would bid on the crown. So we did, and the crown is like I said, the digital, so you could essentially wear it in some form of social media or on a stream like I am now, and then there's also the physical, and Dolce & Gabbana layered in an experiential piece too that's really cool.
Oh, could you tell us more about the experiential part of it?
So I think Sashi would probably be better fit to explain all of that and how it works.
Sure.
Yeah, so there were 3 aspects overall to the experiential layer, which exists across all 9 of the pieces in the collection. The first is that all of these pieces actually serve as access tokens to Dolce & Gabbana's next couture event, and the physical pieces actually come with 2 years of access. And I say event because it's not just a typical show. The event in Venice was a 3-day event that included multiple shows, multiple dinners, multiple parties in some of the most historic locations in the world, including an opening night dinner that took place at the Doge Palace in Venice, which is this really, really spectacular location that most people can perhaps visit as tourists, but never have the experience of attending a private dinner in a place like this. So these couture events are magical. The one in Venice had 450 people, some of the most exclusive audiences in the world, and there's simply no way to get access to an event like this without a personal invitation from either Domenico Dolce or Stefano Gabbana. So this is the type of experience that we want to offer to collectors that came as part of this collection. Next year is actually going to be the 10th anniversary of Dolce & Gabbana's couture business, so I'm sure they'll pull out all the stops with a specific event. I don't even know where it's going to be, but it will be someplace in Italy and surely someplace that's really historic. The second aspect of the experience is what we're seeing as kind of a physical real world flex. So we're actually going to host a 2-week exhibition of all 9 of the pieces in the collection at Dolce & Gabbana's flagship store in Milan on one of the most historic streets in Milan, which is called Via Monte Napoleone, which is a little bit like Avenue Montaigne in Paris or Fifth Avenue in New York, but with a lot more history. So this is really an opportunity for everyone who are collectors as part of this drop to participate in a real world museum exhibit almost. And then in addition to that, all 9 of the pieces have the option of being exhibited in any Dolce & Gabbana store anywhere in the world. And so for Red DAO, if that happens to be in New York or Paris or London or Los Angeles or Tokyo or any one of the hundreds of stores that the brand has on the planet, again, it's an opportunity to bring this physicality to the pieces. And then the last part of it, which I think maybe I love even more, is that all 9 of the pieces actually serve as access tokens for a private tour of Dolce & Gabbana's atelier in Milan. And I've had the opportunity of doing this a couple of times myself. It is really a magical experience, surrounded by some of the world's most experienced artisans in their native environment, producing some of the world's most exquisite goods by hand. It is really just a special experience. And that's something that any one of these holders can redeem next time they're in Milan.
Yeah, well, if any of our, audience is in Milan or, do check it out. Now I have some questions for Megan. Red DAO, if someone was interested in joining, how does that work?
So as of now, Red DAO is closed for membership. There were an initial set of people who were invited into the DAO, mostly industry experts and people that have been involved in the crypto and or fashion industries for quite some time, just so we could build a sort of pillar or a foundation of people who can provide their resources and expertise to make the DAO something really special. Later on, we may vote to allow more people to come in and participate and be holders of shares in the DAO.
Okay, and just curious, does Red DAO members or Red DAO have any favorite brands or fashion designers that they're into?
I guess Dolce & Gabbana, that's kind of given. But yeah, all, high-end designers and couture pieces are, again, a focal point, I think, for NFT fashion altogether, because with digital fashion, you can do many more things with it and it becomes more dynamic and more fun and interesting. And again, there's bigger business models that will come out of using the NFT fashion. So brands that are doing really fun and exciting things around that, we're very much focused on.
Sure. Could you share with us some of these brands that we can pay attention to?
There's Iris Van Harpen, who did the dress for Grimes for the Met Ball this year. They're working on some really cool NFTs, so we're kind of looking at that.
Cool. And then, Sashi, could you give us a taste or share what sort of NFTs you're working on?
Mm-hmm. We actually made a point of announcing what's coming next for Dolce & Gabbana before the first drop, because we wanted to, again, publicly signal that this is part of an ongoing journey, starting with this Genesis collection. Even the name Genesis was specifically chosen to say that it's the first in a series of things that we're doing. So we're actually rolling out an entire NFT community called DG Family, which also the name here is a very intentional choice. I think one of the aspects of NFTs and crypto overall that has really driven the ecosystem forward is this very strong feeling of community. And within community, the closest knit form of community is family. Dolce & Gabbana is actually a family-owned company. Their official campaign hashtag for the last 5-6 years has also been DG Family for their existing collections, and they actually treat their clients as family. And I very much got an experience of this over the last several years of working with that brand. So this is something that we're actually going to roll out in November. We are going to be hosting an event during NFT NYC in New York. This will be a private event that we'll be revealing more about soon. And there we'll actually unveil the full roadmap of what's coming up with the brand. But the idea of giving people a little bit of a taste of what's coming next, even before the first drop, was to, with an analogy, I guess, kind of paint a little picture of what the neighborhood will look like before people chose to buy the house.
Oh, that's great. You'll be at NFT NYC, so everyone pay attention to what's going on while we're there. And, other than luxury and fashion brands, I know both of you have been in this space for a while now. Could you share with us what sort of NFTs or, what sort of things you're paying attention to outside of fashion? Megan?
Well, prior to fashion, I was involved with, we created or incubated a NFT specific blockchain called Wax. And that's mostly for consumer NFTs, low to medium dollar collectibles. So trading cards, MLB cards, there were a few different tops products that we launched. So I have quite a few of those NFTs, but ultimately I've had a passion for fashion and digital fashion NFTs, specifically because they have such an awesome use case. And I think the use case and usability will drive a ton of people, which disrupts the industry. So we're going to see, what happened with Web 2.0, music and entertainment. Web 3.0, blockchain and crypto will do this to the fashion industry and take off into the metaverse.
Yeah, so exciting. And Sashi?
Yeah, I would really echo what Megan is saying here. I think the same way that fashion brands came to Web 2, they came a little bit late, but now Web 2 and traditional e-commerce is part of an always-on movement for these brands. Web 3 is going to be the exact same thing for them. It will just be part of how they do business, not something that they view as like a marketing gimmick that they want to get into from time to time, but rather driven by very real use cases, an important part of how they see both their brand building objectives and their business building objectives. That will be driven by the consumer demand for it as well. And so there will be a series of brands that come in understanding that, and they come in early, hopefully, and then there will be ones that come in too late and realize that they're too late. So I think what we're hoping is that there will be more that come into the former category, and we're seeing that. I think this first drop really represented hopefully a little bit of an inflection point. I think it was a powerful signal to a lot of people that there's both a really big opportunity from a consumer and visibility and branding perspective, but also there's a real business here. And to the extent that you can align those two objectives, I think that's kind of the holy grail for a business. So that's what we see as the future here.
Oh, okay. And a final question. What do you think is the next big thing for NFTs? Maybe Megan first?
Well, I think it's going to be the hardware, right? So moving from the smartphone to an eyeglass wearable, because then we'll be able to actually use, just like I am with these NFTs, we'll be able to do it in real time and wear our augmented reality glasses and use digital items and NFTs live and do it while we're in person. So I think that ultimately will disrupt NFTs and sort of take the NFT space to the next level.
Yeah, very exciting. Sashi?
Yeah, I would definitely echo that. I think the more seamless the usage of these things become, where you don't have to be sitting behind a desk looking at a laptop to actually experience these pieces, I think the better it will be for everyone. I think we also really deeply believe in this intersection of the digital and the physical worlds. I think that there are things that you can do in the physical world that you can't do in the digital world, and the physical world is better for that, and that should be embraced. And there are things that you can do in the metaverse that you can't do in the physical world, and the metaverse is better for that, and that should be embraced. But we think the most additive experience is actually trying to meaningfully connect both of these domains. And so I think that's where a lot of our focus is going to be over the coming months and years, is trying to create these very intentional collisions between the physical universe and the metaverse.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and for members of the audience who haven't seen the collection yet, Sashi, where would be the best place to see exactly what we are talking about, and how, it's that rendering for the digital pieces that really got me, the detail that I love. Where would they be able to see it for themselves?
Yeah, so the entire collection can be seen at unxd.com. We are actually going to exhibit this collection in New York at the brand's flagship store on Fifth Avenue at the beginning of November during NFT NYC. So for people who want to see it in person, and I do have to say that the Doge crown that Red DAO purchased is absolutely exquisite in person. It is a breathtaking experience to just soak in this fantastic piece of sculptural art. People can come to the store in New York and see it as well.
Yeah, I'll definitely be checking it out at the New York store. And Megan, where do we find out more about Red DAO?
Red DAO has a Twitter, so it's just at Red DAO, and also a Discord where I believe a few channels are open to the public.
Okay. So thank you both so much for taking the time to join us at NFT Con today. I really hope to welcome you back and in our future conferences.
All right, and kind of like one of our giveaways. So if you guys don't know a little bit about us and the team, is that we created DeFi Summit in June of this year, and we had over 100 plus speakers, and also with NFT Con, we also have another astounding numbers as well. I think we have over 100 plus. And for both of this, we're going to be tying them both into Miami. So actually, one of our giveaway prizes is going to be the general admission ticket, and also one VIP ticket as well, so that you guys are able to attend the conference in Miami for free. Another thing as well is that we're going to be starting doing a lot of types of like giveaways there and things like that to kind of give back to a lot of the community members. We wanted to kind of really showcase NFTs. So we'll also be supporting all of the other events as well. So like NFT NYC, we definitely want to support them because we want to support creators that are building within the space. So us and the team will be there. And also for me, I'll be speaking at NFT NYC on a panel. And, like with that as well, is like we want to collaborate and bring the space in together. Another thing that I wanted to also mention for you guys as well is like, if you guys haven't already, just feel free and check out DecentralCon for Miami. So it's going to be drop the E, centralcon.com and in Miami. Early bird tickets actually end. So the early bird pricing ends after this conference is finished. So after NFT Con is finished, the 15th is going to be when you can get your, before the 15th is when you can get your early bird prices. Right afterwards will be regular price and general admission and VIP as well. And also Cameron, congratulations on the spider tanks, man. See, that's like the thing about us. It's like we want to make sure that we're allowing you guys to kind of enter the space, and with like some of these giveaways as well. It's like we want people to start building within the ecosystem, start utilizing it a lot more, to be able to kind of focus and be able to just get prizes and just have fun. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next section. It's gonna be about NFTs for luxury fashion and brands as well. This one's gonna be a treat for you guys.
Hi, so welcome everyone to our panel on
Hello.
NFTs and luxury brands. I'm Babette Radcliffe-Thomas, a journalist and consultant, and I will be the panel host for this super exciting session. I'm so excited to delve into the world of NFTs and luxury and welcome our two expert speakers today, Paula and Olivier. Hi.
Hello. Hi, Babette. Hi, Paula.
Hi. So firstly, we have Paula Marie Kilgareth. Paula is a global retail innovation and emerging technologies lecturer at Technological University Dublin. She is the business development and partnerships director at Clout Art, an NFT-powered social media platform that empowers content creators to turn their most valuable Instagram posts and TikToks into unique NFTs. This sounds absolutely fascinating, and I personally can't wait to hear more about that soon. And joining Paula today is Olivier Moingien, Chief Commercial Officer and founding member of Exclusible, an NFT marketplace dedicated to luxury brands across 5 segments: fashion, watches, jewelry, beauty, and supercars. This platform will go live in just 2 weeks' time with their own NFT drop, and they will launch their first brand NFT before the end of the year. How exciting! So
Very exciting.
Great. So before starting Exclusible, Olivier worked in luxury throughout his 18-year career. His most recent position was CEO of Bastide, a French natural beauty company owned by Frédéric Fekkai. Before that, he was managing director of Goyard, with the mandate to set up their Americas subsidiary and open all their retail stores in the region. Prior to Goyard, he spent 11 years at Cartier in various management positions between retail and wholesale. So welcome, Paula and Olivier. Thank you so much for joining us today. I would love to delve straight into our questions now. So we've got about a 30-minute panel now to talk just about luxury and NFTs. So firstly, why do you both think that luxury or fashion brands should care about NFTs?
Sure. So, Paula, do you mind if I go first on this one? Sure. So I think it's very important for luxury brands to pay attention to what's happening, because NFTs are at the convergence of multiple massive trends which are profoundly changing the way consumer and people interact with brands and also shop, and also the kind of items they shop for. And I also like to relate that or compare it to what happened 20 years ago when e-commerce came along. Luxury brands were late to the party. They were not early adopters of e-commerce. Why? Because for them, it was absolutely impossible to have a client buy a love bracelet from Cartier or a Rolex watch or a Vuitton or Dior bag online. It was simply anti-luxury. It was not the experience that they were spending millions of dollars in building through their stores and their physical experiences. So then a few years later, the second-hand market came along, the resale economy, which is expected to be $75 billion by 2025. But back then, 2008, 2010, when the Real, Vestiaire Collective, Rent the Runway, all these companies came along, luxury brands' posture was to say, if someone wants to buy a used pair of Gucci sneakers, good for them, but that's not our client. It's not our target. We're not going after that clientele, and they can do whatever they want, but we're going after our traditional luxury client. So they missed out on 2 massive trends, e-com and resale. And the pandemic showed that they had to accelerate and fast track digital and technological adoption. So now when we talk to brands, all of them are super curious to understand what's happening here with NFTs, what's happening in the world of crypto, where is the world going? Because at the end of the day, it's all about the consumer. And if the consumer is going into those new territories, brands have to listen and to adapt.
Fascinating. Thank you. Yeah, Paula, do you have anything to add to that?
that's a very fair point. So we're still in Web 2.0, but we're moving into Web 3.0 and including the metaverse. And the metaverse basically is a 3D representation of e-commerce. So a lot of the luxury brands are capitalizing on leverage on the idea of digital assets. And these digital assets, like digital fashion, can be NFTs or non-NFTs. And we see a lot of brands like Dolce & Gabbana, for example, we saw there in the last 2 weeks, are really paving the way in this kind of NFT technology, and they're starting to utilize Web3. So I'm very excited about digital fashion and digital assets, and I think it's going to be a real winner in the future.
So I think that really ties into the next question I wanted to ask you about, especially what Olivia was saying about how luxury might not have understood previously how to tie in, say, e-commerce and secondhand retail, how that could meld with luxury, but now they're trying to be up at the cutting edge of NFTs. So how can you reconcile the ideas of heritage and craftsmanship, which are so central to luxury and luxury brand identity? How do you reconcile them with the concept of a purely digital asset?
Yes, that's really at the center of all the discussions we have with the brands. That's usually the conversation starter. That's the first question they ask us. Like, we are 100, 150, 200-year-old heritage brand from France, from Italy, from the UK, whatever. And we have this craftsmanship. We use noble materials. We believe in scarcity. There's only so much we can produce. So how does that translate into a purely digital asset? And how do we price that asset? And so again, the question is to say that it's all about kind of like opening the chakras and approaching the thing from a completely different angle. And to say that NFTs, the nature of NFTs, it's scarcity. It's about extreme creativity. And it's about access, which is by nature somehow limited, because first of all, you have to do some efforts at least today, you have to make some efforts to really dig into this world and dive into this world and access the NFTs. And also there's usually very limited supply. So all these attributes are kind of the same as luxury brands to begin with, scarcity, limited access, and also extreme creativity. And so our hypothesis is to say that the consumer, the fans, they will value digital creativity as much as physical creativity in the future. And they will want to basically spend money to dress their virtual identity as much as their physical identity. And once you have established that kind of that fact, then it opens up a completely new array of creativity and a new way of tackling those marketing and product, this really product innovation kind of initiatives. And you think about it a different way rather than completely comparing physical to digital.
And also just to talk to that point there about NFTs, historically NFTs are used for provenance, authenticity, ownership in fashion supply chains, but moving more into what Olivier talked about, 3D objects, we're seeing that NFTs can be used with other kinds of technology like AR and VR to create immersive experiences. I think also NFTs, are going to help preserving heritage, culture, and craftsmanship, because essentially it's burnt onto the blockchain, saying that this craftsmanship's happened, it's coming from this heritage, and so on and so forth. So it kind of acts as kind of like, even though we're in the digital twinning process, we know that in the future, all these kind of French heritage methodologies of creating luxury goods will be preserved in history. So that is also something I think NFTs is really going to add value from the supply chain point of view, provenance point of view, but also in terms of creating these digital wearable assets.
Yes, and actually it's a very good point. And if I can add,
yes,
an NFT, as Paula was saying, you have companies like Ariane, you have the Aura blockchain consortium doing wonderful things on the idea that an NFT, it's a way to track and trace provenance and to guarantee ownership of the product. What we do at Exclusible is more on the lines of selling, NFTs created by brands. It's more on the commercial and creative or product side. But ultimately, what matters is the utilities that are attached to the NFT. It's a gateway between an audience or the NFT holders and the brand. And then the NFT allows the brands through the smart contracts, it allows the brands to, schedule and plan and create an entire program of activation, again, between the brand and the holder, whether it's in the digital world through events in Decentraland or different types of wearables or different types of AR filters, and or it's physical, and that's what we saw at the Dolce & Gabbana drop, where there was an entire list of physical activations that went beyond the timeline of the drop. It's a long-lasting relationship that's initiated through the NFT between a very special client and the brand.
That's fascinating. Some really interesting, thought-provoking points there. Thanks so much. So as well as heritage, right now luxury brands are really trying to grapple with sustainability and how luxury brands can be more sustainable, should they be more sustainable. So can you tell us more about that relationship between NFTs and luxury or sustainability at the moment?
Yes, so the backdrop of what's happening right now in the luxury world, there is an extremely positive rebound post-pandemic. All the groups are doing well. The brands that were in a strong position pre-pandemic are doing well right now. Okay, it acted almost as a filter and a Darwinism of retail through these 2 years of COVID. Sustainability is at the core of what luxury brands are doing at the moment, and all of them, whether group or privately held, are retrofitting strong sustainable projects and concepts and initiatives within the architecture of their brand. Why? Again, it always goes back to the same thing. It's the consumer. And so we know that with Gen Z and younger millennials, we see the advent of conscious consumerism, and people want to know where their products are made. And they want, we always say they vote with their dollars, and they elect to spend on companies that are perceived as doing more good than bad, or being more conscious, or being aware and controlling their ecological and also human impact. And so that's the backdrop on which the entire luxury commerce is happening. That's what the new generation cares about. So of course, sustainability is absolutely paramount, and brands are not going to start doing NFTs if it adds burden, if it's it charges their sustainability and it goes against all the objectives that they are trying to achieve.
That's a great point there, Olivier. I think as well, bringing the customer on a journey, using various technologies to get them involved in the development of the type of luxury goods is going to play a big deal. And particularly with NFTs, we've noticed a lot of co-creation where you have different kinds of stakeholders participating in building these products and services long term. So these kind of technologies are going to allow for that. And that's something I think is really going to be beneficial for luxury industry in terms of building new communities and being more transparent and open about where they source, how they source, real-time decision making based on what the customer wants to buy, that kind of thing.
Yes, absolutely. And so that's why there's a choice in the chain that's used to mint the NFTs. And so in our case, we will use Ethereum and Polygon. And so we're really welcoming the move from POW to POS at Ethereum to really lower the energy consumption. It's just, it's not even a question that energy consumption needs to be tackled, and it is, and it's only going better and better day by day. Because for our business, we know that it's an absolutely critical point and objective for the brands.
Definitely. So I think you've both touched on this a bit already, but I'd love to delve into it now in a bit more detail, because you already mentioned D&G's recent drop. But what kind of NFTs do you think fashion or luxury companies could look into developing now?
Well, personally for me, I collect 3D wearable NFTs. So I like to create or collect digital fashion wearables that can be viewed via AR filter. I normally buy my 3D wearables from the Dematerialized, which is and I paid by fiat. But there are other types of NFT platforms. So NFTs for me as a consumer would be 3D wearables. Maybe NFTs for suppliers might be something else related to the blockchain. But I definitely think I am an NFT 3D wearable customer. So I think we're going to see a lot of brands. They'll have a category called screenwear, where I'll be able to log in, check out the various, and not necessarily whether NFTs or not, but I'm still interested in 3D digital assets. So I think luxury brands are going to start producing, and I as a consumer would be interested in buying those kind of digital assets.
No, absolutely. I love the term screenwear. I never heard it before. It's really cool. But yes, definitely. So first of all, we share this vision. The reason why we did Exclusible is because we believe that in 5 years, let's say 5 years, down the road in the future, every luxury brand, every brand per se, will have what you just described, the screenwear collections built in within their website. It's going to be part of their product portfolio, and there will be a complete harmonious coexistence between physical products and digital products, and they will serve different functions. They will have their own price points, their own architectures, their own marketing, but in order for that vision to get realized, NFTs are kind of the beginning. Like, it's the fantastic opportunity for brands to tap into this new universe, this new world, this new territory. And so I completely agree with Paula. Wearables seem so obvious for brands. There's also another aspect that we think is interesting for brands, and a lot of in all our discussions, it comes along pretty often. It's the idea that brands have archives, and they have a very rich heritage, very rich, imagery. There's so much like of an emotional capital and cultural capital built in within each brand. Throughout the ages, they have collected amazing, they were part of amazing cultural moments, but they have also collected artifacts and documents and drawings and concepts and archives and unique pieces that are also part of their heritage and that have value in terms of being collectibles or being a way to tell the story in a different way to an audience that has never heard it before.
Yeah, I think they call it digital twinning, isn't it? When you're taking a physical asset and you're making it digital.
Yes.
I have had the pleasure of visiting, I think it's the Patrimony from Chanel Haute Couture about three years ago. And I remember thinking, there's so much history here that people don't know about. It's so fascinating. So I'd say brands are probably trying to preserve that heritage through creating a digital twin so they can share it with their customers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think this morning I was reading that Bulgari is doing a project which is a very long, very grandiose art project that will be ultimately sold as an NFT. So that's another way. It's really in terms of tapping into the creative world. It's artistic collaborations. It's also engagement with your fans, with your clients, with your community to co-create some type of artwork that could then be tokenized, could be sold as an NFT.
That's absolutely. And I think as well, when you talk about like including people, I know that, I'm not a fashion designer as per se, but I have heard of platforms like Digital Axe where they're completely digitally native and they've baby NFTs and parent NFTs, and you can actually go in and create your own NFT outfit based on the textures, the zip, all the different kinds of features. So I've always wanted to be, a fashion designer, but I didn't have the skills. But now I can log on to a platform and I can create my own clothing without having to know, the traditional process of creating garments. And it'll give access to young designers and to participate with large brands.
Yes, absolutely. Digital Axe, it's a great example, and Emma is basically building the infrastructure for fashion Web3, and we think it's really amazing what she does. And yes, in this vision that I was mentioning, saying that in the future, all the brands will have physical and digital collections, 100% in their studios, in their workshops, they will start hiring digital designers from digital schools, and they will sit along, next to these young fashion designers coming out of fashion schools.
And we actually, I've seen them on Instagram already, like DressX are rocking up with, the way you have that stress about the hashtag OTT, outfit of the day. A lot of influencers now are starting to think, okay, I can't change my outfit every day, but if it was a digital version, I wouldn't feel so guilty. So we are seeing on social media that the influencers are starting to use digital clothing to, express their personality and so on. So it's definitely going to be mainstream as well, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
It sounds like there's some really exciting, fantastic opportunities there, but you've both gone over amazing insights. Thanks so much. So I was just wondering, as there's so much opportunities, what do you think the key challenges are for luxury or fashion brands going into this space?
I think personally myself would be probably the infrastructure around Web3. Also, for example, working for CloudHouse, I'm very cautious to say that we're a crypto brand. I never say it because that part of the business, I'm there to convert non-crypto natives and bring the commercialization of social media NFTs. So that's quite challenging for me to try and, appeal to people who don't come from the crypto space. That's the first thing. And the second thing probably then will be the infrastructure. And I'm talking about hardware. So I know we're in some sort of chip war at the moment between the US and Taiwan. So I think the materials that we use to build out, this Web3 ecosystem, silica, for example, is quite rare. So I think we're going to see challenges from a hardware perspective, and also as well in terms of education. So I know coming from the universities, we're in a very, very we're on a steep learning curve to quickly bring in Web3 technologies into the curriculum, so we can actually have the people ready to produce and build this new Web3. So yeah, there would be the three kind of challenges for me.
And if I can add one, I think it's also the marketing machine, because brands have really developed such skills at creating desirability and creating connection throughout the funnel with their beautiful marketing. But the conversation within the NFT and crypto worlds audience happen outside of those platforms. It happens on Discord, on Telegram, on Twitter. That's where the community lives and hangs out and interacts. Whereas brands have mastered the communication on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Now they are doing Twitch. And Discord and Telegram are not advertising platforms, and they are like blogs. It's like you have to talk, you have to interact, you have to engage constantly. And so I think that poses one of the challenges, is that if tomorrow Gucci wants to start selling NFTs on their website, it's not complicated for them. Like they can easily invest the amount of money and just the time they need to build a blockchain module on their website or create their own experience. But then it's how do you drive traffic? Because as Paula was saying, like Paula is one of the clients of digital fashion because she knows the space and she's the target, and she will go on the dematerialize and use her credit card. But the client who's never heard about Web3, doesn't know NFTs, you need to do a massive amount of education and evangelization. And then you need to drive that person onto the right website. And then you need to educate them on how to transact. And so by solving the blockchain technological problem, if brands want to basically do it on their own, they open a new problem, which is marketing and driving that traffic.
Yeah, fascinating there. Thanks so much for giving us some insight into the challenges. I think you spoke about a bit before about the forward vision, or what's the next step for future. Do you, in the NFTs and fashion luxury space, do you have anything else that you want to add that you see coming on the horizon that you're really excited about, or what do you think is the next steps?
Well, obviously, we're moving into the metaverse, so making sure that our technology is sound. And then we have things around data protection. We're going to have new business models. There's a lot of challenges coming. So I think, brands have to be pretty much ready for that. So it's really about preparing for Web3 is going to be the focus. And I think it's a great opportunity like Olivia said, for luxury brands to create this new place where they can, interact with their customers, bring them on the journey, and deliver, new kinds of products and services. So the focus really is creating solid technology really around the whole kind of space, and giving people confidence in utilizing NFTs.
And I think it's the first time we use the word metaverse.
Yeah, you're right.
25 minutes.
Whole panel.
Quite an accomplishment. But yes, if I can add, the situation like where we are right now, there are three massive trends. You have on all markets. On one end, you have the personal luxury goods market, which is going to be, let's say, $450 billion by 2025. But at the same time, you have the metaverse, which is expected to grow 6 times in the next 4 years and to reach $280 billion. And then you have gaming, which is growing at like 3x in the next 4 years to reach more than $200 billion. So you have these three huge markets. They don't know each other. They don't talk to each other. They don't interact. They exist like in total silo compared to each other. But the one common element to all of them, it's the client, it's the consumer, it's the user, it's that person, that Gen Z, younger millennial, Gen Alpha. I cannot even talk about Gen Alpha. It's completely native for them. Virtual, physical, doesn't matter. It's you, yourself, your expression, your identity. And you can dress different ways. You can express your identity, your values, your opinions in different ways. And so in the very near future, these three worlds are going to basically be merged and collide and interact so much more, especially because luxury brands need new fuel. They need new growth engines. They have boutiques in pretty much every geography in the world. They are selling in every single distribution channel, whether it's e-com, retail, wholesale, social commerce is big, live streaming video is big. It's coming up. And communication channels, to exist and to have your voice heard on TikTok and Insta and Facebook is becoming more and more complicated. So this general situation it demands a new way, like a new opportunity. And NFTs and digital assets are the convergence of those three huge markets. And that's where customers will be.
Wow. Well, thank you both for such an insightful and thought-provoking topic. There's so much more I could talk to you both about for hours, I think, on this topic. And I'm sure lots of our viewers probably could as well. So I was just wondering, if the viewers would like to find out more about either of you or the projects you're working on or connect with you, what's the best way to find both of you?
So you can find me on LinkedIn, or you can send me an email at cloutart, p.clout.art, where I'm building an NFT social media empowered platform. So you can check out CloutArt.
And for me, LinkedIn and exclusible.com. And you can find all our channels. You can find me on Twitter, on Discord, and you have all our contact information on the website.
Perfect. Well, thank you both so much and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Babette. That was
Bye-bye.
great. Bye,
Bye.
Paula. Bye, Babette.
Ever wish you could have your own NFT store? Wish no more, since Niftify is here. Create store instantly with no coding required on multiple chains. Freely customize store design, add your native token, or even have your own store domain. And so much more. All comes at an insane zero development fee. Reimagine what's possible with your own NFT business. Create your free store on Niftify today. Niftify. Fuel the rise of NFT economy.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. And also, I wanted to do a quick thing just to kind of let everyone welcome Moto. He's still here. Yep. We have around like about an hour left to kind of finish off day one. We still want to make sure that we get all the attention from all the speakers. Just making sure that if you guys are interested as well, we do have a Telegram community. So t.me/DeFi Summit is going to be at our Telegram community. That, you know, join in there. You can kind of have all the conversations about decentralized finance, NFTs, and later on, you know, DAOs and things like that. Like anything you have, any questions you have in crypto, like feel free to drop in there. Everyone's really friendly. We'll try to answer it to the best of our ability and kind of help guide some resources. Also with NiftyFi as well, they're still doing the giveaway. So this one's going to be running on throughout the event. NFTcon.niftyfi.network. So if you're a creator, go ahead and start creating. So they'll actually give you $2,000 for a few winners. In order to open up a store. Also, they have a $3,000 giveaway prize for everyone that's going to be using it to buy NFTs. So if you're not a creator, but you're a collector, definitely check them out. And then also, we're going to be switching to our next panel. This one is going to be about the role of NFT fashion, the role of NFTs in fashion. Let me go ahead and get them on stage.
Hi, we're here at NFTcon to discuss digital fashion, and I'm here with Carrie Murphy and Emma Jane. I'm not going to go at that last name there. So we're going to talk about digital fashion. And Carrie, how about a quick summary of how long you've been in the industry and what type of work you've been doing?
So we've been operating as the Fabricant since 2018, but the actual technical development started out in 2016 already, when I realized that fashion was completely not digital, and having seen every other industry, especially design industries, film industry, architecture, automotive, everything gone fully digital. So it was quite obvious what was going to happen with fashion as well. So we started operating as the Fabricant in 2018. Truly focusing on the fashion industry itself, because we did not realize how could we actually monetize digital only clothing back in 2018. And then in 2019 we were able to sell a digital only dress on the blockchain for 54 ETH. Back then it was $9,500. And then with the emergence of the pandemic, I think a lot of the industries and people realized that our lives were going very virtual, and people started seeing more value in the digital only clothing. And now we're really focusing on building our own platform, which is a digital-only fashion platform, essentially making everybody a digital fashion designer. So that's what we're doing in a very condensed, nutshell version.
I should say. And Emma Jane, tell us about Digitalis. Digitalex.
It's a bit hard to pronounce, Digitalex, yeah. But yeah, you know, mod it there everywhere you want. So Digitalex, I started, it was almost probably 1 year ago from today, kind of October. So it's a Web3 fashion platform protocol built on Ethereum and Polygon network. And how do I explain it? Well, a different way every time, and it's always kind of changing and new things are going on. But the best way is that it's all about allowing or providing fashion designers with tools, mediums, materials to be able to create and design in Web3. So purely kind of native to the blockchain, decentralization, open source, these really important principles. And then also allow buyers and collectors to collect and wear Web3 fashion. And again, really with the ideas of decentralization, open source, and that being incredibly important to everything that we're building out.
Yes, fascinating site. I've taken a look through it. Okay, so let's talk some general ideas on the need for digital clothing. I mean, I have a good idea of it, but Carrie, would you like to tell us?
Sure. I mean, there's multiple different perspectives on it, and everybody has a different need. Not everybody, of course, is leading a very digital life, and fashion brands and fashionistas have a completely different use than, let's say, gamers and crypto native people. But looking at it truly from the fashion industry angle, the fashion industry itself needs digitization simply because of the environmental toxicity of the industry itself. There's a lot of work to be done in connecting the supply chains, but also just changing the sampling process into a fully digital one. Lookbooks and websites can be populated with fully 3D rendered images these days, and you won't need any physical clothing, really pushing the fashion industry towards a production on demand model, meaning produce only what gets sold. But right now there's a massive challenge when it comes to overstock, when it comes to dead stock, a lot of landfills full of clothing. I think the best documentary highlighting, let's say, the challenges that the fashion industry has is called True Cost, and it's from 2015. My mom just watched it a month ago, and she was like, "Oh my God, I'm never buying real clothing again firsthand." So it is highlighting the problem quite a lot. But then I just really love what's happening, especially in the crypto industry, where this idea of ownership around digital assets, and people can own digital clothing. A challenge that we're facing with digital clothing for purchasers right now is to give them utility. So if you buy a digital clothing, like, how do we take it beyond the collectible aspect? How do we give it utility? And the utilities that I speak about, making AR wearables, playing them in games, NFT games, and how do we make it easily shareable on social media? So those are like the three different aspects that we're really focusing on. But if you look at the gaming industry, they've been doing this for 20 years already. People have been buying so-called skins for a lot of money for many years already. So the gaming industry is probably the most native when it comes to digital fashion. However, if you ask a fashion designer or a true fashionista if these games are fashionable, they'll say no, because it's simply quite informative or functional clothing. And with the Fabricant, we've always been focused on how do we make these digital assets actually fashionable? How do we bring that emotional resonance or that emotional connection that people have with clothing in the physical world? How do we actually bring it into our virtual existence to create our virtual identities?
Yes, Richard Hobbs said that the blockchain ownership of digital assets means that they can actually be wearable eventually across multiple platforms. Now, Emma Jane, you have a lot of studying of blockchain, I heard, in terms of it really being something that you paid a lot of attention to firstly. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, it's an interesting concept because even when we think about, these terms of like NFTs in the metaverse, just 12 months ago, when people were talking about them, they were considered, okay, that's a really far off reality, or that's something incredibly abstract and high level. And now it's in everybody's vocabulary. If you're not, frankly, talking about NFTs or the metaverse, or you don't have that within whatever you're building, and at least really considering how that's completely changing the very fabric of everything that we're existing on right now, then it's kind of like that Twitter meme of, well, you're not going to make it. So myself, my background isn't in the fashion industry. It's very much more in Web3 and blockchain. I studied space engineering, and then I dropped out to go into Web3 full time, and that was a few years ago. And really the kind of just inspiration and motivation for me to do that was just understanding how important agency, freedom, ownership is, self-sovereignty in everyone's lives. If you cannot have that, then it makes everything incredibly difficult. And not just that, but you have a very clear ceiling. And that's really what we've seen with Web 2. It's been Web 2 for the past 20 years, even more so, where there's always been a centralized gatekeeper. There's always been kind of this extractive model where these larger players, they've come in, and we see this very much so in the fashion industry, and they control these choke points. And then if you aren't at the top of that model, then you're kind of having to bow down. And it's not a really great model to be in at all. In fact, it's, really caused so much destruction. If we think about, Carrie, what you were saying, with that documentary, so like, why is the fashion industry like this? Well, if we go back to the root of it, why is it unsustainable? It's because of the way that it's set up. It's because of that extractive nature and just very kind of raw way of instead of coming in and saying, hey, how do we be generative, circulative, lucrative, let's be exploitative in everything that is actually kind of put out. And you see that across every part of the supply chain in the fashion industry, and you also see that in the way that designers are brought in and the way that they feel about it. I don't think that any designer in Web 2 can really say that they feel that the fashion industry is a supportive environment, or one that they can have creative power, have productive capacity, have agency. But Web3, it spins that completely on its head, because now you have this really important feature of ownership. So everything that you are doing, ultimately you own. And that changes the game, because now you do have agency, you have self-sovereignty, you have so much creative power over everything that you're putting out. So
and that is the key, is that you do own it.
Very much so.
And before that, it was just something that you could go and look at. One thing I want to clarify with the fashion industry is it was 2018 in the stock market crash that basically ended up mucking up, I mean, besides all the other sort of criminal things within, but that really ended up mucking up the fashion cycles, because that's when they started getting a whole bunch of clothing that wasn't sold. And then what happened is people started expecting the bargains. And then what happened is they started getting the actual seasonal stuff in, such as Christmas in summer. So again, in theory, the industry was starting to sort of self-correct and trying to work its way into digital. And then COVID came, and now everybody does have to go digital. There was just a few companies touching sort of virtual garments firstly, and then making to order. But now it's becoming so that every company needs that type of team in its company. And the communication too with the foreign factories, because now if it's done digitally, everybody is working off the same pattern versus working off a sketch or sample. But so I wanted to ask, where is everybody getting their avatars from? Is everybody working from DAS to actually start building their garments on?
Who's everybody? Like 3D
Okay,
designers?
Carrie, where do you get your avatars?
I mean, but we're 3D designers, so we know how to use software. So we call ourselves software agnostic. But DAS is a great resource for making avatars, absolutely. But it's not the only resource. You can also 3D scan people. You can also use 3D modeling techniques. So there's multiple different ways of doing an avatar. But if you're gonna ask, like, where do I get my personal avatars from? Well, first of all, I got myself 3D scanned, so I have a 3D scan version of myself. And then anywhere where I play games, Cyberpunk 2077 is a great avatar configurator there. I love just playing with that avatar configurator for like 20 minutes, just creating a fantastic avatar for the game. Any games, of course, Genies. I'm really looking forward to what Genies is going to release with their platform. And then there's, of course, Wolf 3D, Didimo, and Soul Machines. I think they're really under the radar right now, but Soul Machines is probably one of the biggest forefront when it comes down to making artificial intelligence avatars. I think their focus is somewhere else than consumer space, but let's see what's going to come out from them. And yeah, multiple other companies. I think there must be like hundreds of companies trying to figure out on how to create a scalable avatar system that people actually want to use. And
Yes,
I think
I
that's the challenge. It's like, how do we create avatars that people will actually really connect to and be like, wow, that's a true virtual representation of myself, whether it's a photorealistic one or not a photorealistic one or both. It doesn't really matter. It's just, we just need to get that avatar experience where everybody was like, okay, that's the avatar that I really want to play with in the metaverse.
Yes, definitely.
I'll add a little bit to that as well, because there's been so much within the NFT industry around this very specific topic of profile photos or avatars. And it's been really interesting to see kind of the migration where people actually aren't, they kind of are definitely, but at the same time, it's not just thinking of an avatar as having to be a completely 3D immersive model, but even something like your Twitter profile photo. That's kind of very representative online and in social media of how do you want to be seen? How do you actually want to self-express? And there's been a huge kind of trend and fad, even a little bit, with 10,000 like kind of profile photo collections. It doesn't have to be 10,000. It can be kind of another amount. But whatever the case, these collections of profile photos that are sold as NFTs. And when people buy in, they're getting a unique version of a broader theme or variety. I'm sure you might have heard of Bored Ape Yacht Club or even CryptoPunks. It's kind of a really OG one. But I think that a core point here, it is kind of like the utility now. How do you bridge a lot of utility? So when people, or you're buying or you're dressing yourselves in these avatars or these kind of online digital representations, how do you actually draw those connections? Because right now we can't take everything fully immersive. And it's not like you can just go cross-platform into these massive multiplayer online worlds. You do have those limitations. And so instead of these games really being the ones where we're being immersed in it, it's kind of like these 2D environments, these very Web 2 interfaces like Twitter for social media that where most of us kind of live on. So Twitter's been a really big one where quote unquote avatars have really taken over. And I think they're even like going to be verifying NFTs now. So that would be interesting to see where that goes.
What's your Twitter profile, Imogen?
Mine is mine's actually one that was personally drawn for me by Kodomadachi, and she is a very kind of keen modder in the gaming space, but it kind of looks exactly like me. Like she did a really, really good job. She took a real world photo, IRL photo, and then just copied that. So yeah, it's like a special one, I would say. And Kodo she worked with us, and she's part of our Global Designer Network DAO, but she worked with us back in February when we did the Among Us kind of esports NFT drop. So yeah.
Cool. Is that an NFT or is it just a
No, it's not, it's just what about yours? Carrie, is yours an NFT or?
I have an NFT which is just a garment. It's a digital garment right now. Yeah,
Wow.
just to go, because everybody has like all these like animals or like different type of, from those 10K projects. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna put a digital fashion garment there, because I had that World of Women one, but then because my World of Women NFT is a woman of color. So I thought, okay, maybe it's a little bit weird if a white male puts an illustration of a woman of color as a Twitter profile picture. So I took it out like after I had that kind of realization.
Yeah, no, I do think there needs to be somewhat similar, definitely.
But
so
I just want to add to that one thing here. It's interesting though that you say that, because like that's the reality that we're moving into though, is that you won't know like who the person is behind it at all. They can be completely different than how they're representing themselves online. They have like kind of a separate digital representation that is even verified by the blockchain. So it's crazy to think, but that's literally kind of the very like fabric of the reality that we're moving into. So
we've had that on the internet before, before any type of pictures. You just didn't know what you were meeting.
Can I draw another example? In our organization, we have a 3D artist, and he's really good with MetaHumans. MetaHumans is this avatar creator from Epic Games, and he started coming into our meetings as a Black African man into the meetings, but he's a East European white male, and it caused quite a commotion internally, because first of all, some people didn't know, like, hey, who's this person, because the avatar looks quite real, and if you have like 20 people in a call, the avatar face is quite small, so everybody's kind of like, hey, who's this new person in the call? They didn't realize that it was a 3D avatar of him, and then it kind of started this whole conversation internally. Yeah, what does it mean, like the person behind the profile picture, or the person behind the virtual identity, like what are the ethical rules that even go to that? Like they're quite undefined at the moment, and everybody's going to have a different opinion about it too. So it's like there's no, let's say, universal rule with that, but it's interesting topic to debate.
Yeah, it will define itself, definitely. Now, I want to talk just briefly about brands and the fact that you're, Emma Jane, selling. You're a digital platform yourself, but the advertising, the Coca-Cola jacket just totally inspired me in a way that just the other sort of digital art didn't. Does anybody have any comments on that?
To be honest, I didn't really follow it. I don't know too much about the Coca-Cola drop. I know they did something in Decentraland, I think, but the details, I have no idea. I think it's interesting, though, this idea of kind of brands in the blockchain. I know that it gets asked a lot in the digital fashion space, or just like Web3 fashion space in general, is, oh, can brands exist within kind of NFTs and crypto, when it's a lot of it is about inspiring kind of more independent and peer-to-peer connections. And my response to that is always, yes, anything can exist within this new Web3 world, because the best way to think about it is a new 4D internet. It's really not just, blockchain or NFTs being their own separate component, but it's more, it's a tool and a medium that right now is very raw to the interface, but it would be not abstracted away the really importance of the decentralization layers, but definitely the interface that we're using it now. In a few years, it will be very completely different, and NFTs will underwrite so much, or even all, of our digital content by then. And so when people kind of talk about, okay, brands coming into the blockchain and how do they navigate that, or what does that mean? And I know, Carrie, you have thoughts here as well. I find it really interesting because my big mantra things, and very much with Digital X, it's about how do you really inspire an independent designer to be able to come and exist in this market. And not just independent designers, but independent studios, creators as well, because that was something that, or it is something within the Web2 fashion industry that is very, very difficult. If you are a young or independent designer, you can't really just come in and have the tools, materials, and mediums, resources as well to get off the ground and make your way into the market. But the whole point of NFTs is having that as a very kind of direct and raw, like direct to market, really. You just go and you ship, and you have kind of your whole customer base there tomorrow. And it's something I love about Web3. So with these bigger brands coming in, I do think, again, I don't know the specifics of the Coca-Cola drop, but I do think that the ones that I have seen, it's been very much, they've been playing a Web2 game where they don't really understand how everything's changing around them, and how the very nature of the blockchain, their current model, doesn't actually exist within Web3. It can't exist within.
Yeah, let me address that from the fashion industry again. So I am teaching Clo 3D at Motif, and I have done 3 lessons. And one of the advanced Clo is actually dealing specifically with creating digital doubles for the fashion industry. In other words, they want something that looks like the real garment so that they can show it to buyers. And I had one company approach me, and they wanted 600 samples per year to deal with a large American store. So in many ways, it is happening, although not, as I say, as a digital asset yet, other than internally and for sales. The reason I was so thrilled with the Coca-Cola is it was so beautiful, or at least I thought it was. I love the drops of water. And that takes me to the whole Meta Gala and the dress you did, Carrie. I thought that was beautiful. I thought the whole surrounding was gorgeous. And I love the fact that your dress transformed. Can you tell me more about that?
Sure. I mean, it's a very different story from the Coca-Cola story.
Oh, of course. No. We're talking about more beauty in fashion now.
And I just want to echo Emma Chain as well on everything that you said. The true power of Web3 is really catering more for the underprivileged rather than the current power structures. And that's what we're focusing on as well. And that's what the Meta Gala is there for too. So if we really compare the Meta Gala to the Met Gala, the Met Gala is really catered for only the few privileged people who are super celebrities or super rich. And then somehow we as society get a kick out of looking at the Met Gala and be like, oh, look at those funny dresses, and look at these rich people having fun at the Met Gala, and we're just observing it from the sidelines. Now, the whole idea with the Meta Gala is that everybody gets to take part, and it's really going against the Met Gala and trying to invite everybody to think about how could we actually change that around, and how do we make it inclusive and accessible rather than exclusive and inaccessible. And I think that's the true power of the Web3 world as well. It's like it's an invitation for everybody. And I'm not saying that there's no privilege. There is definitely privilege involved, because you need to have some type of device that's connected to the Wi-Fi still, and not everybody in the world has that. But that's a different issue. But we're really focused on, yeah, again, that inclusivity side, same as Emma Jane, really just giving
Yeah.
a voice to the people who didn't have that previously. And I don't want to take the credit for the Meta Gala, because it's an undertaking that's much larger than the Fabricant itself. This is like multiple different people coming together to come up with that idea and concept and building this beautiful environment. And there's a lot of people taking part in it too, like fashion designers, avatar designers, and multiple different companies who are really putting a lot of effort into it and really just organizing around the Met Gala to create something new. We as the Fabricant, we just happened to design something in collaboration with Ruby Gloom. Ruby was the model, the avatar for our dress, and then we designed the dress for it. And again, always with this idea of like, how do we design with value in mind? And what's the true value of digital fashion? Is to design fashion that can't exist in real life, to create a new narrative, to create a new visual aesthetic. That's always what we're going by. And even though the Met Gala was a nice, I think, 2-minute show, the potential is much larger. And of course, we want to push that vision and really invite everybody next year to take part.
Yes,
Like how do we make it like the Travis Scott experience? That was a concert for more than 12 million people taking part. Like that everybody can come there and take part and be a participant in one way or another. I think that's the true power of what's happening right now. So yeah, this was an invitation to make the Meta Gala the biggest digital fashion catwalk event in the world, but in 1 year.
I think that's the thing for me is again, the creativity of being able to create in 3D always captures me. and of course, you're giving, Emma Jane, you're giving the opportunity to sell these garments as well, or to acquire them, or at least a place for the artists to show them. Is that not true?
Yeah, no, it is true. That's how we really kind of spawned or started things off, was as a NFT marketplace. And it was empowering independent designers to come and create really awesome 3D garments, and then auction or sell these off on our marketplace. And since then, we've expanded to not just digital 3D couture, indie digital fashion as NFTs, but also we have a physical NFT marketplace for physical fashion, and then also kind of hybrid digital physical as well. So yeah.
Excellent. So any recommendations for talent that want to produce NFT clothing?
Yeah, definitely. I would say join the Global Designer Network, which is the very first Web3 fashion DAO that we started a few months back. And that has hundreds of designers from all over the globe that have joined, and they are at all different levels of skill, from literally just starting 3D or wanting to learn about it to being in the industry for a number of years. And the community that's being created, it's really at the ground level, all about growing connections, strengthening connections between different designers, and going out there and trying crazy new things. Like, we did a project a few weeks ago, and for everyone listening in, I know probably everyone's heard of the Loot project, which was a massive one in NFTs, and it was all about composability. And composability is a really important part of Web3 fashion as well, is how do you kind of break a master garment into its multiple components to then introduce different royalty models, different
okay, we're running out of time.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have to go look it up. Carrie, any quick notes on this one?
No, also similar. I love this whole idea of collaboration and co-creation, and I think that's the new world as well.
Yeah.
I urge everybody to go to type in digital.fashion in their browser and take the pledge, because then by taking that pledge, people get to take part in what we call season 1. and that's really catered for people who don't necessarily have previous fashion design experience, but really want to be fashionable in the metaverse. So we're launching season 1 in November, so everybody can basically create digital fashion and wear it in their metaverse existence.
Yes. Okay. And I think I will conclude by saying, touch a 3D software program. Clo is a totally reasonable subscription. It gets you in there. It starts to give you an idea of how the basic body can be dressed. There's tons of free online. You could take a look at my lessons if you want to pay a little to learn a lot. And then, of course, there's other softwares like DAZ. And again, once you start using it, it's just like a paintbrush. Once you know what to do with it, you can paint. So again, I think we've shown you that there is an amazing world of fashion already existing as NFTs, and giving you some ideas of what you can research further in terms of NFTs. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to chat today.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I guess that concludes NFT Con Day 1. As you can see, it's been a long, crazy day. I already got my jacket on, about to go get some food finally and go eat. We've been going too much NFT degenning, NFT trading, and a lot of knowledge and alpha leaked out today too with today's event. So it's been a great day. But we have 2 more days, exciting days. We actually flipped the script. We change up from art, fashion, and switch it up for tomorrow, which is all about metaverses and virtual worlds, games, collectibles, play to earn, a lot of really cool stuff. Especially you saw a lot of the game sponsors as well too, from Gala Games and others. So we have a lot to share with you guys tomorrow. So yeah, really appreciate everybody that stayed. The 80 people that actually watched all the way through all day. You guys are diehard community members. Shout out to everybody here. But yeah, tomorrow's another exciting day. We'll send out email blast for everybody again. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube. You can also watch it directly on our website as well, and be sure to join us in our Telegram group too, as we continue to share more things, all things NFTs. But that's it up from my end. I guess, Michael, you want to share any last words?
Yeah, the ones that are true supporters, here's something for you guys to enjoy as well. So here's the 5th code for the spider tanks. This one's gonna be for the whale shark. So go ahead and place that into the browser. So it's, once again, it's app.gala.game/redeem, and be able to get that last for today. Get that last one. And then also for a lot of our giveaways too, like we'll be doing a lot of drops tomorrow. So stay tuned, and especially it's going to be a really exciting day, especially going into the gaming sector. Gaming is a big part of NFTs, and we're going to see the revolution for play to earn, switch from AAA studios all the way over to blockchain gaming.
Awesome. I guess that's it, right, Michael?
No, that's about it. So yeah,
okay.
guys, just kind of wanted to go over that, and then also, if you guys are interested, just remember that we have our community, and also for the rest of our NFT drops as well. So nftcon.co/NFT drop, so that you guys can see kind of like some of the other ones. For example, We do have 9 more standard packs of for Dead Mouse and also 5 mega packs. Tomorrow we also have 3 Snoop Dogg private party passes and 1 land. It's probably going to be.
We also got NBA Top Shots. I don't know yet how many we have yet, but we actually have some packs. Let me confirm that, and we have a few more new partners coming in as well too. So we'll draw some winners. We'll also make sure that we're actually, you know what, we'll draw some winners. What's it called? We'll get some winners pulled from the email. So we'll announce that tomorrow, probably when we kick it off, just to make things fair. I know people wanted to, you know, we won't. The reason we did the codes and stuff, especially for everybody watching too, not to make you all salty, but we just wanted to give the codes directly to the viewers instead of giving it to the social media shillers. So it's like, you know, we're giving a chance for everybody that's watching to win instead of giving it to the people that are just shilling it on social as well too, because they just click and it's one and done. But you know, we'll do our best. We got a lot more prizes. We know everybody wants to get an NFT, so we'll try to. There's only so much to go around. We had like 10,000 plus registrations or people that came through our event. A lot of people are going to watch this post event as well. And then yeah, like on our channel, we have this all recorded, just like at the DeFi Summit. We'll cut it up, share it back out with you guys for you guys to watch as well, to consume and learn about all things NFTs. So till then, thanks again, everybody.
Thanks, guys, and enjoy tomorrow.